He finally beat a deadly survival game created by bored gods, but he was the only one left alive. Instead of a grand prize, the toxic creators offered him supreme power to become an evil god. He refused. His mother and best friend died during the brutal game, and he just wanted his ordinary life back. The deities threatened to blow up Earth right in front of him. But then everything changed. He pulls out a forbidden golden item, an S-rank time reversal card. While the creators screamed in absolute shock that a human secured such monstrous power, he activated the skill and warned the gods to prepare for his return. Suddenly, he gasped awake in a psychiatric hospital bed. His mother was standing right beside him, perfectly alive. He finally got his second chance, except his problems were only just beginning. Glancing at his phone, he realized he had exactly 34 minutes before the nightmare started all over again. Since the very first challenge is always an E-rank initial game, our boy grabs a pen and furiously starts writing down every survival strategy he can remember. He writes it simply so his mom can memorize it and survive. He makes sure to draft 2 copies because his best friend is arriving soon. His mom walks over holding a garbage bag. She tells him it is fine to write but warns him not to overdo it since the doctor wants him to rest. She heads downstairs to take out the trash. Watching her go, the main character remembers how tough her life has been. When he got sick as a child, his dad wanted to abandon him and eventually walked out on them forever. After that, his mother raised him all alone, coming home exhausted from work but still encouraging him to read. He only realized how lucky he was to have her after she was already gone. Suddenly, a guy with a bowl cut walks in carrying a bag of oranges. Our hero is thrilled and notes that it feels like a long time since they last met. The guy looks confused, and the protagonist quickly realizes he just saw him 3 days ago in this timeline. This guy is his only friend, Qingdai. Growing up, other parents treated the main character like a freak and told their kids to stay away. But Qingdai stepped up, defended him from bullies, and probably declared them best friends. But that sweet memory turns dark. In his past life, his best friend died a horrible death while trying to help him clear a stage. He still remembers Qingdai begging him to stay alive and win the game right before he died. Our boy silently vows to never let that tragedy happen again. Back in the present, Qingdai peeks at the paper and asks if he is writing a novel. The protagonist explains it is a strategy guide. His friend is super confused, wondering why the doctors are letting him play games when it could make his condition worse. Our hero simply notes it is a game he has to play whether he wants to or not. Qingdai assumes it must be a legendary masterpiece and drops the subject. The main character finishes writing and tells his friend to memorize it and give the other copy to his mom. Qingdai agrees, though he secretly thinks his friend is acting extra strange today. As his friend leaves, the main character locks in on his mission. To protect his people and defeat the evil gods, his first priority is to become the absolute strongest player all over again. He needs to clear every stage and gather all 15 S-rank cards hidden in the game. These cards hold special powers that even the gods cannot control. Gathering them all is his only opportunity to gain the strength to hunt down the creators. With just 1 minute left, he looks at the clock on his phone right next to a picture of his mom and his best friend. He knows this ordinary daily life is about to end. Right on cue, a glowing red system window pops up. It congratulates him for being chosen by Prison Day as part of the first batch of players. The game starts loading the stage, extracting his soul and generating his memories. The protagonist hardens his resolve, swearing to protect his treasures and wipe out those evil bastards. Finally, the system officially welcomes him to the brutal world of Prison Day. Just like that, our boy is officially inside the game. The system announces that the E-rank initial stage, Slaughter Company, is fully generated. It attempts to delete his real memories to implant fake stage memories, but something glitches. Red warning windows spam his vision, screaming that the memory wipe failed 3 times in a row. Finally, a blue window pops up, casually announcing the stage boss is generating and telling him to enjoy the game. Rohi looks around and realizes everything is exactly the same as his previous life. Usually, the game deletes a beginner's memories, so they think this nightmare is reality. But thanks to that system glitch, his mind is completely intact. He looks out at a crowded room that resembles a normal corporate office. He knows this might be a low-level stage, but clearing it means killing 3 boss monsters that get harder one by one. It is still an absolute meat grinder for beginners. The protagonist commands the system to open his character status panel. The results are completely tragic. His level is 0, his stats are locked, and he has absolutely no skills or items. Level 0, no skills, 0 inventory. So basically, just me waking up on a Monday. The only weird thing on the board is a mysterious blessing with an unknown effect that cannot be identified. He realizes fighting 3 bosses with 0 stats is basically a death sentence. He guesses that unidentifiable blessing is the reason he kept his memories, but right now, his most urgent priority is to get some stats so he can survive. Fortunately, our hero remembers a hidden side quest in this exact stage. If he gets the attribute cards from that quest, Clearing this place will be a walk in the park. The stage officially starts at 11, giving him a little over 10 minutes to pull this off. But there is something else bothering him. Ever since he was a kid, he has heard voices in his head. He always thought they were just hallucinations. Yet right before he reset time, he clearly understood them. They talked about saving Earth, defeating the evil gods, and working together if time ever reversed. He wonders if they are offering him a power beyond just the 15 S-rank cards. He decides to figure that out later, because right now, he needs to secure that hidden treasure chest. He rushes to a specific coordinate and kicks open the door to the men's restroom. A system prompt congratulates him for discovering a hidden quest. Sitting right on top of a treasure chest is a weird hologram creature called the urban legend monster Scary Cat. The thing makes some spooky noises, trying to act intimidating. The main character is completely unbothered. He glares at the creature and flatly threatens to twist its head off if it does not get away from him. The cat instantly panics and runs for its life. A system window pops up, happily announcing he defeated the monster, and the chest is now his. Rohi notes the cat is actually incredibly weak, and simply scaring it makes it run away. He turns his attention to the loot. The system dramatically asks if the chest holds a reward or a fright, then ruins the mood by stating he cannot open it because he does not have a key. That should have stopped him. Instead, our boy just lifts his foot and violently stomps the chest to pieces. The system awkwardly announces the chest has been broken open. The protagonist smirks, knowing most newbies get tricked into wasting time searching for a key. As long as you drop your fear and break the rules, this quest is incredibly easy. He digs into the broken chest and finds 3 E-rank basic attribute cards for stamina, agility, and strength. He immediately uses them to activate his player starts. The system confirms his starts have successfully increased by 1 point each. He clenches his fists, feeling a small but very noticeable surge of power. He checks his panel again, finally seeing his stats sitting at level 1. He knows that becoming an official player means even a simple level 1 stat makes you vastly superior to a normal human. To test it out, he throws a punch straight into the bathroom wall. The impact violently cracks the surface, leaving a small hole behind. Looking at his fists, he knows his new stats combined with his past combat experience will make clearing the stage a breeze. But it is still not enough to save the world. To crush the evil gods, he needs the power of those mysterious voices. He speaks out loud into the empty room, asking if they are the ones who gave him the unknown blessing. He laughs at himself, figuring there is no way they will actually respond. But that is when everything changes. A deep voice echoes in his mind, saying that depends on him. A massive dark shadow materializes in front of him, and he is suddenly transported into a completely black space. The shadow reveals they have been watching him all this time. Rhoda demands to know who they are and why they are helping him. The entity casually explains that the memory-saving blessing was just a little trick. If he wants their real help, he has to prove his worth first. The shadow warns him his time is almost up and tells him to go fight. Just like that, the entity vanishes, and our hero is dumped right back into the restroom. He clenches his fists with total determination, promising to prove himself so he can claim their power. Right on cue, a system window pops up, announcing the countdown is about to end. Survival mode is activated. The system welcomes everyone to the world of Prison Day, warning all players in the Slaughter Company stage to get ready for the boss. Then, a final, terrifying red warning flashes before his eyes. It states that after the 1-minute countdown ends, any player who leaves their workstation will automatically fail the challenge. With exactly 48 seconds left on the clock, our boy sprints down the hospital corridor. He pushes his new agility stats to the absolute limit. If he does not step through the main entrance before the countdown hits 0, his second chance at life is completely over. Along the way, he passes 2 brain-dead hooligans. A redhead kicks a trash bin, demanding to be let out, while his bald friend threatens to smash the entire place. They clearly think this deadly game is just an elaborate prank. The protagonist completely ignores them. He knows that breaking the rules in this world guarantees a very fast death. He crosses the threshold right as the timer hits 0. The 2 idiots instantly find out the system does not give warnings, and their heads explode in a very messy display. Inside the office, the crowd has a massive panic attack. People suddenly realize those floating red numbers are deadly serious. Just as the main doors seal shut, a system window flashes. The first boss is arriving, and everyone needs to find a weapon. The stage is officially called the Slaughter Company. The enemies step into the light, looking like a terrifying demonic cleaning crew. The leader is a level 2 cleaning captain armed with a massive steel broom and a sharp dustpan, boasting stats that would make any normal human completely give up. But that is when things get ridiculous. A guy with muscles on top of his muscles confidently steps forward. He ignores our hero, warning him that normal logic does not apply to monsters. This meathead is too busy dreaming about mansions and hot cars, fully convinced that landing the first hit will make him a billionaire. He charges at the terrifying boss with absolute confidence. That confidence lasts for exactly 1 second before the captain casually decapitates him with a single swing. Complete chaos breaks out. The smaller monsters lunge at the surviving players, giggling about cleaning up the trash. While everyone else screams for their lives, the main character decides to officially clock in. He throws a massive punch, sending one of the mobs crashing hard into a wall. He yells at the terrified crowd that the only way to survive is to fight back. But our boy is not just trying to look cool. He knows that if a system reward does not pop up, the monster is still alive. He walks over and firmly finishes the creature off. The system rewards him with a steel broom and a strength card. He immediately uses the card to boost his power. When another monster tries a clumsy sneak attack, the protagonist effortlessly destroys it and claims a shiny new agility card. Unfortunately, his winning streak creates a new problem. The game uses an aggro system, so the massive boss locks all of its attention directly onto him. The protagonist realizes fighting the captain and the remaining lackeys all at once is incredibly reckless. He yells at the other players to throw objects and create a distraction. Naturally, almost everyone is paralyzed by fear. But then, a scrawny nerd with glasses decides to be a hero. While the other cowards try to hold him back, the nerd launches a computer keyboard straight into the boss face. The furious monster immediately changes targets and chases the kid. That creates the perfect opening. Using his boosted stats and past combat experience, the main character easily turns the remaining mobs into scrap metal. Then, he moves like a shadow and appears right behind the towering captain. He casually informs the monster that it is the real trash around here. With one brutally swift motion, he completely decapitates the boss. As the dust settles, a system window pops up. The contribution rankings are officially unlocked. The protagonist checks the board and sees himself sitting comfortably at the top with a perfect 700 points. Looking at his score, he remembers a massive detail. The first place winner in this initial dungeon gets the ultra-rare S-rank card Nova 001. He never managed to get his hands on it in his past life, and he can only imagine just how insanely powerful this specific prize will be. Our hero checks the rankings and sees he is sitting pretty in first place. But he knows staying there will not be easy. The game launched all over Earth at the exact same time, and his past life taught him that plenty of crazy strong players are already out there. To defeat the evil gods, he needs to farm maximum points, keep his top spot, and secure that legendary S-rank card. The system suddenly hands out his boss rewards, including a special iron embryo card. He immediately uses it, knowing it forges an exclusive weapon based on a player's aura. He crosses his fingers, hoping for a high-tier blade. While the weapon forges, he turns to the nerdy kid with glasses. The kid might not look tough, but standing up to a boss takes real guts. Our boy thanks him for the distraction. The nerd quickly brushes it off, admitting he only helped because they would all die if the hero lost. The main character likes his honesty. He hands the kid his newly won stat cards and a special cleaning card, explaining that the cleaning skill removes mental debuffs. Suin is completely shocked and asks why the hero is not keeping them. The protagonist insists the kid earned them by saving his life and shows him how to use them. The hero boosts his own stats up to level 4. Meanwhile, the nerd uses his cards and feels his body instantly get lighter. He checks his system and is totally confused to see he has 70 experience points without killing a single monster. Our boy explains that just attacking the boss grants experience, and leveling up gives small stat boosts. The kid asks about the hero's level and is absolutely mind-blown to hear he is already at level 4. Back to the loot. The system finishes forging a blue vein sword. It is an incredibly rare growth-type weapon with an exclusive skill called Skyrending Slash, which builds blood energy to shoot a massive sword wave. It even grants a random skill every 10 levels and binds to his soul permanently. The hero happily calls it not bad. Zuwen is totally speechless that such an insane weapon is just considered okay. In his past life, the protagonist wielded an S-rank Flame Dragon Shadow, so this is technically a downgrade, but he knows the growth potential is huge. Suddenly, the system announces the first stage is cleared. The second stage, the staff cafeteria, is starting on the second floor. Everyone has exactly 5 minutes to get there, or they instantly fail. The hero perfectly remembers this exact announcement from his pathetic newbie days. He asks the nerd if he wants to tag along, noting that he needs smart people for his future plans. The kid excitedly agrees. The rest of the crowd immediately begs to join, offering money and endless favors. A group of bullies steps in, calling our boy selfish for not saving everyone with his power. The hero glares at them, flatly threatening to treat them like monsters if they stay in his way. The bullies immediately back off in terror. As they leave, the nerd asks if they are really leaving everyone behind. The protagonist points out he already saved their lives once. They lack courage and will just drag him down. He admits he is not a noble hero. He just wants to save the people he actually cares about. The kid vows to never hold him back. The main character warns him the next boss is a chef who uses mental corruption, reminding him to use the cleaning card if things get weird. They enter the cafeteria. The kid smells good food and feels completely fine until he spots a massive, terrifying monster guarding the room. The hero explains it is an executioner meant to slaughter anyone who arrives late. Suin realizes the walk was actually incredibly short and wonders how anyone could possibly be late. Our boy notes that people waste time hesitating and only choose the right option when they are entirely out of time. Right on cue, a crowd of panicked players rushes down the stairs, bitterly regretting their hesitation. Just as the timer hits 0, a chubby, sweaty guy stumbles into the room, cheering that he made it. He really spoke too soon. The executioner immediately crushes him, loudly announcing that time is up. The crowd watches in pure horror, realizing their wasted time just got someone killed. Then the actual stage boss arrives. A terrifying chef marches in, screaming at everyone to eat while serving plates of disgusting green sludge made directly from the monsters they just killed upstairs. The moment they look at the food, the system slaps everyone with a mental corruption debuff, heavily dropping their strength, agility, and spirit. The nerd groans as his newly gained stats violently plummet. But that is not all. The system lays out the brutal rules. Players must eat the food immediately without wasting a single drop, or the chef will personally punish them. If they refuse to eat, their spirit drops 10% every minute until they suffer a total mental breakdown and die. They have exactly 7 minutes to decide. The nerd completely panics, realizing eating the poison kills them and refusing it kills them too. He thinks this is the absolute end of the line. But our boy just smiles. Even though the second stage is way deadlier, he knows the one secret trick to clear it. The glasses guy turns to his boss and eagerly offers his help, hoping they can find a way to clear the stage together. The protagonist simply tells him to sit tight and use a cleaning card to stay sane if his spirit drops too low. Right on cue, a system window pops up. Mental pollution is rapidly draining everyone's spirit power, leaving them with barely 7 minutes before a total mental collapse. The crowd stares at the disgusting food in absolute horror. A green-haired girl points out they will go completely crazy if they do not eat. A guy nearby gags, wondering if they really have to stomach such toxic garbage. Our boy knows the normal strategy. Usually, players force down the gross food to lower the chef's guard, then gang up on them. But that basic method only yields the lowest possible score, and our hero is not here for basic rewards. Suddenly, the system announces the protagonist has received an unknown blessing, making him completely immune to the mental pollution. His spirit locks at 100%. The mysterious voices echo in his head, telling him this is just a small trick and he needs to prove his worth to get their real help. He realizes this immunity is a massive advantage. He can now exploit a high-difficulty hidden role from his past life to score rare rewards. Meanwhile, the pressure breaks a random player. A guy snaps, throws his food on the floor, and screams he would rather die than eat it. The nerd notes the guy is having a mental collapse. The protagonist explains that the human spirit breaks much faster than people think, and if they do not clear the stage, everyone will end up just like him. Proving his point, a monster chef steps out, tells the screaming man to die, and butchers him on the spot. Leading out on the floor, the dying man suddenly decides he wants to eat, but it is too late. The monster drags his body into the kitchen. The remaining players completely panic as the system deducts another 10 spirit points from everyone in the room. With less than 6 minutes left, our boy decides it is time to execute his master plan. He stands up, throws his meal away, and loudly refuses to eat. Everyone stares at him like he is crazy. The system flashes a red warning that his risk of death just spikes to 80%. A furious chef marches over, threatening to stuff the hero's head into a bucket. But our boy just smirks, grabs his sword, and completely decapitates the monster in one swift move. He loots 2 attribute cards while the system goes wild. By drawing first blood, he officially triggers the strike first hidden roll. The 3 remaining chefs go absolutely berserk. Their hatred for him spikes by 200%, meaning they will abandon all other targets and focus entirely on him. In exchange, his rewards increase by 10%. The 3 chefs enter an enraged state and charge. The protagonist immediately runs. He knows fighting them all at once is a terrible idea, so he decides to kite them to avoid getting surrounded and save his strength for the real boss. One chef wildly chases him down, mocking him and unleashing a rapid cutting skill. Our hero just smiles and blocks it. The monster thinks it has the upper hand, gloating that its friends are sneaking up from behind. But what the chef does not know is that the protagonist is completely faking a struggle. He is just using the monster's rapid attacks to charge up his blue vein sword's ultimate skill. The chef's blade bounces away, and the monster suddenly realizes the hero's strength is way higher than it seems. But it is entirely too late. The sword is fully charged. The monster screams at its friends to run from the trap. Our boy laughs, unleashes a massive sky-splitting slash, and instantly wipes out all 3 chefs. He happily collects his loot while the glasses guy watches in pure awe, realizing his boss planned the whole thing from the start. Unfortunately, his problems are only beginning. Because he activated the hidden rule, the system announces the stage boss is now truly enraged. The head chef gets a massive stat boost. The room literally shakes like an earthquake as the giant monster approaches. The crowd completely loses their minds, terrified that the buffed boss will slaughter them all. Our boy stays perfectly calm. He knows this hidden rule makes the fight harder, but it also boosts the boss's item drops by a massive 30%. He absolutely needs those rewards to achieve his ultimate goal. The colossal head chef kicks the doors open, furious that someone killed his cute little underlings. This monster is an absolute nightmare, rocking level 8 strength and a special skill that boosts its power even further. The glasses guy is terrified, doubting anyone can beat such a beast. Our hero just tightens his grip, knowing he has to use every single attribute card he has and absolutely cannot hold back. The system happily confirms the protagonist has reached level 5 in strength, agility, and stamina. Since errant cards strictly cap at level 5, he realizes his 2 extra agility cards are completely useless to him now. Not wanting to waste good loot, he casually hands them over to his new nerdy sidekick. The glasses guy eagerly uses them, instantly bumping his agility to level 3 and glowing with a flashy green aura. Seeing this magical power-up, the other players in the room immediately start drowning in regret. They whisper among themselves, kicking themselves for not helping earlier and wondering if those cards actually increase their chances of surviving. But there is no time for jealousy. The terrifying chef boss from the kitchen screams at the room, demanding to know who killed his adorable little underlings. His roar is so intense it paralyzes the crowd with fear, or at least it paralyzes most of them. Thanks to his shiny new staffs, Suin realizes the monster's roar does not actually scare him anymore. He barely has time to enjoy his newfound bravery before the monster threatens to chop off everyone's heads. Before things get messy, our hero leaps in and blocks the chef with his sword. The monster is completely confused by the sudden interference. Rohi casually admits he is the one who slaughtered the kitchen staff. The chef glares at the puny ingredient, promising to chop him to pieces but leave his head intact so he can watch the rest of his kind get slaughtered. The main character just smirks, firing back that he plans to slice the monster's neck first. The beast attacks. Our boy blocks the massive strike, but the sheer force actually pushes him backward. Suin cries out for his boss in a total panic. The protagonist realizes that even with level 5 strength, he cannot block this monster head-on. He brushes off the hit and gets back on his feet. But hearing the kid call him boss triggers something deep inside him. He suddenly remembers his past life. He built an entire survival team, and they always lovingly called him boss. His old friend Sita even joked that he was perfect leadership material. But on the brutal road to clearing the sick game, every single one of them died. He was the only survivor. He always wondered why he was the only one who made it. The chef lunges again, swinging 2 massive knives and screaming at the puny ingredient. Our hero readies his sword, finally understanding the truth. As he blocks the next strike, the monster gasps, realizing the kid was totally faking his speed earlier. The protagonist knows he survived because he never hesitated, always thought things through, and simply wanted to win more than anyone else. With one swift and brutal strike, he slaughters the chef boss. Looking at the defeated monster, the main character admits that people who want to win will use any means necessary. But he realizes winning is only valuable if he can protect the people he cherishes and return to a normal world. The system pops up to celebrate his victory. Because he activated a hidden roll by striking first, his rewards get a massive 30% boost. He scores an E+ strength card that can push his stats up to level 10. He also snags a special earring memory card to recover real-world memories, and a head chef surprise buff that boosts one random stat by 3 levels for 10 minutes. Rohi notes that without the hidden rule, he only would have received the memory card. Curious about his standing, he checks the global contribution rankings. He is sitting pretty in first place with 1700 points. Second place goes to Sun Hai, and third belongs to Lu Yan. The rest of the board is barely populated. Just like in his past life, these gifted rookies are already making their mark. He knows they will eventually become the backbone of humanity's survival. However, the evil gods will eventually drop vicious stages that wiped out these exact players last time. This time, our boy plans to secure a special S-rank card to counter those stages before they even happen. He smiles, secretly eager to reunite with his former rivals. The system interrupts his thoughts, announcing the cafeteria stage is officially cleared. The final tutorial stage is starting in the ground floor lobby, and anyone who does not get there in 5 minutes will instantly fail. The hardest part is finally here. Rohi tells Suin it is time to move. The kid agrees but suddenly stops him. He awkwardly offers the hero a tissue to wipe his face. The nerd admits he feels completely useless and wishes he could do more to help. The main character takes the tissue, deeply touched that some people in this nightmare world are still genuinely kind. He gently reassures the kid that he is actually very useful. Meanwhile, down in the lobby, the final threat is waiting. A squad of militarized security monsters glowing with a menacing blue aura stands ready. The security captain sneers, knowing the players broke through the first 2 stages and are on their way. He coldly orders his troops not to hold back, demanding they eat every last one of the survivors. The system drops a fresh warning. Anyone failing to reach the lobby before the final countdown instantly fails. Heading downstairs, the glasses guy asks if high stats guarantee an easy win. The protagonist explains it actually depends heavily on base physical abilities. That reality check instantly crushes the nerd. He realizes his terrible athletic skills mean even maxed out agility will not save him. The main character is totally confused by the kid's sudden wave of sadness. But the nerd quickly bounces back, staring in pure admiration and assuming our hero must be an elite special forces soldier. Suddenly, our boy stops. He orders the nerd to wait for the other players and strictly warn them not to run away. If anyone tries to flee, the system automatically fails them, even if the exit opens. The kid worries about letting him face the boss alone, but the protagonist smoothly lies, claiming the upcoming monsters are simply too dangerous for him. Touched that his boss cares so much, the glasses guy happily stares behind. In reality, the main character has a completely different motive. Extra help in the next stage triggers a hidden penalty that makes it much harder. He can solo the room, but he needs to recruit one specific person first. The ground floor lobby is absolutely brutal, packed with 10 level 5 security guards and a massive level 7 captain. In his past life, going solo meant getting surrounded and slaughtered. Just then a voice calls out. The exact guy the protagonist was waiting for finally arrives. In his past life, this red-haired man was the famous backbone of their survival team. He marches up highly offended, demanding to know if sending a scrawny kid with orders was an insult. The main character calmly calls it a friendly reminder. The man admits the hero was impressive upstairs, but now he plans to win fair and square. He confidently lunges to attack, but he is not even close to a match. Our boy casually swats him away like a bug. Stunned by this superhuman strength, the guy asks if it comes from the game's buffs. The protagonist confirms it and offers 3 attribute cards to team up. The red-haired man stubbornly asks why he would ever agree. Instead of arguing, our hero simply hands him a memory card. Instantly, all his real-world memories rush back. Our boy knows the evil gods wiped everyone's minds to erase their weak spots, making it impossible for humans to truly unite. Staring at his hands, the red-haired man remembers his young child waiting outside, desperate to get out alive. He asks if teaming up guarantees a win. The protagonist promises it does and hands over the cards. The man instantly gains level 1 strength, stamina, and agility, glowing with a blue aura. Our boy tells him to just hold off some mobs, but the man fiercely cuts him off, confirming he understands the assignment. Now it is time for the main character to power up. He uses an E-rank strength card and activates the head chef surprise buff. He knows his level 7 strength still is not enough, so everything depends on this random buff. Luckily, the system announces a massive 3-level strength boost for 10 minutes. The protagonist is thrilled. The stage just got much easier, and one hidden rule still remains to push his strength even higher. The 2 men step into the lobby. The security guards instantly mock them, laughing at how scrawny they look. Facing real monsters for the first time, the red-haired man feels crushing pressure and nervously wonders if they can actually survive. But our boy shatters the tension, confidently declaring that the 2 of them are enough to wipe everyone out. Seeing absolutely zero fear in the hero's eyes, the man pushes his own fear aside. Right on cue, a system window pops up. Because they reached the lobby early and released Killing Intent, the Courage Award hidden role activates. It grants both of them an extra level of strength. With his stats perfectly lined up and a powerful aura surrounding him, the protagonist flashes a maniacal grin, fully ready to tear the real boss apart. Our boy lunges at the guards with absolute reckless energy. Watching from the sidelines, the redhead is having a minor professional crisis. In his past life as an illegal underground fighter, he learned to always read an opponent's moves before striking. He thinks the protagonist is acting like an absolute amateur by charging in without a plan. But our hero is definitely not playing by normal combat rules. A group of monsters jumps toward him. They look at the main character like he is just a scrawny appetizer. One level 5 guard tries to take the first swing, boasting a nasty passive skill that increases damage when ganging up on enemies. He does not even get the chance to finish his trash talk. Our boy decapitates him with one incredibly swift strike. The redhead watches this in pure shock. He realizes that when someone has that much speed and power, waiting to counter is a luxury. Suddenly, a chilling thought hits him. If the protagonist had not held back during their little fight earlier, his own head would already be on a permanent vacation. Just then, the system drops another nasty red warning. It tells all players to head to the lobby for the final stage. The main character knows the hidden truth. The lobby is a literal death trap. Anyone who steps inside before he clears the area is just volunteering to be monster food. With 49 seconds left, he treats the room like his own personal grinding session. He clears out a safe zone while the nerd acts like a stressed-out traffic controller. The kid keeps the survivors behind a strict line, managing the crowd so they only enter at the absolute last possible second. The protagonist notices the kid figured out his plan immediately, proving that being a brain-type player has some serious perks. With 12 seconds left on the clock, the redhead decides he cannot just stand there. He wants to jump into the fight. Our boy shuts him down, ordering him to stay back and play bodyguard for the survivors instead. Right on cue, a guard tries to make a snack out of the nerd. The redhead intercepts instantly. He grabs the monster by its neck and delivers a massive punch. That should have solved the problem. Instead, he gets completely frustrated. Even with his boosted stats, the creature is surprisingly hard to hurt. He watches the protagonist mow through guards with absolute ease, wondering how on earth he makes it look so simple. Behind them, the survivors huddle together, desperately rooting for the two guys keeping them alive. Meanwhile, the main character's blue vein sword starts glowing with bad intentions. The skill nodes finally turn bright red. He looks at the remaining guards trying to surround him and decides the warm-up is officially over. He unleashes a sky-rending slash. The massive attack cuts through multiple monsters in one single go. The survivors stare in awe, completely convinced they were just rescued by a literal god in a hospital gown. But that is when things get even worse. The main event finally arrives. The security captain steps out, looking like the physical manifestation of corporate dread. This guy is a level 7 boss with 10 strength and enough health to make anyone else give up immediately. The crowd instantly has a collective panic attack. The protagonist is remarkably chill. He remembers this exact boss being a total team wiper in his previous life. But right now, the captain is just a minor errant. Our boy cuts right through the boss with terrifying smoothness. The monster folds like wet cardboard. The system happily confirms the hero is now level 8. Thanks to all the attribute cards and buffs he hoarded, his strength stat has ballooned to a massive 14. His combat power is so high that the other players are convinced he is not even human anymore. To finish the job, he turns his attention to the very last small fry guard. The red hat is currently locked in a desperate struggle with it. Clenching his teeth, the brawler puts every ounce of his soul into winding up for a dramatic finishing blow. But right before the punch lands, our boy casually slashes the monster into pieces. The red hat is left standing there swinging at empty air. He feels exactly like a side character in someone else's movie, realizing his life or death struggle was just a 5-second chore for his boss. The system announces the beginner stage of Slaughter Company is officially cleared. A contribution board pops up to reveal a total landslide. The protagonist is sitting at a massive 99.9%. The redhead and the nerd are left to share the remaining rounding errors. Standing victorious in the lobby, our boy looks completely satisfied. Now, he just wonders exactly what kind of legendary rewards the system will drop for a carry this massive. The system finishes calculating the survival rewards, and it turns out the game is surprisingly generous. A window pops up explaining that absolutely everything obtained in the stage can be brought back into the real world. The survivors are thrilled to realize they are not just leaving with trauma, but with actual superpowers. Our boy immediately sees the massive headache coming. Giving random office workers superhuman abilities is a perfect recipe for total chaos, and he knows he needs to build a management system to keep society from completely collapsing. To do that, he plans to use his insane ranking as bait to make the most powerful figures in the real world come straight to him. Speaking of rankings, the scoreboard drops, and the gap between first and second place is frankly disrespectful. The main character is sitting at the top with a massive 3,000 points, while the runner-up is trailing behind with barely over 500. This is not a competition, but a statement that he is effectively the ruler of this terrifying game. The system then hands out an activation card to every survivor, giving them a real taste of power. The players marvel at how incredibly light their bodies feel as they buzz with newfound strength. But that is when the brutal reality of their stat differences sets in. The nerd checks his screen and sees he is barely scratching level 1 in strength. The redhead is equally unimpressed with his own stats hovering around level 2. Meanwhile, the protagonist is casually walking around with level 15 strength, making him statistically comparable to a human tank disguised as a hospital patient. Next up are the contribution rewards, handed out based on how much work everyone actually did. The nerd worries his tiny contribution will not earn him anything, but even his small percentage scores him a shiny strength card. The redhead fares much better, snagging 2 cards and realizing that participating in the fight is way more profitable than spectating. They both look over at our hero, who holds a ridiculous 99.9% contribution rate, wondering just how much the system is about to spoil him. The rewards are absolutely absurd. He receives an item that instantly raises all stats to level 10, a special card with a chance to unlock an S rank class, and a permanent team building card that lets him summon players into his future stages. His luck is finally turning around, giving him everything he needs to build a powerful faction. Suddenly, the players start shouting as their bodies begin to fade away, teleporting back to reality. Our boy calmly explains that the world they are returning to has changed, and there are terrifying things out there that want to destroy it. He warns them to grind hard and gain power to fight the monsters threatening their existence. The redhead calls it a grand declaration, but he is clearly taking notes. Just as the teleportation completes, a red system window flashes. It informs the protagonist that he just obtained the legendary S-rank card Nover 001. The description boldly states it holds a power that surpasses the gods. Hidden in the shadows, the mysterious entity from earlier watches him leave. The dark figure decides that if the kid continues to be this entertaining, they might just grant him a slice of real divine power later on. Our boy wakes up in his hospital bed, hoping his final words actually stuck with the others. Nurses rush into the room like he is a celebrity, followed by a doctor who explains he has been in a coma for 3 days along with tens of thousands of other people. The doctor fishes for answers about this mass medical mystery, but the main character completely ignores the interrogation and demands to know where his mother is. He is rushed to her room, only to find her lying in a deep coma. Just like in his past life, she is effectively a vegetable. But this time, he refuses to let the timeline repeat itself. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out the S-rank card he just won. Its name is Freedom, and its power is absolute. It allows the user to enter or leave game stages at will, or it can be used once to permanently banish a player from the game forever. Most people would keep it as an infinite escape hatch, but our hero does not hesitate for a single second. He uses the card to give his mother her life back. The room is instantly flooded with light, so blinding the doctor thinks a supernova just went off inside the hospital. Against all medical logic, his mother opens her eyes and asks why she is there. Our boy pulls her into a massive hug with tears in his eyes, promising she will never be in danger again. Meanwhile, the doctor stands there questioning the validity of his entire medical degree. While they celebrate, the rest of the world wakes up to their new reality. Other surviving players stare at the global contribution rankings, instantly realizing that this roguey character is the most valuable asset on the entire planet. In secret rooms across the globe, wealthy elites are already scribbling notes and plotting how to recruit or control the new ruler of the world. They are completely unaware that the strongest player on Earth is currently just busy being a mama's boy in a random hospital room. Our boy is standing by his mother's bedside, gently checking on her condition, when she starts recounting what she thinks was an incredibly vivid nightmare. She tells him she went to a terrifying amusement park filled with monsters and people running for their lives. He listens intently, instantly realizing that she did not just have a bad dream. She actually survived an amusement park beginner stage. She mentions that just as a monster reached out to grab her, everything went completely dark. When she opened her eyes again, a strange team consisting of a man and a woman led everyone to safety. Our hero smiles, relieved that even without his help, his mother managed to encounter a strong team that kept her alive. Suddenly, a massive shout echoes through the hospital ward as someone screams about crossing into another world. The main character recognizes that loud voice immediately. It is his best friend, who just like in the previous timeline, managed to survive the initial stage and wake up with his lungs fully operational. The friend is currently having a main character moment, totally convinced he is the protagonist of a manga who just got transported to a fantasy world for real. He starts excitedly rambling about how an amazing duo led a huge crowd to victory. Realizing his buddy is getting a little too loud for a hospital, our boy grabs him by the collar and drags him out into the hallway before the nurses decide to sedate him. Once they are alone, the friend asks if he actually believes his crazy story about a game world called Prison Day. The protagonist decides it is time to drop the act. He casually tells his friend that items and stats can be brought back to reality, then instructs him to open the global contribution rankings. The friend is totally confused but obeys the command. When the golden text materializes in the air, he sees the name Rohi sitting at the very top with a staggering 3,000 points. Our boy flashes a grin and confirms that is his gamertag. The poor friend stands there looking like his brain just performed an illegal operation and completely shut down. Before his buddy can fully process that he is best friends with the #1 player in the world, the main character decides to cast it his big reward. He activates the job change card. He knows that while all jobs in this game are powerful, the S-rank ones are complete game changers. He crosses his fingers, hoping for something legendary like the Elemental Envoy or the ultra-rare Wisdom Seeker that controls time itself. Unfortunately, the gacha gods have a weird sense of humor. He ends up with a completely unheard-of job called Myriad Novice. At first glance, the name sounds incredibly underwhelming, but that is when everything changes. The stats tell a completely different story. It grants a talent called Resonance of Tools, allowing the user to perfectly merge their mind and technique with absolutely any weapon or object. And somehow, things get even better. While normal jobs cap out at 3 advancement stages, this mysterious class has 5 question marks, implying a potential that goes far beyond the known limits of the game. Our hero is thrilled, knowing the difficulty of advancing this job is insane, but the final payout could be god tier. Meanwhile, a global notification pops up on his friend's screen, announcing that someone just claimed the world's first job change achievement. Putting 2 and 2 together, the guy realizes his best friend just made history again. Immediately abandoning all his pride, he throws himself at our boy's leg, clinging to him like a desperate koala and begging to be taken under his wing. Their touching romance is violently interrupted by a nurse who clearly has 0 patience left. She is not here for autographs, she is here for the money. She coldly informs the protagonist that his hospital funds have run completely dry and he is over a month behind on payments. The friend immediately tries to play hero, offering up his payroll card with a few $1,000 on it. The main character refuses the charity. He is already calculating how to make quick cash, remembering his past life where he worked as a highly paid bodyguard for the elite. He clenches his fist, absolutely determined to never be a financial burden to anyone again. Just as the tension peaks, the nurse's phone suddenly rings. Her annoyed expression shifts to pure shock as she listens to the caller. She hangs up and happily tells our boy that his money problems are over. Someone just wired a massive sum to the hospital, completely covering his stay for the next 100 years. She adds that this VIP package also applies to the flat-top patient standing right next to him. The friend is immediately offended, loudly clarifying that he is not mentally ill and definitely not a patient, but the nurse has already walked away. Right on cue, a group of 3 people approaches down the hallway. The trio consists of a blonde guy radiating immense wealth, a green-haired girl in a white dress, and a serious-looking guy in a sharp suit. The blonde guy stops and politely asks if Mr. Rohi is around. Our boy looks at them and realizes the heavy hitters arrived much faster than he anticipated. The powerful figures from the game have already tracked him down in the real world, and the true game of influence is officially about to begin. The best friend takes one look at the approaching trio and immediately realizes his poverty logic does not apply here. Judging by their perfectly tailored suits and the general scent of massive wealth, these people are walking bank accounts. He suddenly connects the dots, figuring out these must be the mysterious benefactors who paid the hospital bills. He is just confused about why they prepaid the 100 years of fees for him too, considering his only medical condition is chronic confusion. The nurse leans in and confirms what everyone already suspects. The main character thanks her for the breaking news with totally dry energy, then turns to the VIPs and casually introduces himself. The blonde politician is completely shocked. He expects the top player in the world to be incredibly intense, not some guy in a hospital gown radiating absolute swagger. But our boy is already downloading their biographies in his head. He recognizes the blonde guy as a national conglomerate heir and a rising political star. He knows the dark-haired guy is a tech overlord who basically owns the internet and has deep military ties. Finally, he spots the green-haired girl, a powerful heiress controlling enough energy and minerals to buy a small continent. They try to offer polite introductions, but the protagonist cuts them off instantly. He tells them he knows exactly who they are and prefers to skip the pleasantries to get straight to business. The trio realizes this kid is not just a gamer. He is an absolute shark who refuses to give up control of the conversation. The heiress decides he is even more interesting than she imagined and suggests moving to a fancy private location. Our boy shuts that down immediately. He decides the nearby doctor's office is perfectly fine, turns around, and walks away without waiting for permission. The billionaires have no choice but to follow him like lost ducklings. Watching this massive power dynamic shift, the best friend decides our hero just leveled up from broke patient to mafia boss in 10 minutes flat. Suddenly, the main character points at his buddy and demands the strategy guide he handed over earlier. The friend freezes completely. Looking as guilty as a dog sitting next to a broken vase, he nervously asks if he is even qualified to join this important meeting. The protagonist instantly realizes this absolute idiot did not read a single word of the survival guide, which completely explains why he and his mom got 0 benefits in the beginner stage. Our boy is frustrated enough to mentally schedule a very painful beatdown for later, but he tells the VIPs they will understand the value of his information once the notebook arrives. While the poor doctor is forcibly evicted from his own office by a wall of bodyguards, the VIPs carefully flip through the retrieved notebook. Their heavy skepticism evaporates faster than water on a hot sidewalk. The blonde politician confirms that every monster, weakness, and hidden rule matches his terrifying experience perfectly. The tech overlord and the heiress are equally horrified and impressed, realizing everything written in the cheap notebook is absolute truth. The best friend whispers to ask if it is really real. When the protagonist confirms that listening to him would have guaranteed a spot on the global rankings, the poor guy looks like he wants to throw himself into the sun for missing a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The billionaires quickly apologize for their earlier rudeness. The heiress even calls him a brilliant prophet who knows the future. Our boy just smiles mysteriously. Internally, he knows his great prophecy is just the result of memorizing sweaty forum posts from his past life, but that desperate effort is now his ultimate trump card. Finally, the three powerful figures drop their pride and bow their heads. They admit that having their lives hang by a thread was completely terrifying, and they are desperate to survive the next round. They beg him to become their personal advisor, promising to accept absolutely any condition he names. The main character looks at them, pauses for dramatic effect, and declares that becoming their advisor is definitely on the table. The best friend stares at him with enough pure admiration to power a small city. The best friend is currently vibrating with the anticipation of a massive payday. He is fully convinced the protagonist is about to secure a mountain of cash. In his mind, money is the obvious priority, so the mom never has to work again, and more importantly, so he never has to clock in for a normal job ever again. He is already mentally planning their giant shopping spree when our boy raises three fingers. He tells the VIPs that if they want his help, they must agree to three strict conditions. The friend nods sagely, assuming his buddy is a master negotiator for tripling the price instantly. Desperate to not die in the next game, the three billionaires immediately promise to agree to absolutely anything. But when the main character drops the first condition, the mood in the room crashes. He demands they publish the beginner strategy guide across every single media platform available and give it away completely for free. The blonde politician looks like he just watched someone burn a giant pile of cash, asking if he really wants to give away a life-saving treasure for zero profit. The tech overlord points out that the commercial value of the booklet is higher than the GDP of some countries. The heiress quickly agrees, warning that it is far too dangerous to just hand out to the public. But that is when everything changes. Our boy completely shuts down their capitalist panic. He reminds them that the precious item they are arguing over is something he already gave them for free. He clarifies that his goal is not just to save three rich people, but to save as many humans as possible. He tells them point blank that if they cannot agree to this, the entire deal is off. The billionaires realize he is not bluffing at all. The tech overlord marvels that someone so immune to greed actually exists. The heiress finds herself swooning a little, deciding that a handsome man with a truly kind heart is a rare collector's item. They quickly bow and agree to spread the guide to the world immediately. Condition number 2 is for the billionaires to take the lead in creating a player management bureau. This group will regulate people with superpowers, ensuring they do not terrorize normal citizens. The VIPs agree easily, mostly because controlling the population was already on their daily to-do list. Then comes the third and final condition. The best friend is mentally screaming for our boy to ask for billions. Even the blonde politician starts sweating, wondering if the top player is about to ask for a small country or a nuclear arsenal. The protagonist takes a deep breath and simply asks for a place to live. He clarifies that it does not have to be big. He just wants to leave the psychiatric hospital and live a normal life with his mother. He even offers to just stay in the hospital forever if finding a house is too difficult. The room goes dead silent. The friend is completely appalled by this massive fumble. But the billionaires are absolutely ecstatic. They start shouting over each other, agreeing 1000% and violently fighting for the honor of buying him a home. To them, this is the cheapest, easiest way to earn the goodwill of a god-tier player. The heiress even glares at the other two, silently warning them to back off because he is hers to spoil. With the deal officially struck, our boy decides to head back to his room to stay on schedule. He casually mentions that the countdown to the next opening of Prison Day is about to begin. The VIPs look completely shocked. Right on cue, a system notification pops up for all survivors, announcing a 72-hour countdown until the nightmare restarts. The billionaires realize their special priority rights basically just mean they get to see exactly how little time they have left to live. The main character promises to write out the strategy guides for the second round once they fulfill his requests, casually telling them to make good use of their 3 days. Just as the VIPs bow respectfully, a bodyguard interrupts the meeting. He announces that someone is insisting on seeing the hero. The tech overlord tries to flex his authority, ordering the guard to make anyone wait outside. But the guard awkwardly explains that the visitor claims to be the protagonist's girlfriend. The room completely freezes. The best friend immediately feels betrayed, grabbing our boy and angrily accusing him of dating behind his back. The main character shuts him up quickly, declaring for the record that he is completely single. Despite the firm denial, a girl holding flowers walks right in. She smiles like she is the star of a romantic comedy and happily greets him. The tech overlord frowns, clearly recognizing her and annoyed by her nerve. The blonde politician wonders if this is the rumored girlfriend, and the heiress evaluates her, admitting they look somewhat compatible on the surface. But our boy recognizes her instantly. It is Coco. He remembers vividly how she left him for another guy in his past life. Back then, she laughed in his face, telling him to get lost because a mental patient had no right to like her. Everyone at school thought he had a massive crush on her, even though he just saw her as a normal friend. Now that he is the top player in the entire world, it seems she has magically decided his mental illness is not a deal-breaker after all. Back in the present, Call tries to hand our boy the bouquet of flowers with the desperate energy of someone begging for a redemption arc. She insists the flowers are for him and dramatically claims that everything in the past was entirely her fault. The blonde politician watches this terrible performance, noting the hero looks about as interested in her as a tax audit. The tech overlord mentally signals security to block the trouble, but the best friend beats them all to it. He steps right between them like a human shield, furiously asking what right she has to show up after publicly humiliating his buddy back in the day. The girl acts completely shocked, playing the innocent card and claiming she was just young and foolish. But our boy cuts straight through the drama. He points out the obvious truth. She is only standing here because she saw the global rankings. The heiress, who knows all about transactional relationships, smirks and calls her a very realistic woman. Calls shamelessly admits he is right, but then quickly pivots to emotional blackmail. She asks if he is seriously going to just leave her to die after turning her down. The best friend gets incredibly frustrated and loudly corrects her vocabulary, reminding her that she did not just turn him down, but she actively humiliated and slandered him. The protagonist decides he has had enough of this hospital hallway drama. He tells everyone to keep it down and bluntly informs Cahul that he only ever saw her as a friend and never actually liked her romantically. Cahul enters a state of pure delusion. She accuses him of being stubborn and generously offers to be his girlfriend so he will never be lonely again. Just as she tries to seal the deal, the bodyguards step in like a massive wall of muscle. She tries to scream that she is his girlfriend, but the heiress delivers a brutal verbal knockout, telling her not to flatter herself since the top player never claimed her. The guards drag her out by the arms while she screams about being his woman. The best friend sighs happily, declaring that watching her get dragged away was the most satisfying moment of his entire life. With the trash successfully taken out, our boy realizes something important. If things follow his past life's timeline, a certain someone should already be waiting in his ward. He walks back into the room and spots a girl with gray hair sitting very close to his mother. The mom explains that the girl kept her company while he was out. Our boy looks at the gray-haired girl with incredibly gentle eyes. He greets her, his voice heavy with the weight of a previous lifetime, acting like it has been forever since they last met. The girl looks at him with total confusion, pointing out that she is pretty sure she just visited last week. The main character completely ignores the timeline discrepancy. He is too busy remembering her brutal death in his previous life, where her final words were a desperate plea for him to stay alive. In this new life, he vows to never let an important person die again, pulling her into a very tight embrace. The girl is utterly confused but blushes furiously. His mom just smiles from the hospital bed like she is watching her favorite romance drama unfold. Meanwhile, the best friend stands there scratching his head, deeply sensing that something feels a bit off and wondering if just being friends involves this level of intense hugging. By evening, the hospital moves the protagonist and his mother to a massive VIP ward, proving the billionaires have some serious pull. With his mom asleep and the countdown clock showing 63 hours remaining, our boy decides to test out his new job perks. He activates his Resonance of Tools skill and touches the hospital bed. A perfectly accurate description of the object floods his mind. He feels like he is analyzing the entire structure, right down to a single screw on the left leg that is just about to come loose. He laments that there are no weapons around to test the skill's actual combat potential. But his internal monologue is suddenly interrupted. The same mysterious voice that has been itching in his brain since he was born echoes in his mind. It tells him he now possesses the qualifications to undergo a god's trial. Our boy demands to know who the voice belongs to and what qualifications it means. The entity remains totally vague, simply promising he will understand eventually. It offers him a brutal choice. He can undergo the trial or ignore it forever. The protagonist knows this entity holds the exact power he needs to defeat the evil gods. He decides that if he does not take the risk now, he never will. He bravely accepts the challenge. The shadowy figure grins, warning him that clearing the trial lets him return to the world, but failing means he will remain trapped in the trial space forever. Our boy gets instantly yanked into a different dimension that radiates a sacred and mysterious power. Being a complete pragmatist who refuses to work for free, his very first thought is not about the majesty of the cosmos. He just wonders what the loot table looks like for clearing the specific trial. The system announces the trial arena is constructed, and he finds himself staring at a massive structure that looks like a palace. The shadowy figure pops up to explain the rules, which are deceptively simple. He just has to kill his opponent within 10 minutes to win. But then the entity drops a highly cryptic hint, claiming that only wisdom that sees through everything is the true way to win. The trial begins immediately, and our boy watches his opponent arrive. It is a tall knight with long blonde hair and a literal skeleton strapped to his back. The system reveals his cheerful title is the Oathkeeper without eyes, the strongest swordsman who will never be wounded. The countdown starts at exactly 9 minutes and 59 seconds, leaving absolutely no time for pleasantries. The system grants our hero a basic sword for the fight. He figures the timing is perfect to test out his new Resonance of Tools skill. He tries to connect with the blade, hoping to analyze its atomic structure, but the skill fails completely. The system coldly informs him the object is not a real tool, meaning the sword is just a pixelated illusion. The protagonist realizes that if the weapon is completely fake, there is no point in holding back. He decides to push straight through and speedrun the encounter. The Oathkeeper attacks with the terrifying ferocity of the strongest swordsman, swinging a massive greatsword with blinding speed. Our boy blocks the heavy hits. He is impressed by the raw power, but he quickly spots a massive opening in the knight's finishing move. Deciding the fight is already over, our hero launches a counterattack that should be instantly fatal. He slices right through the knight, fully expecting a victory screen. That should have solved the problem. Instead, absolutely nothing happens. The strongest swordsman takes 0 damage because he physically cannot be wounded. Our boy realizes that trying to kill this guy with a blade is like trying to put out a house fire with gasoline. He has to defeat him in a completely different way. As he dodges another heavy strike, the clock ticks down to 4 minutes and 21 seconds. He quickly replays the cryptic hint in his head about wisdom seeing through everything. He looks closely at the skeleton strapped to the knight's back and realizes the Oathkeeper's entire existence is defined by protecting that specific person. Watching from the sidelines, the Shadow is convinced our boy is not worthy yet because he cannot overpower the unkillable guardian. The countdown drops to 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Finally, our boy figures out the puzzle. Instead of aiming for the knight's heart, he slashes directly at his face, cleanly cutting the cloth that covers the warrior's eyes. The Shadow is completely stunned that he did not go for a kill shot. Now that the Oathkeeper can actually see, our hero commands him to open his eyes and look at the brutal reality of his situation. He forces the knight to realize that the person he swore to protect has long since become nothing but a pile of dead calcium. The Oathkeeper looks over his shoulder, sees the rotting skeleton, and his entire purpose shatters. Without his sacred oath, he simply disintegrates into dust. Standing amidst the fading particles, the protagonist explains that the answer was hidden in the setup all along. The unkillable guardian could only collapse when he saw that his oath had already failed, and the weapon given at the start was just a giant red herring meant to mislead him. With 51 seconds left on the clock, he calls out the Shadow for fighting in the mist. The figure steps forward, admitting that the clearer something is, the harder it is to see through. The entity confirms our boy has officially passed the test and declares him worthy of the true blessing, leaving the hero to wonder exactly what kind of god-tier power he is about to receive. Just as our boy thinks he cleared the level, he gets engulfed in a blinding blue light. Apparently, the previous fight was just the warm-up tutorial. The shadowy figure informs him that the real trial is starting right now. To earn the blessing, he has to withstand the raw, unfiltered source of divine power. This involves taking a direct mental hit from the collective consciousness of all living beings, including every prayer, every scream of pain, every burst of joy, and every angry internet comment from billions of lives all at once. The protagonist is immediately flooded with the deafening noise of humanity, hearing everything from wedding bells to the cries of newborns. He quickly realizes this divine power is heavily fueled by faith. Instead of being crushed by the massive psychic weight of the entire planet, he starts laughing like a total maniac. The thrill of gaining this overwhelming power is completely intoxicating, because he knows this is exactly the kind of juice he needs to fight the invading evil gods. The Shadow watches him closely, fully expecting him to fold like a cheap lawn chair. But our boy just grins and asks if that is all he has got. The entity is highly impressed, admitting the hero is indeed the chosen one, and officially grants him the blessing. The Shadow adds that once our boy remembers the true name of the god, the ultimate blessing will finally descend. Our boy quickly asks for the name, but the trial space dissolves before he gets an answer. He wakes up back in his hospital bed. A system notification pops up and clears everything up. He received a special blessing called Seraph Gabriel, which grants him permanent immunity to all mental type effects. He realizes with a massive shock that the mental illness that plagued his entire life was actually his direct connection to Gabriel all along. The power to save the world was hidden deep inside his own medical diagnosis. He barely has time to process this massive revelation before reality kicks back in. The countdown clock shows exactly 23 hours and 49 minutes left. His best friend is currently vibrating with excitement. He shoves a screen in the hero's face, showing a full simulation video of the game stage. The friend is so incredibly hyped he is practically climbing onto the hospital bed. The protagonist bonks him on the head, firmly reminding him that this is a hospital, not a loud gaming cafe. The friend apologizes, but eagerly points out how realistic the combat simulation is. The mom watches them bicker and smiles warmly, thinking their friendship is incredibly sweet, completely unaware her son is currently plotting to save the universe. The main character checks the news and realizes the billionaire trio worked incredibly fast. In less than 2 days, the strategy guides are everywhere online, and the official player management task force is already established. He wonders if the storm he kicked up will help humanity prepare before the next disaster hits. Suddenly, A nurse rushes into the room to tell him he needs to come outside immediately because his ride has arrived. The best friend looks out the window, and his jaw hits the floor. It is not just a single car, but a massive motorcade of limousines with enough bodyguards to successfully invade a small country. The heiress sends a quick message asking the friend to let the protagonist know they are here to take him to his new home. The buddy turns to our boy with literal stars in his eyes, confirming the billionaires actually came through with the prize. Our boy gets out of bed, perfectly ready to go, but his mom is highly skeptical. She looks at the intimidating fleet of black cars and whispers that they really should not be involved if this is about illegal crime. Our hero gently reassures her that he has not done anything illegal. He explains he is just in the middle of saving the world. The mom looks confused, thinking her son is just saying strange things again. He takes a bite of an apple and thinks that one day, they will all know the truth. They arrive at the very first housing option. It is a massive villa that looks exactly like a luxury private resort. The blonde politician presents it proudly, explaining that it is a highly private property surrounded by mountains and water, complete with its very own organic farmland. He adds that it comes with 16 bodyguards and 8 housekeepers working in shifts around the clock to ensure total comfort. The best friend's eyes turn into giant dollar signs as he tries to calculate the value of a house that literally has no market price. The blonde smoothly states that if the hero likes it, it is his completely free of charge. The friend is ready to pack his bags and move in immediately. But our boy takes one look at the massive estate and casually says he will go look at the other options. The blonde politician is absolutely crushed, completely unable to read the top player's taste. The best friend looks like he just watched someone throw a winning lottery ticket directly into a fire. However, the tech overlord is secretly thrilled. He flashes a huge grin, thinking his time has finally come, fully convinced that no hot-blooded man could ever turn down the house he personally picked out. Next up is the tech overlord. He steps forward with the confidence of a man who has never heard the word no. He pitches a luxury penthouse overlooking the entire city. The best friend is instantly sold. He stares out the window with stars in his eyes, completely loving the main character energy. But the billionaire is not done yet. He claps his hands to reveal the real bonus feature. 10 stunning housekeepers walk in, looking like runway models. They bow in perfect unison and call our boy their master. The friend practically loses his soul. He blushes like a tomato and mumbles about goddesses. The other 2 VIPs watch this display in pure horror. They are secretly jealous they did not think of the harem strategy first. The tech overlord flashes a huge grin, totally convinced no hot-blooded guy could refuse the setup. But that is when things take a surprising turn. The protagonist watches the scene like a boring video game cutscene. He just flatly says to show in the next one. The tech billionaire is shocked into absolute silence. The heiress just smiles, realizing this guy is built completely different. Now it is her turn. She leads them away from the flashy skyscrapers and straight into a modest, older neighborhood. She admits she did her homework and asks if he recognizes the street. Our hero is totally stunned. The friend suddenly realizes this is where the protagonist lived as a kid, right before they sold the house to pay for medical bills. The 2 male billionaires instantly know they lost the war. This is not just a building. It is a massive nostalgia bomb. The heiress explains she tracked the place down, bought it back, and restored it perfectly. Seeing the real heart she put into the project, the main character accepts the offer immediately. She beams like she just won the lottery, while the politician sighs in total defeat. With the housing crisis finally solved, Rohi turns to his buddy and asks for the item. The heiress asks what he means. The friend casually pulls a crumpled piece of paper out of his wristband like a piece of trash. He hands over the complete strategy guide for all second-tier stages. This document is worth more than human life, and he just kept it tucked against his sweaty wrist. The heiress is totally horrified by the lack of care, but the protagonist gives her very strict instructions. This guide is not for everyone. She must only give it to truly promising players. He explains that handing out the answer key will just create weak fighters who die later. He needs elite allies to save the world. Hearing the massive scale of his ambition, the billionaires stare at him in pure awe. The game countdown finally begins. We cut back to the front, who is packed for the apocalypse. He wears a massive backpack stuffed with supplies. He tells the mom they are going on an adventure. When she asks where, he cheerfully lies that they are visiting another world. It is technically true, but also terrifying. The system timer hits 0, and the teleportation starts. Fading away, our boy warns his buddy that there is no carrying this time. He must clear his own state. The friend is not scared at all and promises to get his name on the global rankings. The main character lands in the D-rank stage called Frozen Apartments. He notes it is exactly the same as his previous life. The system tells players to find a boss and defeat it within 5 minutes. Our hero knows this is a complete trap designed to kill idiots. To actually clear the stage, you have to trust a teammate. One person lures the top floor boss, the other lures the basement boss, and they make them fight in the middle. The problem is, this exact mechanic is how he got stabbed in the back last time. His trust issues are flaring up big time. He needs the most reliable person he knows. He activates his permanent team-building card. Suddenly, Xian materializes right in front of him. The gray-haired girl looks around in total confusion, wondering where on earth she just landed. Our boy looks at the confused girl and casually drops a massive bomb. He is the one who dragged her into this personal nightmare. In the original timeline, her first game was a survival horror show on a remote island. It gave her enough deep trauma to fuel a lifetime of therapy. He refused to let her suffer that torment again, so he pulled her into the frozen apartments instead. If you were going to be traumatized, you might as well do it with a friend. She asks how he knows about the island, but a blue system window cuts her off, welcoming her to the stage. She stares at the screen, instantly recognizing the prison day game from all the crazy viral videos. Rohi confirms it is real. He tells her straight up that he needs a completely trustworthy teammate right now. In exactly 90 seconds, the hallway doors will open to reveal some truly terrifying things. She looks down at his outstretched hand, and a core memory suddenly unlocks. She remembers being a beaten-up little orphan. Our hero had reached out with that exact same hand and asked her to play. Back then, that hand was her absolute lifeline. Nothing has changed in the present. She grabs his hand without any hesitation, fully agreeing to play this deadly game. The main character double-checks to see if she remembers his briefing. She confirms she memorized everything. This is not just a building. It is a vertical maze where monsters pop out like cheap jump scares. To win, they must lure the top boss and the basement boss to meet in the middle. He nods, totally pleased that his teammate actually listens to instructions, unlike a certain best friend. He kicks open the door to the hallway. A brutal blast of freezing air hits them instantly, proving the stage title is very literal. Our boy promises it will feel much warmer once they snag some stack cards, and he leads the way. Right on cue, a shivering man holding a knife steps out of the shadows. He spots them, and his face lights up with relief. He acts totally honest and dependable, thanking God for finding other humans. Unfortunately for him, the protagonist recognizes him immediately. This is the exact scumbag who betrayed him in his past life. Back then, this guy played the friendly teammate, hid during the boss fight, and stabbed our hero in the back to steal his loot. Right now, the traitor suggests they team up, while secretly plotting to murder our boy and keep the girl for entertainment. The guy flashes a fake smile, saying they need to stick together in such a screwed-up game. Our boy internally agrees while remembering the painful stab wound from his past life. He decides to return the favor a little early. Without a single word of warning, he stabs the guy directly in the chest. The traitor stares at the knife in total disbelief. The main character just leaves him bleeding on the floor to fend for himself, exactly like he did in the previous timeline. He turns to Ciala and asks if she has any questions. Being the ultimate ride-or-die companion, she simply says no. She blindly trusts that he has his reasons. As they walk away from the dying man, a hidden observer watches from the shadows. This is the 33rd ranked player in the world. He read the strategy guide and knows the protagonist is number 1. He is completely confused why a hero who shares free guides would just stab a random person. He decides our boy's methods are impossible to read, but definitely worth watching. Our boy leads Xialan to a nearby room, telling her not to worry because monsters are definitely hiding inside. Almost immediately, a creepy creature called the Hanging Thrush Wife drops from the ceiling. It looks like a giant spider made of nightmares. It is a level 5 monster, and Xiao instinctively hides behind the hero in pure terror. The monster hisses, looking completely ready to attack, but our boy just looks annoyed. He tells the monster to shut up because it is too noisy, then delivers a single, disrespectful slap. The hit kills the creature instantly. He casually collects a stamina card from the corpse. Xiao stares at him in absolute shock, asking if he is always this brutal when fighting monsters. Our girl is currently rebooting her brain, and her priorities are honestly fascinating. She watched our boy turn a human traitor into a shish kebab 5 minutes ago without blinking an eye. But apparently, slapping a giant spider is where she draws the line. Murdering a treacherous human is totally fine, but disrespecting a monster is absolute brutality. The protagonist sighs and corrects her. He explains that not all enemies are this squishy. That ceiling spider was basically a level 1 pinata. This reality check sends the girl into a spiral of horror. She starts imagining massive, movie-level monsters squeezing into this tiny apartment complex. He hands her the stamina card and tells her to use it with her mind. It sounds like weird advice from a shady yoga instructor, but it actually works. A bright golden aura flares up around her. Her level rises to 1, and suddenly, the freezing hallway feels a lot more like room temperature. Highly impressed by his knowledge, she asks if he knows the game so well because he actually enjoys playing it. Our boy stops dead in his tracks. The mood drops even faster than the thermometer. He tells her with zero humor that there is absolutely nothing fun about this game, and his only goal is to destroy it completely. She does not fully understand the dark trauma behind his eyes, but she decides to support him anyway with the blind loyalty of a golden retriever. Suddenly, a monster bursts right through the wall, trying to catch our girl off guard. The main character intercepts it midair, grabs it by the neck, and crushes it like an empty soda can. He checks his hand and clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. There is no loot. He explains that regular card drops are just random garbage, but the floor boss always guarantees something good. They need to keep moving. As they walk, they pass other players who are currently panic spiraling. The corridor is a tricky maze with no stairs, leaving everyone trapped like rats in a giant freezer. Our boy drops some crucial game lore. The temperature in the frozen apartments drops by 1 degree every 5 minutes. It starts at 6 degrees, but give it half an hour, and it will be below 0. Eventually, even players with great stats will turn into human popsicles if they do not find the boss and open the door. He navigates the maze with total confidence, completely unaware he is being watched. The guy with the ponytail and glasses is still trailing them. The 33rd ranked player analyzes the hero's every move, wondering how the hell he acts like a built-in GPS. He decides to just let the number 1 player lead the way. The protagonist knows the boss likes to hide, so he needs to make some serious noise. Luckily, a volunteer for the loudest idiot presents himself immediately. A thug with messy red hair and cheap piercings blocks their path. He aggressively demands to know if this is the famous Rohi. Sia asks if our boy knows him. Our hero hits the thug with the ultimate disrespect, flatly stating he has never seen him before in his life. The thug completely explodes. He screams that he is a big deal on the global rankings. He probably announces he is ranked 783, but demands to be called Young Master Key. The main character looks at him like he just grew a second head and casually asks what his rank was again. In the background, the stalker cringes so hard he almost pulls a muscle. Frustrated that his 3-digit rank is not commanding total respect, the thug declares he is here to steal first place. He jumps in for a cheap sucker punch, screaming that our boy's top rank is just dumb luck. But that should have been obvious. The protagonist casually slaps him away like a noisy mosquito. He tells rank 785 to go hide in a corner, because he is busy. He intentionally gets the number wrong just to twist the knife. The thug completely snaps. He pulls out a dagger and orders his goons to jump the number 1 player for his loot. Our boy realizes these guys are not inherently evil, just terminally stupid, so he decides against killing them. Instead, he rips a heavy metal bar right off the wall, fully prepared to give them the painful schooling their parents clearly neglected. Our boy is currently looking for a way to make enough noise to lure out the local floor boss. He decides a heavy metal bar is the perfect tuning fork for the job. He activates his Resonance of Tools skill. The system immediately roasts him by rating the weapon as E-rank useless trash. He is not bothered at all. He realizes this skill is basically a built-in appraiser for any weird junk he finds, and repeated use will eventually boost his strength anyway. The red-haired punk is fully convinced the protagonist is just arrogant for not drawing his real sword. He tries to rally his goons to charge forward, but his squad is having a collective cowardice crisis. They push each other toward the front like they are trying to avoid touching a radioactive spider. The punk gets fed up with his useless team. He decides that being World No. 1 is just an empty title he is about to snatch for himself. Our boy watches this ridiculous tantrum unfold. He realizes that if he wants to cause a loud commotion, hitting the guy with the biggest ego is the most efficient choice. He delivers a solid smack directly to the punk's head. The hit sends the thug to his knees trembling, and produces a scream so incredibly satisfying that our boy actually compliments the vocal performance. Right on cue, the floor boss decides to join the loud party. It drops down and wraps around the red-haired loudmouth like a hungry python. The goons instantly start shouting for someone else to step up and be the hero. Xiao watches the chaos in total confuso. The main character casually explains that this overgrown weed is the exact key to moving forward. He tells her to stay close but warns her to avoid any sudden sprints. While he focuses on the upcoming fight, our girl is having a private cinematic experience in her head. As a massive fan of superhero movies, she's already imagining her stunts going through the roof. She pictures herself as a one-woman Avengers squad with enough power to save the world in absolute style. Watching safely from the sidelines, the strategist with the ponytail is absolutely mesmerized by our hero's brutal efficiency. He decides that finding a way onto this team is his new full-time job, even if he has to pay a premium subscription fee for it. Meanwhile, the goons are still trying to aggressively threaten the boss from a very safe distance, but the level 8 man-eating flower is not interested in their brave speeches. It is a literal mountain of plant-based ugliness with a face made of pure bad intentions, and it starts clearing the room with zero effort. The red-haired punk finds himself desperately begging for a miracle. And somehow our boy delivers. He jumps high into the air and snatches the loudmouth right out of the monster's jaws, saving him from a very messy end. The punk is currently having a massive crisis of identity. He actually feels more humiliated by being saved than he would have been if he just became organic fertilizer. The protagonist tells him to stop playing the victim and just keep grinding. He promises that if the thug ever manages to hit the top 10 rankings, they can finally have a real fight. That completely changes everything. The punk is suddenly a total believer, loudly swearing he will make it to the top. Behind them, the boss disintegrates into a pile of shiny loot. With the path clear, the system offers a fun exit choice. They can go upstairs to fight mutated creatures, or downstairs for a date with terrifying death things. Our girl is currently struggling to keep a straight face. She is a massive secret horror enthusiast who thinks monsters and ghosts are the absolute height of entertainment. She tries to hide her huge smile so she does not look like a total psycho, but she secretly wishes she could visit both floors at once. Just as they debate the choice, the guy with the glasses and ponytail finally stops lurking in the shadows. He confidently introduces himself as Lou and reveals he is ranked 34 in the world. He promises to be the most useful teammate on the planet if they just let him join the squad. Our boy smiles warmly at the ponytail strategist, acting like he just spotted the one person in a crowd who actually knows where the exit is. Lou is currently ranked 34 in the entire world. That is a massive flex considering the hundreds of thousands of people suffering through the game right now. Naturally, the red-haired punk is completely unimpressed. He is still convinced his own rank of 700 is just a temporary setback on his way to the top 10. In reality, the main character has been completely aware of Lou for quite some time. He recognizes the man as the legendary savior who pulled him back from the brink of death in his previous life. Back then, Lou bravely led the way through this exact stage. Even though he eventually died in the original timeline, our boy has never forgotten the massive debt he owes him. Lou politely asks if there is an issue with him joining. The punk sneers, totally convinced the number 1 player would never want to team up with a mid-tier scrub. Our hero shuts that absolute nonsense down immediately. He tells Lou he is exactly the kind of powerhouse they meet on the squad. Wanting to prove his worth, Lou tries to offer some valuable attribute cards as a token of respect, but the protagonist firmly declines. He is currently operating on a PhD in repaying favors and is definitely not about to charge his old savior for the privilege of helping. Instead, Lou hands the glowing cards over to our girl. She accepts them with literal stars in her eyes, already mentally shopping for her future superhero cape. Lou thinks to himself that a leader who refuses free loot is either a noble saint or terrifyingly capable, and he is definitely leaning toward both. The redhead tries to shoot his shot and join the team one more time, but the main character hits him with a harsh command to scram, followed by a death glare that effectively cancels the punk's subscription to self-confidence. With the trash taken out, they head down the stairs. Lou asks for the tactical lowdown on the stage. Being a walking Wikipedia of survival, our boy casually explains the layout. It is a tricky 7-floor vertical maze. His grand plan is a masterpiece of tactical laziness. They're going to head straight down to the basement, pull the final boss's aggro, and then drag it all the way up to the top floor. That way, the 2 final bosses will just kill each other while the players watch the fireworks. Lou is completely stunned by the strategy. He realizes that only a player with overwhelming strength could treat a terrifying final boss like a personal errand boy just to minimize the risk to his team. Our girl suddenly realizes that our boy's original plan was to do all this heavy lifting completely solo just to keep her safe. He openly admits her safety is his absolute top priority. This leaves her feeling exactly like the female lead in a high-stakes romance novel. However, the romantic atmosphere is quickly ruined by the brutal temperature, which is dropping faster than a lead balloon. They reach the 2nd floor and find it is already a literal freezer. But that is not all they find. Standing in the cold is the boss, Hound King Eris. It is a massive level 10 beast with stats that make a normal human look like a dog treat. The protagonist draws his sword and tells the team to stay back while he handles the main event. While our boy is busy clashing with the giant wolf, a group of smaller monsters called Frost Thrashers decide to target the rest of the group. Lou proudly reveals he is the 9th generation head of 8 trigram palms. This completely explains why he is suddenly slapping mobs around like they owe him money. He gets all set to play the knight in shining armor for our girl, but that should have been unnecessary. He is completely shocked to see her jumping right into the fray and deleting monsters all by herself. She is currently running high on her new stat boosts, quickly realizing that fighting monsters is a lot easier when you have the raw strength of a small forklift. Lou is officially impressed, realizing that even the Noble 1 player's +1 is an absolute force of nature. Our boy is currently dancing around the floor boss like he is playing a high-stakes rhythm game. He dodges every massive lunge while noting the beast has an opening bigger than a holiday sale. He lands a strike from the side, but the strategist watches from the sidelines completely confused. Lou does the math and realizes the main character has had 50 chances to turn this boss into a rug, yet he keeps intentionally avoiding the vital spots. As the temperature drops fast enough to turn their breath into ice cubes, Lou wonders if our hero actually lost his mind. If they do not finish this soon, they are all going to end up as human popsicles. In reality, our boy is playing the long game. He knows killing the basement boss normally will just make the creature go berserk and drop terrible rewards. His actual goal is to trigger a hidden story event that only happens if you shave the monster's health down to exactly 1% without finishing it off. Sounds simple, right? Not exactly. Suddenly, the Hound King Eris decides it is done playing tag. It gathers massive power to unleash a violent wind blast that looks ready to delete everything in the room. The strategist panics and shouts for the protagonist to find cover before he gets blown into the next zip code. But our boy just tells them to protect themselves and the girl. Lou screams internally, because taking that attack head-on is a great way to end your subscription to life. Still, having pledged loyalty to his new boss, he decides to trust the process. He grabs the girl and retreats to a safe corner, barely avoiding a gust of wind that would have sent them both on a permanent vacation. Once the air clears, the girl nearly has a heart attack. She fears our boy has been turned into confetti and tries to run back into the fight. Lou holds her back, reminding her about their specific orders to stay put. She wonders if anyone can actually survive that level of chaos alone. But just as the wind dies down, the hero's voice rings out. He casually tells them to come out of hiding like he just finished checking the mail. They walk back into the room and find a terrifying boss flattened on the ground with exactly 1% of its health remaining. It suffers from an absolute weakness status effect, looking less like a king and more like a very tired rug. The girl stares with her eyeballs practically sweating with relief, insisting our hero looks exactly like a movie superhero. Meanwhile, the strategist feels like a complete amateur. He realizes he was worried about a man who clearly holds a PhD in monster management. Our boy pulls his sword out of the beast and announces it is time to trigger the hidden quest. He offers to take the creature to see its original master, and the giant wolf actually agrees. A system window pops up confirming Eris wants to join the party. The protagonist hits accept faster than a hungry person ordering pizza. This kicks off the hidden quest, granting the team a special buff and a completely disrespectful 50% increase to all final rewards. The loot starts raining down. The main character snags attribute cards to boost his strength and stamina. He also scores a D-rank storage ring that holds 5 cubic meters of items. That is basically a dream come true for someone tired of carrying everything by hand. After using his new stat cards, his power climbs even higher, making him a walking cheat code. He turns around to check on his new party member. Shockingly, the giant, terrifying wolf has shrunk down into a tiny, fluffy puppy. The girl immediately loses her mind over the cuteness, wondering how this tiny furball was just trying to eat them. Our boy teases her by offering to turn it back into its scary form, instantly giving her the chills. He laughs and explains this adorable state is the creature's true form. The evil gods are simply masters at turning cute things into absolute nightmare fuel. The girl finally sees why the protagonist is so determined to destroy this twisted game. Just then, a door opens and a massive meow echoes through the freezing halls. Lou thinks they found a stray cat, but the little puppy in the girl's arms starts growling like its life depends on it. Our boy corrects them immediately. That is definitely not a cat, but the 9th floor boss. He grabs his sword, more than ready to introduce the new puppy to its old friend. The squad descends to the 2nd basement level, where the temperature is dropping faster than a bad habit. It sits at a crisp -0 and drops 2 degrees every single minute. The universe is basically telling them to hurry up or become permanent ice sculptures. They are immediately greeted by a pack of level 9 undead monsters that look like they have had a very long, very cold day. The girl notices the neighborhood getting crowded. Our boy confirms that the closer they get to the final boss, the more annoying the monsters become. This stage is officially making the beginner levels look like a weekend at a spa. Just as the monsters prepare to charge, Lou decides it is his time to shine. The strategist steps forward with the total confidence of a man who just discovered his family's secret martial arts give him a massive stat boost. He insists the protagonist should save his energy for the boss while he handles the manual labor. Our boy watches the strategist move with level 8 agility, noting that talent really does grow faster when it has a good leader to follow. Lou tells the duo to stay right behind him, looking every bit the reliable protector. The girl is instantly impressed by his sudden glow-up. However, the strategist gets a little too comfortable. He totally fails to notice 2 monsters sneaking up on him like a pair of bad decisions. The girl nearly has a heart attack, but our boy stays perfectly calm and simply tells Lou to lower his head. Trusting his leader, the strategist ducks just in time. The main character completely deletes both monsters from existence with a single, disrespectful swing of his blade. Luke stares at the aftermath in pure shock. He realizes that no matter how much he levels up, our hero is playing a completely different game. The girl can only watch in awe, thinking his power levels are getting officially ridiculous. They finally reach the floor boss. The Deer and Cat King is essentially a giant ball of fluff and murder. The girl immediately calls it cute, making Lou wonder if she is actually seeing the same mountain-sized predator he is. Our boy knows this cat packs enough agility to make his own speed look like a buffering video, so he decides to stop fighting fair. He reaches out and asks the girl to hand over the puppy. Holding the tiny furball in one hand and his sword in the other, He explains his trick. Bringing the former boss to fight its old friend triggers a hidden rule that basically turns the Cat King's stats into a tragedy. The puppy lets out a tiny roar. Right on cue, a system window confirms the Cat King's agility and strength are being violently evicted from its body. With the boss thoroughly debuffed, the protagonist tells the other two to handle the smaller mobs while he takes the lead. He jumps right into the fray, clearing out the distractions and launching the puppy at the giant cat like a tactical coupon, with the boss's defense completely shattered. Our boy slashes it down to exactly 1% health. Instead of finishing it off, he offers the giant cat a spot in the party so it can reunite with its master. The Cat King takes one look at its puppy friend and decides to join the squad. This officially turns the party into a high-level petting zoo. The rewards start rolling in heavily. The main character scores attribute cards that push his strength to a staggering level 15. He also snags an incomplete upgrade core, an item so insanely rare he is genuinely surprised it dropped. He realizes he can use it to upgrade the vulnerability of his gear, making him even harder to kill. With the two bosses recruited, the entire party gains a massive buff called Former Close Companions. It boosts their defense and strength while giving them a 50% chance to awaken the final boss's memories. The girl and Lou feel like they just hit the absolute jackpot, especially with that 50% bonus to all final rewards. As the door to the next floor opens, our boy walks toward the final challenge. He notes they are finally heading toward a boss he can actually kill the old-fashioned way. The squad descends into what looks like a literal ice cave. Just standing still makes you feel like your soul is trying to take a permanent vacation. While the strategist complains that the cold is actually painful, our boy stays completely locked in on his blue vein sword. He decides it is time to use that incomplete upgrade core. The weapon instantly evolves into a terrifying growth-type beast. The sword's exclusive attack is now in its second stage, meaning whenever the blade's nodes glow red, the hero's strength effectively jumps up by 2 massive levels. But the main character is not done yet. Having reached level 15, he triggers the sword's special trait to draw a second unique skill. It is basically a high-stakes gotcha pull, complete with a purple and pink light show that only he can see. He strikes gold, snagging a B+ rank skill called Surging Wind. This gives him a massive 5-level boost to his agility. He officially moves from fast to blurring your vision, making him a very straightforward and deadly speedster. They finally hit the bottom floor, which is absolutely crawling with level 12 frost monsters. Our boy decides to delegate the manual labor. He tells the strategist and the girl to stay behind and farm the mobs for experience while he goes to lure the boss over. The strategist realizes our boy always intended to solo the main event, while the girl just thinks they are there to be the cheerleading squad. The protagonist hands over the two puppies, telling them to clear the area and pump their stats while he plays bait. The second her boy disappears into the shadows, the entire vibe changes. A monster tries to sneak up on the girl, but instead of screaming for help, she charges up with a terrifying aura and punches the creature square in the face. It turns out she has not just been sitting around. She trained her fists for over 10 years. She starts tearing through the mobs with a serious, determined face that would make a drill sergeant sweat. The strategist is absolutely floored. He realizes the girl only plays the helpless role when the hero is around, but the second he is gone, she becomes a one-woman demolition crew. Inspired by her sudden shift into boss mode, Lou decides to get serious too. The two of them turn the hallway into a monster-free zone, leveling up significantly. Meanwhile, our boy stands directly in front of the final basement boss, the Frozen Shade Maiden. She is a D+ rank nightmare with a serious craving for blood and the ability to spam 6 deadly ice spikes every 3 seconds. Our boy tries to use the two puppies to trigger her human memories, but the system delivers a big fat failure notice. He is not even mad though. He never expected her deep trauma to be that easy to fix. He just needs to buy time for his friends to finish their level grinding. With his new Surging Wind skill active, he dodges her ice spikes like he is playing a game of tag he cannot possibly lose. Back at the farm site, the duo successfully wipes out every single monster in sight. Suddenly, they hear a sound like a massive hammer pounding the ground, and it is getting closer. The strategist goes on high alert, but the girl immediately drops her killer instinct face. She starts blushing and fixing her hair to look pretty for the hero's return. Lou silently judges her for having a personality that flips faster than a pancake. Just then, our boy bursts into view with the giant maiden boss hot on his heels. The duo is completely shocked by the size of the final boss, but the protagonist does not stop to chat. He tells them to move their feet immediately, because they are not fighting here. They are kiting this giant lady all the way back to the very top floor. The squad is currently sprinting up the endless apartment stairs with a massive, bloodthirsty boss hot on their heels. The Frozen Shade Maiden is relentlessly chasing them, violently screaming that she wants the main character's blood. Seeing the danger, the ponytail strategist steps up. Lou offers to stay behind and tank the terrifying attacks so our boy can get a few seconds of rest. But the protagonist immediately shuts that noble idea down. He explains that the boss's targeting system is already hard-locked onto him. From the monster's perspective, our hero is glowing with a bright red aura, and it absolutely will not switch targets until it kills him. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl notes that Lu always says the most terrifying things in the calmest possible way. But unfortunately, their problems are only beginning. The stairs ahead are completely packed with a massive horde of monsters. Our boy knows the brutal truth of the stage. Until the final boss actually dies, these smaller mobs will just keep respawning endlessly to drain the player's stamina. He prepares to draw his sword, but his team beats him to it. Lu and the girl step firmly to the front, loudly demanding that the protagonist stay back and save his energy. The girl fiercely declares she is not afraid of these things anymore. The two of them launch forward and instantly start deleting the mobs with brutal efficiency. Watching them clear the path, our boy smiles, realizing his new teammates have grown incredibly strong in a very short amount of time. Meanwhile, back down in the basement levels, the regular players are having a completely miserable time. People are crying, struggling to catch their breath, and complaining that the monsters hit way too hard and the freezing cold is unbearable. Amidst all this suffering, the red-haired punk with the cheap piercings is currently trying to have a main character moment. Rank 738 in the world, he puffs out his chest while his teammates shower him with praise, calling him the future #1 player. The redhead smugly tells his squad to stop whining over little things and watch how a real professional handles the game. But that is when everything changes. A massive, terrifying roar echoes through the building. The ground shakes so violently that one of the teammates completely panics, thinking a massive earthquake just hit the apartment. But earthquakes do not usually bounce up the stairs. The squad turns around and spots our hero's trio sprinting back up the steps at full speed. The redhead is totally confused. The strategy clearly stated the final boss was at the bottom, so he wonders why the strongest player is running away. Then, the massive frozen shade maiden crushes into view, screaming for blood. The Red Hat's team sees the boss's insane stats and immediately freaks out, realizing this is not an earthquake, but the ultimate monster. Lu spots the frozen players blocking the stairs and loudly shouts at them to get out of the way or die. But the red-haired punk refuses to drop his tough guy act. He acts completely smug and mighty, probably declaring that the future #1 player will never take a single step back. His teammates cheer for his incredible bravery as he dramatically invites the monster to attack him. That should have been an epic standoff. Instead, our boy's trio simply runs right over him, literally trampling the rat head and knocking him completely unconscious without slowing down. Looking back at the flattened punk, the protagonist casually explains that once a boss locks onto a target, it completely ignores everyone else. So if the idiot had just stood perfectly still, he would have been completely fine. Lu thighs, realizing he definitely overthought the danger. As they continue rushing up the stairs, a system window pops up, warning them they are about to face the material apartment creatures. The girl asks if the upper floor bosses have hidden roles just like the ones in the basement. Our boy says no, explaining that the design is completely different. The upper bosses are actually the things the top floor boss hates the absolute most. He drops the heavy lore, revealing that the top floor boss is the father of the bottom floor boss. He explains their incredibly tragic story. On the day the father's wife gave birth, they encountered a terrible quack doctor, and she died without receiving proper treatment. The father was forced to work constantly, leaving his young daughter to grow up lonely with only her cats and dogs for company. Despite the hardship, she grew up healthy and strong, but one day while waiting for her father to come home, she was brutally hit by a modified truck and died right in front of his eyes. The evil gods who created Prison Day captured their broken souls and trapped them in this building forever. The intense resentment in their souls is the core of the stage. The only way to clear it is to drag the daughter up to meet her father so they can see each other one last time. Hearing this nightmare fuel, the girl pities the family, while Luke angrily declares the game's creator is an absolute bastard. They finally reach the top floor, where the surviving players are currently fighting for their lives against a terrifying mini-boss. The monster is Quack Dr. Chencho, a level 10 chainsaw maniac with massive strength and stamina who has killed countless patients. The girl notes that he definitely does not look like a normal medical professional. The players are screaming and asking how they can possibly beat this nightmare. But our hero does not waste a single second. He tells everyone to get down, draws his blue vein sword, and unleashes a massive slash. He completely deletes the level 10 boss in one single, effortless hit. The other players are left in absolute shock, wondering if this insane powerhouse is one of the big shots on the global rankings. But their awe quickly turns back to pure terror. The bottom floor boss, the Frozen Shade Maiden, finally crashes into the room. The players scream, fully convinced they are all going to die. But the maiden completely ignores them, running straight past the crowd and shouting at our boy that he cannot escape. The players realize the trio lured the ultimate boss all the way up here, meaning they actually cleared every single floor below. Right on cue, the final mini-boss spawns in. It is the modified truck driver, a massive level 11 brute whose reckless illegal modifications caused the tragic accident. The main character jumps straight into the air and effortlessly one-shots this monster in an instant as well. Hidden deep in the shadows, a mysterious figure with glowing red eyes watches the absolute massacre unfold. The evil god is completely furious. The deity notes that our boy is clearing the stage even faster than the absolute shortest time limit designed by the creators. Watching the hero completely break their carefully crafted nightmare, the evil god angrily realizes these players are dangerous anomalies. The squad is officially on the top floor of the frozen apartments, but the welcoming committee is absolutely terrible. The hallways are packed with level 10 mutated freaks. Having seen plenty of these ugly monsters already, our boy does not even hesitate. He charges straight toward the massive horde. He orders the ponytail strategist and the gray-haired girl to rush past the mobs and get through the heavy door at the end of the hall. That door leads directly to the top floor boss. He confidently tells them to keep moving forward and leave the absolute mess of monsters to him. Lu and Xia completely trust their leader. They agree without missing a single beat. While the protagonist becomes a one-man meat grinder, violently slashing through any freak foolish enough to block the path, the duo successfully reaches the boss room. They push the heavy doors open and step inside. Lu announces they finally found the final boss domain. Right on cue, a red system notification flashes in front of them. It welcomes them to the domain of the Frozen Calamity. This D+ ranked nightmare is rocking level 15 strength, level 16 stamina, level 19 agility, and a special skill called Frozen Breath that lets it blast freezing air at will. It is a massive, muscular monstrosity that looks completely terrifying. The girl nervously asks if this giant thing is really the final boss. Lu stares at the beast in complete confusion. He notes that it looks entirely different from what he imagined a tragic, grieving father would look like. But that is when everything changes. The girl suddenly feels something is very wrong and asks what is happening. A brand new red system window pops up right in their faces. It loudly declares that until the player outside fulfills a specific condition, the heavy doors cannot be opened again. The duo is completely trapped. The girl panics, realizing they have to hold out against this absolute unit of a boss until our hero manages to rescue them. Lu hardens his resolve. He draws his weapon and boldly declares they will just have to fight to the death. Meanwhile, out in the freezing hallway, the main character gets his own red system warning. It triggers a mandatory mission. He must kill every single mutated freak on this floor within exactly 5 minutes, or the door to his friends will be permanently locked. Our boy reads the prompt and his eyes widen in total shock. He knows the game inside and out, and this specific rule is only supposed to show up in much later stages. It absolutely did not exist here in his previous life. He suddenly realizes a chilling truth. The toxic evil gods who created Prison Day are actively monitoring him. Because of his time-traveling rebirth, the game itself is changing and adapting to stop him. Even with his perfect memories, he knows he has to be incredibly careful from now on. He glares at the remaining monsters and promises that if he has to slaughter every single one of them to reach his friends, he will do it at maximum speed. The surviving player unrivaled script. He thinks 5 minutes is plenty of time to clear the trash mobs. Sounds simple, right? Not exactly. Just as he prepares to attack, the freaks turn around and start running away. Instead of fighting him, they are actively playing hide and seek to waste his precious timer. Apparently, the game logic decided cowardice was the best strategy. Our boy just smirks, noting that challenging him to a speed contest is a terrible idea. Engagement remarks. He prepares to chase them down, but suddenly, the temperature plummets again. The bottom floor boss, the Frozen Shade Maiden, finally catches up. She tracked him all the way from the basement, violently screaming that she wants to tear his flesh apart. She unleashes a massive blast of freezing magic. Our boy manages to dodge the icy attack just in time. He knows he cannot waste minutes fighting her when his friends are trapped. He activates the second stage of his blue vein sword, giving his strength a massive 2-level boost. He leaps into the air and unleashes a brutal sky-rending slash directly at her. The heavy strike knocks the Shade Maiden back. She furiously accuses him of trying to escape. Our hero knows she cannot be permanently killed yet, but knocking her away stops her from pestering him. With 4 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, he completely focuses on hunting down the fleeing freaks. His heart pounds with worry. He knows the top floor boss has even higher stats than the Shade Maiden, and he desperately hopes his team can hold on. Back inside the boss room, things are going incredibly poorly. Luke gets violently thrown backward by a massive punch. He hits the ground hard, completely overwhelmed by the monster's ridiculous level 19 agility. He realizes he cannot even track its movements. Lu always thought the skill gap between his world rank of 34 and the protagonist's #1 spot was just a small step. Now, facing the kind of monster our boy usually fights alone, he realizes the gap is actually the size of an ocean. The Frozen Calamity lunges forward to crush the strategist. But before the strike lands, Xiao violently intercepts the boss, pushing the massive beast back. She turns to Lu and demands he stand up, fiercely reminding him they promised the hero they would hold the line. Unfortunately, her brave moment is cut short. The boss reaches out, grabs the girl, and lifts her into the air. She starts screaming in pure terror. Seeing his teammate about to be crushed, Lu completely snaps. He channels every ounce of his power and unleashes the third form of his 8-trigram palms. The massive surge of energy smashes into the boss, forcing it to drop the girl and slide backward. Xiao looks at Lu in total shock. The strategist stands tall, radiating a blinding golden aura. He takes a powerful martial arts stance and makes a silent promise to the main character. Even if the gap between them is like heaven and earth, he absolutely refuses to give up. The system happily rewards his massive breakthrough. A window pops up announcing he has entered the 8-trigram palm enraged state. This grants him 4 extra levels in strength and 10 extra levels in mana, officially allowing him to use true energy-infused techniques for devastating ranged attacks. The massive top-floor boss lunges forward, fully expecting to crush the ponytail strategist like a bug. But Lu is not about to let that happen. He firmly tells the monster not to underestimate him and unleashes the raw power of his 8-trigram palm, successfully pushing the towering beast backward. A memory flashes through his mind. He remembers his father teaching him a special power discharge technique. Back then, his dad explained that the 8-trigram palm is not just for close combat. Once a fighter grasps its true essence, they can actually strike enemies from a distance using pure energy. Back in the present, Lu realizes he still has a massive problem. He has not fully mastered this long-range technique yet. He checks his system panel and sees his enraged state only has 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. He knows he can only keep this massive power surge going for a maximum of 3 minutes. He understands he cannot actually kill this terrifying final boss, but he decides that if he cannot hurt it, he can at least become a massive, annoying roadblock. He launches a distant palm strike, fully expecting to knock the creature back again. That should have solved the problem. Instead, it creates a bigger one. The attack hits, but the boss does not even budge. The monster has already completely adapted to his energy strikes. Before Luke can even react to this terrible news, the boss lunges forward and grabs him directly by the head. Luke panics, realizing he completely forgot the giant monster is also terrifyingly fast. Trapped in a crushing grip, he knows he has absolutely no choice but to fight to the death. He desperately tries to unleash an even stronger martial arts move to break free, but the boss just stands there, refusing to even flinch. Right on cue, a brutal system window pops up to ruin his day. It announces that his stamina is completely depleted and his enraged state has been forcibly deactivated. Lu groans, realizing that spamming energy blasts completely drained his gas tank. As the massive beast raises its other hand to deliver a fatal strike, the strategist closes his eyes, wondering if this is really where his story ends. But that is when everything changes. A loud gunshot echoes through the room. Xiao suddenly steps up, wielding a glowing weapon card. She reveals this card was originally meant to be a special gift for our boy, but saving the strategist's life is slightly more urgent right now. The system reveals the item is an E-rank 6-shot revolver. It is a special gun-type weapon that consumes the user's stamina to automatically load bullets. It grants a 3-level boost to strength and comes with a precision skill that increases hit rate by 30%. Watching her fire the weapon, Lu is completely stunned. He realizes she must have looted this rare card while they were cleaning out the trash monsters earlier, and he totally missed it. The boss completely drops the strategist and turns its full, terrifying attention toward the gray-haired girl. Xiao does not back down. She keeps pulling the trigger, fiercely promising to hold the monster off no matter what until the protagonist arrives. Lu screams at her to stop fighting and run away. He knows this specific boss magically adapts to whatever type of damage it takes, meaning her gun will be completely useless in a few seconds. But his warning comes way too late. The boss lunges and snatches the girl right off the ground. She screams in panic, demanding the monster put her down. The beast happily obliges by violently throwing her across the room. She crashes hard into the ground right next to Lu. The strategist tries to help her up, grimly admitting the two of them are completely outmatched. The monster looms over them and takes a deep breath, preparing to unleash its devastating frozen breath skill. Xiao can barely stand, but she looks at the glowing frost and realizes this is the final blow. Lu agrees, noting that taking a direct hit from that ice blast guarantees they will both die. Facing absolute doom, Xiao sighs and admits she has so many regrets. Lu asks if she has a long list of things she wanted to accomplish. The girl completely ignores all normal life goals, sadly stating her only regret is not dying together with the main character. Just as the ice blast is about to hit, the heavy doors violently burst open. Our hero casually steps into the room, stepping right in front of them and apologizing for the slight delay. Lu and the girl are instantly flooded with absolute relief. Xiao cries out that she thought she would never see him again. while Lu praises him for saving his life yet again. The protagonist keeps a straight face, but internally, he is sweating. He knows that if he had been 1 second slower, his entire team would have been permanently deleted. With his friends safe, our boy turns his attention to the final boss. He announces that the clear conditions have officially been met. Right on cue, the bottom floor boss, the frozen Shade Maiden, crashes into the room. The two terrifying monsters finally lock eyes. A system notification happily pops up, announcing they achieved the hidden clear condition called Incredible Reunion. The stage is officially cleared, and a cinematic cutscene begins. The two monstrous bosses suddenly transform back into their original human forms. The Shade Maiden looks like a normal daughter again and calls out to her dad. The top floor boss turns back into a grieving father, calling her his precious child. They rush forward and pull each other into a massive, tearful hug. The system confirms the ending is achieved, violently implanting the tragic memories of their past directly into the players' minds. Xiao wipes her eyes, completely heartbroken by their sad story. Lu is absolutely furious. He curses the twisted creators behind Prison Day, swearing that if he ever finds out who is pulling the strings, they are going to pay. Our hero watches the emotion reunion, but something feels incredibly wrong. The entire process was way too smooth. Every single step matched his past life's memories perfectly, which means his time travel advantage worked exactly as planned. But then he notices something completely out of place. A massive, glowing red eye suddenly tears through the fabric of the room. A terrifying voice echoes from the void, angrily declaring that the players cleared the stage entirely too fast. It announces that the Divine Lord is highly displeased. A pitch-black shadow starts oozing into the room. Xiao stares at it in pure terror, asking what on earth that thing is. A massive red system window flashes, triggering a brand new boss level. It warns them that the God Scout has descended. The shadowy figure materializes, flashing glowing red eyes and a wicked grin. It looks directly at the squad and violently suggests they play a new game to make the gods satisfied once more. The shadowy figure completely ruins the emotional reunion. It casually claims the squad just does not understand the grace the gods bestow. According to this creepy scout, satisfying the Divine Lord is their only real responsibility, and the true grand performance is officially starting right now. Just like that, the entity unleashes pitch-black chains. The dark magic wraps around the father and daughter, violently transforming the reunited bosses back into terrifying monsters. Xiao watches the nightmare unfold in total horror, wondering how their happy ending just got snatched away. Suddenly, the two tiny puppies decide to be brave and run toward the chaos. The gray-haired girl frantically tries to stop them. The God Scout is absolutely thrilled by the extra targets. It wildly demands that everyone step up to entertain its masters, and whips the chains toward the adorable pets. Lu shouts that the thing is trying to corrupt the animals, but our hero beats him to the punch. Moving in absolute silence, he leaps across the room and effortlessly deflects the dark chains. The shadow figure finally turns its full attention to the protagonist. It instantly recognizes him as the stubborn anomaly ruining its perfectly planned tragedy. The entity sneers, openly admitting its hatred for him. Our boy stares back, his mind racing. He noticed something completely bizarre about this dark entity earlier. It has no level display, no health bar, and the system does not even mark it as hostile. In his entire previous life, he had never encountered an existence like this glitchy shadow. The surviving player unrivaled script. The God Scout flashes a wicked grin and coldly orders the corrupted bosses to kill him. Not wanting his team caught in the crossfire, the main character tosses the puppies back to Xiao and Lu, strictly ordering them to safety. He prepares to fight the towering bosses. He plans to just throw out a few light slashes to buy time, figuring the monsters cannot be permanently killed yet. But that is when everything changes. He suddenly spots their health bars floating above their heads. The father is sitting at 82%, and the child is at 79%. He stops in his tracks, completely confused as to why they are slowly losing health on their own. A massive red system window violently pops up to answer his question. Phase 2 of the boss battle has officially begun. The new mission objective is brutal. Players must kill the bosses to completely extinguish their souls. The system cheerfully adds that killing them will finally let the squad leave the stage, with rewards boosted by a massive 100%. Xiao's stomach drops. She nervously asks what extinguishing their souls actually means. The shadowy figure happily clarifies. Killing the monsters now will permanently destroy their human souls forever. The entity laughs, claiming it should not weigh on a normal player's conscience, since these humans supposedly offered their souls voluntarily. Our boy listens to this twisted logic and mentally crowns the entity as the ultimate bastard. Apparently, completely erasing innocent souls was perfectly acceptable entertainment. Engaging remarks. Xiao is absolutely furious. She screams at the scout, demanding to know why it is torturing them. Luke fiercely backs her up. reminding the entity that these bosses were humans who suffered a tragic fate. The scout just shrugs. It points toward the sky and proudly declares that the gods are watching. To this twisted servant, failing to put on a bloody show is literal blasphemy. Ciel decides she is entirely done listening to this religious garbage. She pulls her revolver's trigger. A glowing bullet rockets straight toward the entity. That should have solved the problem. Instead, it creates a bigger one. The shadowy figure casually reaches up and catches the high-powered bullet between two fingers like a thrown peanut. Lu is terrified, wondering just how insanely high its hidden level must be. Engaging remarks. Our boy is also shocked, but his attention is violently ripped away when the corrupted bosses lunge at him again. He dodges, but refuses to draw his sword. He knows striking them means slicing right through their actual souls. They just stubbornly paid the ultimate price to hold on to a tiny moment of happiness together. Then he notices something completely heartbreaking. The massive monsters are actually crying. He sees their true human souls trapped inside. The little girl's soul desperately begs him to kill her and her father. The father echoes the plea, pleading for the hero to finally set them free. The child breaks down, crying that they cannot bear to keep sustaining their pitiful existence by hurting innocent people anymore. The god scout hears the agony and practically vibrates with joy. It gleefully declares that turning beauty into suffering and hope into total despair is the absolute peak of entertainment. As the corrupted father boss winds up for another attack, our boy reaches his breaking point. He places a steady hand on the hilt of his sword and softly promises the crying souls that he will set them free. But before he gives them peace, he needs to take out the trash. Our hero locks onto the shadowy figure with a death glare that could melt steel. He slowly approaches the scout, radiating pure killing intent. The shadow suddenly loses all its twisted confidence. It stumbles backward, frantically reminding the human that it is an official servant of the gods. The main character does not even blink. He flatly tells the monster he does not care about its job title and casually asks if the scout is actually immortal. Before the entity can even process the threat, our boy moves with blinding speed. He completely slices the shadowy figure right in half. The scout's top half hits the floor, completely stunned. Our hero stands over the broken entity. He coldly promises that one day, he will hunt down its precious gods too. He suggests the scout go wait for them in hell, then finishes it off with a brutal flurry of slashes. The shadowy figure is completely sliced in half. It furiously curses that a mere human actually managed to defeat it, right before exploding into digital dust. Ciel is absolutely amazed, praising our boy for finishing the monster off. Lu chimes in, highly impressed by his leader. But our hero is not celebrating yet. He keeps his sword raised and warns them there is still something lurking in the shadows. A deep, terrifying voice echoes through the room, completely disgusted that its underlings were beaten by a mere toy. Ciel realizes they are dealing with something completely different this time. Lu notes the previous shadow was just a warm-up. A massive, three-eyed figure steps into the light, radiating an intense green and red aura. It coldly declares the protagonist has officially made it furious. The gray-haired girl is paralyzed by pure fear just from feeling its energy. Lu struggles to even stand, gasping that the pressure is so heavy he cannot breathe. Our boy, however, stands his ground without flinching. He stares right back at the towering monster and casually asks if it wants to fight them too. The three-eyed creature glares down at him. It explains that by the game's strict rules, it is not actually allowed to attack them in this specific stage, but it delivers a chilling promise. The monster vows to take the main character's head the next time they meet, planning to use it for a grand performance. It tells him to live a long life just to be worthy of facing it later. Just like that, the terrifying figure vanishes. With the monster gone, Ciel drops to her knees, gasping for air and noting how terrifying the guy was. Lu strongly agrees. But the main character is busy connecting the dots. He realizes the evil gods are actively interfering much earlier in this timeline. That three-eyed monster was a chosen emissary carrying real divine power. The toxic creators clearly sense he is a massive threat. But no matter what they throw at him, he secretly vows to reach the very end and completely destroy them. Back in the present, the two corrupted bosses violently lunge at our hero, but instead of monstrous roars, he suddenly hears their true human voices. The father and daughter gently thank him for helping them get this far and beg him to finally set them free. The little girl softly calls him Big Brother and asks him to send them out of this nightmare. The protagonist softly agrees. A bright red aura completely engulfs his blade. Deciding to finish this as quickly as possible, he unleashes a swift, merciful slash that cleanly decapitates both monsters. He promises to do it in a way that brings them the least amount of pain. The massive bodies begin to dissolve into glowing light. As the monster shells fade away, the actual human forms of the father and daughter appear one last time. They smile, thanking our boy and happily declaring they are finally free. The main character bids them a gentle goodbye, genuinely hoping their next life is a happy one. Watching the beautiful scene, Xiao wipes her eyes and whispers that it is finally over. Lu nods respectfully, noting this was the absolute best ending they could have ever hoped for. Even the two tiny puppy bosses dissolve into a warm golden aura, silently thanking the trio. Xiao and Lu happily wave goodbye to the little ones. Suddenly, a blue window pops up. The system officially announces the frozen apartment stage is cleared, and it is currently calculating the final rewards. Our boy watches the icy environment start to rapidly collapse around them. Another global system notification rings out. It grants all surviving players a D-Rank activation card and reminds everyone that all gained items can be taken back into the real world. Meanwhile, down in the lower floors, the other surviving players are having an absolutely miserable time. People are trembling uncontrollably, complaining that the freezing cold makes fighting completely impossible. A group of survivors is convinced they are all going to turn into human popsicles. Even the arrogant red-haired punk is currently running for his life. His freezing squad is totally overwhelmed by a monster. The punk is sweating, completely baffled as to how the number one player could handle this brutal stage while it is actively killing the rest of them. The monster lunges, ready to turn him into a snack. The redhead completely panics, screaming that he cannot die before taking the world's top rank. He really spoke too soon. Or in this case, panicked too soon. Right before the killing blow lands, the clear notification flashes, and the monster instantly vanishes into thin air. The redhead hits the ground, absolutely thrilled to still be breathing. The other players celebrate surviving the brutal cold and realize they actually scored a massive reward just for staying alive. Engagement remarks. The surviving players check the contribution rankings. They are completely stunned to see the protagonist sitting at a massive 82%, while Lu holds 10%. The rest of the players share a measly 0.1%. One guy notes that having 82% contribution is not even humanly possible. Another player happily shrugs, realizing getting a huge stat card for basically doing nothing is an absolute win. Up on the top floor, Xiao and Lu check their new D-Rank All-Stats cards. It gives them a massive 3-level boost to every single stat. Xiao is thrilled by the huge upgrade, and Luke notes this reward completely blows the beginner stage loot out of the water. Xiao's agility and strength jump up significantly, while Luke's inherited martial arts buff makes him a walking powerhouse. But our boy knows the truth. These are just the basic participation trophies. The real loot calculation is just beginning. Xiao checks her exclusive rewards and gets completely frustrated. She scored massive contribution points, but the system handed her 2 attribute cards that strictly boost mana. Since she relies on her fists and a revolver, she furiously complains that the cards are entirely useless to her. Lu has much better luck. He scores a pair of earring-torn gloves and an agility card. He inspects the gloves and realizes they give a 3% chance to deal double damage in melee combat. He notes that a crazy effect like that could instantly decide a close fight. The duo turns to the main character, eager to see what an 82% contribution score actually buys. Our boy plays it cool, casually claiming he just got some points and a simple fragment card. But as he looks down at the glowing gold item in his hand, his heart races. He knows this is not just any piece of trash. It is a legendary fragment of an S-rank card. A system window pops up to confirm our boy's absolute dominance. It awards him a massive contribution score of over 4,000 points and a single S-rank card fragment. Our girl and the strategist stare at the reward with faces full of absolute confusion. They think that after carrying the entire stage on his back, receiving a tiny fragment feels exactly like getting a participation trophy at a dumpster fire. They cannot figure out the game's twisted judging criteria. But our hero is internally doing a massive victory lap. He knows that in the entire brutal world of Prison Day, there are only 15 S-rank cards in existence, and every single one is a literal game changer. In his previous life, he paid a price that would make a horror movie look like a comedy just to get the time reversal card. That specific item let him reset the timeline while keeping his memories. He realizes that snagging an S-rank fragment this early in the second stage is basically the equivalent of winning the lottery while being struck by lightning. He only needs 3 more pieces to synthesize a full card that could grant him total freedom from this nightmare. While the game was created by a bunch of divine bastards, it at least follows the rule that winners get the loot and losers get their souls violently evicted from their bodies. He tucks the fragment into his inventory, knowing he's one step closer to making those evil gods a past tense. The global leaderboard suddenly updates, and the gap between our boy and everyone else is officially disrespectful. He is sitting pretty at the top with over 7,000 points. Meanwhile, the person in second place is trailing by a massive mountain of nearly 6,000 points. Our girl is absolutely thrilled to see she actually made the list at rank 634. The strategist is feeling the heavy pressure of being ranked 31st in the world. Lu wonders out loud if spreading free guides for the beginner stage just creates more dangerous rivals. But the main character shuts that logic down immediately. He explains that he is not interested in setting a personal high score because his actual goal is to save the entire planet. He tells them that the more strong companions they gather, the more hope humanity has for surviving this apocalypse. Lu realizes he was being incredibly narrow-minded. Inspired by her leader, the girl fiercely vows to fight for the world's future. Just like that, the trio teleports back to reality. The protagonist wakes up in his hospital bed to the comforting sight of his mom. She has seemingly accepted their chaotic new reality and happily heads off to make him a bowl of his favorite noodles. Our boy takes a moment to process a brutal truth about prison day. The game forcibly yanks a player's consciousness inside, but it completely ignores the physical body's needs. That means his mom's cooking is basically the only thing keeping his soul attached to his ribs. Suddenly, the system chimes in again. It congratulates him on holding his top-tier ranking and hands out an extra reward since absolutely no one is catching up to his ridiculous score anytime soon. He receives an A-rank job change card for a Shadow Mage apprentice. In his previous life, this specific class made people's eyeballs sweat with absolute fear. He perfectly remembers an Archmage of Darkness who once deleted an entire city completely solo. This proves that while the class is terrifyingly powerful, it is ultimately just a tool that can act as a villain's blade or a hero's shield. Since our hero is already locked into his own mysterious class, he knows he needs to find a highly worthy owner for this edgy career path. He decides to set the heavy thoughts aside for a moment to just enjoy his mom's noodles. He savors this rare moment of normal life. But of course, a knock at the door immediately ruins the peaceful vibe. Our girl rushes into the hospital room, and her face is a high-definition map of pure despair. She desperately reveals that her parents have both fallen into sudden comas. Our boy has to break the terrible news. He explains they are currently trapped inside the brutal game. He lays out the dark reality that if they die in prison day, their bodies in the real world will eventually give out from starvation or organ failure. Hearing this nightmare fuel, the girl is nearly ready for her soul to take a permanent vacation from the stress. She cries out, desperately begging to know if there is any possible way to save them. The main character realizes the only way to forcibly free someone is through the legendary S-rank freedom card, but that specific item is currently completely out of reach. However, he looks at the crying girl and realizes he actually has the perfect backup plan. He needs to help her grow strong enough to completely change their fate. He reaches into his inventory, pulls out the A-rank Shadow Mage card, and hands it directly to her. He firmly tells her to use this dark power to aggressively climb the stages. He explains that if she gets strong enough to hunt down and kill the bastards who created this twisted game, everyone trapped inside will finally be able to wake up. Our boy explains that using the job change card is not exactly a free upgrade. It is actually more like downloading malware directly into your soul. He warns that if she is not resolute enough to overcome the negative effects, she will lose her mind entirely. She will basically become a literal tool for the evil gods to slaughter her own kind. While traditional games offer fun opportunities to grow, this dark reality offers a side order of pure despair. Inside every single job change card lies a tiny sliver of an evil god's consciousness. This dark energy is powerful enough to shatter a normal human sanity like a dropped glass. The main character was only unaffected because his heart has been tempered into literal titanium through the brutal trauma of his past life. That nightmare left him with only one single goal, which is deleting the gods from existence entirely. Our girl listens to this terrifying warning, but she realizes she has absolutely no choice. If she does not level up her power right now, her parents are destined to stay in a permanent coma forever. She tells the protagonist she is fully willing to take the massive gamble. But that is when his mom steps in with some classic motherly logic. She firmly tells the girl she is way too young to be this impulsive with her life. Our girl thanks her for caring, but she stands her ground. She insists that since the hero is out here risking his life for everyone, she can absolutely take a risk for her own family. The mom finally caves and gives her blessing. The girl reaches out and accepts the card. But before she uses it, she makes a heavy request. She asks our boy to kill her without a single moment of hesitation if she actually turns into a monster. As the Shadow Mage transformation begins, she gives him one last desperate look, letting him know she is completely counting on him. The protagonist watches as dark shadows start violently swirling around her. But internally, he thinks there is absolutely no way he is ever going to kill her. He remembers the brutal trauma of watching her die in his previous life. He makes a fierce vow that no matter what kind of monster she becomes, he is going to bring her back completely safe and sound. He quickly ushers his mom right out of the hospital room, strictly ordering her to keep absolutely everyone away unless he says otherwise. He knows the evil god's consciousness is currently trying to invade the girl's mind. Unfortunately, his problems are only beginning. He does not actually have any mental type skills in his own inventory to help her. But he knows exactly who to ask for a massive favor. He speaks directly to the mysterious blue shadowy figure currently living inside his own body. He figures this cosmic hitchhiker basically holds a PhD in mental abilities. The entity happily confirms it can grant him direct access to the girl's mental world. However, it drops a massive, terrifying warning. If he fails to defeat whatever is invading her mind in there, his own physical body will die in the real world. But our boy is essentially the CEO of confidence. He firmly insists that he absolutely will not die, and he definitely will not lose. The Blue Shadow is highly impressed by his raw resolve. The entity notes that if he cannot even handle a small fry like this tiny sliver of consciousness, he is totally unworthy of their true help anyway. Just like that, the main character closes his eyes and dives headfirst straight into the girl's mental world. He lands in a bleak landscape made entirely of shifting shadows and intense internal struggle, but he is definitely not here for the sightseeing tour. He immediately focuses his attention on the dark energy violently manifesting in her mind. Then he notices something terrifying. He spots her actual soul being heavily suppressed by the encroaching shadows. He realizes he has officially entered the most high-stakes therapy session in human history, and he is fully ready to evict the divine malware by pure force. The protagonist is currently slashing through the shadows like a man possessed. He is absolutely fuming that these divine parasites are trying to corrupt his favorite comrade for a second time. Inside the mental landscape, our girl and her mysterious clone are watching him work. The clone is basically acting like a one-woman fan club. She is highly impressed that he is making the terrifying shadows look like complete amateurs. She decides they should just leave the heavy lifting to him while the two of them focus on their own high-stakes business. The battle rapidly heats up when a dark orb attack comes flying in. The clone has to physically yank our girl back, shouting at her to dodge immediately. Those orbs carry a devouring effect that is basically a one-way ticket to complete soul erasure. They both quickly realize the Shadow Mage class is not just powerful. It is a terrifyingly efficient way to end a life. The air grows thick with shadow fire. Our girl notices the orbs have different firing modes, and the difference between a charged shot and an instant cast is literally the difference between a warning and a funeral. Deciding she is entirely done being the target, she draws her revolver and starts blasting back. She manages to land a few solid hits, but her face completely falls when she checks the damage. The boss's health bar is still sitting at a highly disrespectful 85%. She is incredibly annoyed that 2 direct hits only shaved off a tiny fraction of health, realizing these shadows have a defense stat that is absolutely cracked. The clone tries to stay positive. She tells her that any damage is good news and proposes a quick tag team strategy. The clone will handle the gymnastics and dodging, while our girl focuses on being the designated shooter. It sounds like a solid plan. Not exactly. Our girl is deeply worried about her poverty logic stats. In this mental space, her physical stamina is just as limited as it is in reality. Her gun has an annoying feature where auto-loading bullets drains her energy faster than a bad relationship. She knows perfectly well that if her other self runs out of gas before the 3 main shadows are deleted, they are both going to end up as fresh corpses. Meanwhile, Rohi is dealing with a pack of shadows that are circling him like cowards in a synchronized swimming routine.
He gets tired of the annoying waiting game and directly provokes them to move. This forces the shadows to use a fusion move to combine their power. Rohi lunges and slashes at them, loudly stating that running away is a total waste of time. But that is when he gets genuinely surprised. A massive, 3-fingered shadow hand suddenly catches his blade mid-swing. He realizes this is the true form of the divine sliver of consciousness. But instead of showing fear, he just mocks the massive hand for being pathetically weak. He hits it with a heavy red slash, and suddenly,
everything changes. He stops hearing monster roars and starts hearing what sounds like radio waves. It turns out his brain is actively translating an electromagnetic wave from a language that definitely did not come from Earth. A voice from the deep depths of space calls him an intelligent life and desperately begs him to keep fighting. These voices belong to the ghosts of entire civilizations the evil lords already devoured. They reveal a massive secret. The S-rank cards were actually a final, desperate counterattack they created to give other worlds a fighting chance to resist. They beg him not to become a willing accomplice in destroying his own world. Rohi realizes these legendary cards are not just rare loot. They are a literal legacy of cosmic rebellion. He makes a fierce vow to the fallen aliens that Earth will never be just another victim. It is going to be the permanent burial ground for the gods. The divine consciousness officially evaporates. A bright blue aura surrounds our boy as the mental world prepares to forcibly eject him. He is just an intruder in her mind, and his time is officially up. He looks at the 2 girls standing over the final remains of the black sludge and tells them they can easily handle the rest of the job change from here. He promises to wait for them back in reality. But his sudden departure sends the girls into a massive panic. They both immediately think that he absolutely cannot find out their secret. They start frantically planning a perfect disguise so he does not realize what is really going on with the 2 of them once they wake up. For now, they focus on the grind, jumping right back into the fight to save their parents. Rohi watches them go, genuinely hoping our girl becomes the most reliable comrade in his brutal war against the divine bastards. Back in reality, his mom is currently spiraling into a deep pit of worry. She is nervously pacing the hospital room. She realizes that while her son has become incredibly dependable, the world outside has completely turned into a high-definition nightmare. The news is absolutely flooded with reports of people falling into deep comas faster than a phone battery in a cold room. Even worse, other people are turning violently aggressive and randomly attacking citizens in the streets. She even mentions a strange, terrifying dream about hook-like monsters hunting them down, looking completely ready for her soul to take a permanent vacation from all the stress. But then our boy safely arrives back in his body. A moment later, our girl finally wakes up from her shadowy mental transformation. The system makes it completely official. She successfully changed jobs to a Shadow Mage Apprentice, a shiny A-rank class boasting some serious dark elemental affinity. She looks down at her hands in total shock, realizing her career path just got a massive magical upgrade. She thanks our boy for helping her in what she assumes was just a weird dream. Internally, she is aggressively planning to keep her secrets under heavy wraps, desperately hoping he does not find out she is hiding a whole second personality. Suddenly, the best friend violently bursts into the room. His eyeballs are practically sweating with tears as he drops to his knees. King Jai desperately begs our boy to take him right back into the stage he just cleared. He is absolutely frantic to save a girl named Shao King, who bravely sacrificed herself to keep him alive. But our boy has to be the heavy bearer of bad news. He firmly explains that once a stage is officially cleared, it is completely deleted from existence, meaning there is absolutely no going back. Our boy reflects on his brutal past life. He remembers perfectly that in his previous timeline, the best friend carried the heavy weight of this exact tragedy completely alone. While he previously thought about sparing his friend the pain by just pulling him into his own stage, our boy realizes he cannot play God with someone else's life. He decides that instead of being a cold pragmatist, he is going to offer his grieving friend a real reason to keep living. He shows the friend the breaking news reports about the massive global coma epidemic. Our girl quickly steps in to help soften the blow. She uses her best group chat gossip energy to explain that dying in the game does not mean you are a fresh corpse. It simply means your physical body is stuck in a deep sleep in reality. King Jai's mood violently flips from total despair to pure, unfiltered determination in approximately 5 seconds. He is suddenly totally ready to join the squad and personally take down the divine masterminds behind this cosmic dumpster fire. Our boy is genuinely thrilled to see everyone fighting with real passion instead of the usual soul-crushing despair he constantly witnessed the first time around. However, our boy has to quickly point out that the best friend is currently the absolute weak link in the chain. King Jai is sitting at a pathetic level 4, which is basically the participation trophy level for just surviving the first 2 stages without doing any of the actual heavy lifting. The friend curiously asks our girl what her level is. She tries to act incredibly humble and loudly claims our boy did all the real work. But the glowing system completely exposes her. It reveals she is already sitting at level 9 with a strength stat of 15 and wielding a legendary revolver. King Jai's eyes almost pop entirely out of his head when he realizes this girl could literally wipe the floor with him right now. He takes one terrified look at our boy's personal stats, seeing level 17 with an agility of 20 and a permanent mental immunity buff. He instantly realizes our boy is playing an entirely different game than the rest of humanity. The friend immediately drops right back to the floor and starts aggressively hugging our boy's leg. He shamelessly begs to be carried through the next stage like a high-level escort mission. He fiercely declares he wants to protect everything precious in his world. Our boy looks down at him with a warm smile, knowing that their collective hope is the only weapon that can actually win this war. Our boy hauls his best friend off the hospital floor, confidently confirming that they can absolutely pull this off. Internally, he is completely thrilled that the squad is finally on the exact same page. Once the emotional dust settles, he drops the ultimate reality check on the room. He explains that their true enemies are not the random monsters, but the evil gods themselves. The friend and the waifu immediately look like they just swallowed a whole lemon. Our hero casually explains that these divine weirdos currently only exist inside the present-day game because of their own strict, self-imposed rules. But the very second the game crowns a final winner, these cosmic party crashers plan to descend on Earth and treat the entire human planet like an all-you-can-eat buffet. The waifu is utterly horrified at the sheer cosmic scale of these invisible monsters. The best friend immediately wonders if this means they are playing on a difficulty setting that is fundamentally illegal. Our boy challenges them directly, asking if they are ready to throw in the towel and just give up. The waifu thinks deeply about her comatose parents, and the best friend fiercely remembers his lost girlfriend. With their precious loved ones on the line, both of them firmly refuse to quit. Our boy hits them with a proud smile, absolutely loving this newfound protagonist energy. Now that nobody is quitting, he reveals the ultimate master plan. Their only real shot at surviving this global apocalypse lies in gathering 15 special S-rank cards. Once he successfully collects the whole shiny set, he will have enough raw firepower to punch a god directly in the face. The waifu nods, quickly summarizing her new job description as the ultimate scavenger hunt assistant. But her logic heavily kicks in, and she asks just how many stages actually exist and which ones hold these shiny prizes. Our boy explains that the evil gods violently fused their twisted games directly with human society, meaning the total number of stages is basically infinite. The friend is completely flabbergasted. He wonders how on earth our hero managed to write perfect beginner guides if there are countless different levels. Our boy easily clarifies that there are only 19 specific types of beginner stages, which makes them absolute child's play to map out. The real massive headache is finding the S-rank cards. However, he conveniently knows the exact location of one of them. He thinks about a certain woman who is right on schedule to betray the entire human race. He strictly orders his team to go home and rest, promising to drag them into the next stage in exactly 3 days. The system violently pops up with a 71-hour countdown. The waifu mentally prepares herself, fully realizing she just leveled up her job class and needs to rely on her own strength to keep growing. Meanwhile, our boy is already plotting his next major move. To crash this specific stage, he needs to pay a quick visit to a certain toxic pick-me girl. His S-rank freedom card allows him to enter and leave stages like a VIP lounge, but only if he securely locks onto a specific coordinate first. The scene dramatically shifts to the exact girl who previously tried and failed to add our boy to her romantic roster. She flashes a victorious, arrogant smile, genuinely surprised he asked her out after ruthlessly rejecting her last time. Our boy completely ignores her romantic delusions and skips the small talk entirely. He casually notes that she has successfully survived 2 prison day stages so far. She flutters her eyelashes, falsely claiming she was just super lucky to escape death. But our boy knows the real tea. In his past life, he knew she was already a fully committed, highly dangerous servant of the evil gods. Selling your human soul for a survival participation trophy is definitely not escaping death. Thanks to his mental immunity buff, he can literally see her glowing red evil god aura. He knows perfectly well she survived her last round by locking up every single other human player and feeding them directly to the divine monsters. One more cleared stage, and this wannabe cultist will officially become a full-fledged monster herself. Completely unaware that her corrupted soul is currently being read like a cheap magazine, the toxic Pikmin decides to turn up the fake charm. She points out that they are a man and a woman all alone in the room, heavily implying they should be doing something a little more horizontal. Internally, her master plan is to aggressively use her feminine wiles to manipulate the world's number 1 player. She wants to feed him directly to her Dark Lord for VIP survival status and permanently uninstall this horrible game from her own life. She is totally ready to use him as a bloody stepping stone. Before she can even pitch her romantic trap, our boy flatly announces that he is personally joining her in her next game. She nearly short-circuits, completely shocked because she had not even asked him to join yet. Our hero stands up, offering his hand and smoothly telling her that if she is willing, he will place a mark on her. Internally, he knows this is just the coordinate lock for his freedom card. The cultist sidekick is practically vibrating with joy. She is completely convinced that the universe is finally catering to her delusions of grandeur. She aggressively shakes his hand, enthusiastically shouting that she is totally willing for this and literally anything else he wants to do. Our boy smoothly retracts his hand, casually drops a cold goodbye, and walks right out the door. Left standing completely alone, the toxic pick-me aggressively grits her teeth. Her massive ego is entirely shattered because no man has ever curbed her this brutally, and she furiously vows to make him deeply regret it. The system countdown finally hits 0, loudly announcing that the selected players will now begin deportation to the game. As the blinding teleportation light consumes them, our boy gives King Jai one last serious look. He violently demands to know if his friend remembers all the survival rules. The friend confidently confirms he has them all memorized. Our hero summons his glowing golden heart, activating the second ability of his freedom card. He successfully locks onto his target, boldly declaring their entry into the S-rank Doomsday Paradise stage. The system pops up, officially announcing that our boy and the best friend have breached the C-rank stage, Doomsday Paradise. Side by side in the game, our boy mentally reinforces his grand life mission. Gathering every single S-rank card is the ultimate objective, which means he has to dive headfirst into completely uncharted stages he never bothered clearing in his past life. From this moment on, his speedrun to absolute godhood is charting a totally new, highly dangerous path. The system welcomes them to the Stage 1 preparation room. The best friend is slightly baffled that an apocalyptic death game has a waiting lobby, but our boy figures it ties directly into the specific rules of this nightmare. Internally, he knows he only ever read heavily circulated secondhand guides about this level, so he needs to analyze every pixel of this room to guarantee his victory. The system chimes in again, dropping the pregame instructions. Everyone has the right to form a team of up to 3 members by tapping a player avatar to send an invite. The best friend is practically vibrating with excitement, overwhelmed by the sheer number of players available and wondering who they should draft. Our boy, however, already has a target in mind. He knows the toxic sidekick is currently on the evil god's payroll. Letting her roam free in another squad would just turn her into a walking natural disaster for innocent players. As the world's number one, he is more than strong enough to keep her on a tight leash, happily babysitting the walking red flag so she cannot harvest any extra souls. Over in her own private lobby, the toxic sidekick is scrolling through the teammate menu, debating whether to latch onto our boy or infiltrate another group to serve her Dark Lord a fresh buffet of human lives. Right on cue, the notification pops up. Our boy has formally invited her to his team. A wicked grin stretches across her face. She takes this as undeniable proof that he is desperately eager to be with her, smugly noting that riding the coattails of the top player will make her betrayal to her infinitely easier. She eagerly accepts the invite. Materializing in their room, the toxic sidekick immediately throws on her best innocent act. Whining about how terrified she is, she launches herself at our boy for a desperate damsel-in-distress hug. Our boy sidesteps with the casual grace of a matador, letting her aggressively embrace the empty air. Completely unbothered by her shattered ego, he declares the team complete and orders them to open the starting door. The best friend is entirely shocked to see this specific girl, but he quickly swallows his panic. He trusts our boy's judgment implicitly, knowing the guy with a PhD in survival must have a galaxy brain reason for inviting a total liability. Secretly, the toxic sidekick is already plotting their downfall. She is entirely convinced that her sinister overlord has leaked all the hidden rules to her ahead of time. Glaring at their backs, she maliciously promises herself that with just a tiny adjustment on her end, she will doom them both and have the world's number one begging for mercy. The trio exits the room, and the system announces the first part of the stage, Forest Zombies. The clear condition is brutally simple. Only the top 30 highest scoring teams will earn the right to keep breathing and advance to the next round. They are officially assigned as Team 007. The best friend stares at the vague rules, thoroughly confused because the system conveniently forgot to explain how to actually earn points. Our boy breaks it down with flawless kindergarten logic. They are in a forest filled with zombies, so turning those zombies into past tense equals points. The best friend barely has time to process the existence of actual zombies before a horde of the undead leaps out of the bushes. He understandably panics, screaming about the incoming monsters. Our boy casually draws his sword and turns the charging horde into a fine mist, slicing through the undead like a hot knife through butter. The best friend watches the absolute massacre in awe. Seeing his buddy's sheer, unfiltered power up close leaves him utterly speechless, completely convinced that our boy looks exactly like a literal god of war descending on Earth. Even the toxic sidekick is sweating profusely as she watches the slaughter. She realizes the rumors are completely true. Our boy is terrifyingly strong, which perfectly explains why her Dark Lord is practically foaming at the mouth to consume him. As he violently clears the area, our boy stays entirely focused on the real objective. To sniff out S-rank card clues, he absolutely must secure first place. The real headache is figuring out how to outscore a lobby full of hardened survival experts. The system chimes, confirming the basic area is cleared and tossing them 50 points. The best friend and the toxic sidekick immediately start celebrating, convinced this effortless slaughter guarantees them the gold medal. Our boy effortlessly crushes their dreams by pulling up the current leaderboard. Team after team is deadlocked in a massive tie, with multiple squads sitting on exactly 50 points. The best friend's jaw drops, realizing that relaxing for even a second means they will be aggressively overtaken. Our boy nods, stating they need to farm more undead immediately. But internally, our boy is smiling. He knows the stage's ultimate hidden role. Mindlessly grinding basic enemies is for amateurs. The only way to permanently shatter the score gap is to hunt down the zombie king lurking at the absolute heart of the forest, and that massive boss is his true target. The best friend is currently hyping himself up, telling our boy how incredibly tense and exciting it is not knowing where the monsters will pop out from. Naturally, the universe takes this as an immediate cue, and a zombie pops out from behind and lunges straight for his neck. He shrieks about the devil making an appearance as a second wave of basic zombies floods the area. Deciding it is his time to shine, the best friend grabs a zombie by the throat, dramatically declaring that he absolutely refuses to be the deadweight holding everyone back. Our boy simply tells him not to move around too much, while the toxic sidekick plays the damsel, insisting she is absolutely terrified and promising not to run off. Our boy completely ignores her performance and jumps straight into the fray. The toxic sidekick watches him go, highly offended that she is being ignored once again. Deciding that since he wants to look down on her, she will gladly throw a little trouble his way. She secretly taps into her Dark Lord's power to draw in other corrupted players, specifically aiming for the most ruthless types available. Meanwhile, the best friend is still locked in an intense, sweaty struggle with his single zombie, complimenting its strength but fiercely vowing that he will not lose or stop here. The zombie literally trembles under his sheer willpower and suddenly vanishes, leaving the best friend highly satisfied and ready to challenge anyone who dares to look down on him. Our boy claps for him, praising his hard work, but the illusion is shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, our boy has casually slaughtered 10 zombies on his end and announces he is completely done. The best friend goes entirely quiet, realizing his hot-blooded anime protagonist moment is absolute garbage compared to our boy's casual Tuesday. Before the embarrassment can fully settle, a new trio arrives on the scene, consisting of a guy in a sharp suit, a guy in a hoodie, and a girl. The soup guy claps, noting that taking out that many zombies in one go is genuinely impressive. Our boy squints at them, instantly realizing all three are reeking of evil auras. He concludes they are corrupted players who sold out to the evil lords just to keep breathing. The toxic sidekick watches the newcomers and aggressively strokes her own ego, deciding she is in a completely different tax bracket of evil since she is not parasitizing them. She knows they must have received the hidden rule she just broadcasted, which demands a fight to the death. She mentally cheers to her evil god, thrilled that her dark lord is about to get the bloodbath he ordered. Our boy's completely oblivious best friend steps right up to the sharply dressed newcomer, happily assuming they are players looking to team up and watch each other's backs. The soup guy and the hoodie guy exchange devilish smiles, silently mocking the best friend for living in a complete delusion during a literal death game. A system window is currently flashing in the soup guy's vision, clearly stating the hidden rule that killing other players allows you to steal their points. He views this as a divine hint that murder is the only real path to victory. Slapping on a painfully innocent smile, the suit guy approaches the best friend and warmly agrees that teaming up is a fantastic idea. The best friend beams back, ready to work hard and survive together, completely missing the giant red flags. In the very next second, the suit guy swings a sword straight at him, cheerfully announcing that they will be taking his points now. The best friend freezes in utter panic, realizing his subscription to life is about to be cancelled because he cannot dodge the strike. At the very last possible microsecond, our boy swoops in and cleanly parries the blade. The suit guy's eyes nearly pop out of his skull at the sheer speed. Our boy stares him down, casually asking if they are absolutely sure they want to start a murder spree right here. Instead of taking the hint, the newcomer girl immediately blasts a fire spell, and the hoodie guy fires off a lightning strike straight at our boy. Our boy effortlessly swats both magical attacks away with 2 simple slashes. Refusing to acknowledge the massive skill gap, the suit guy screams at his lackeys to keep attacking so they can harvest the points, and the hoodie guy raises his gun in agreement. Our boy sighs, noting that his blue vein sword skill is fully charged. Deciding they are entirely incapable of blocking this next strike, he unleashes a single, devastating swipe. He sends all 3 of them into the middle of next week, completely obliterating the entire squad in one breath. The traumatized best friend is currently sweating profusely, stammering out a question about why on earth they were trying to kill them. Our boy calmly explains the hidden rule about inheriting a dead team's points. He then turns his piercing gaze directly onto the toxic sidekick, asking her if his summary is completely accurate. The toxic sidekick immediately puts on an Oscar-worthy performance of pure shock, clutching her pearls and insisting this is the very first time she has ever heard of such a scandalous hidden role. Our boy stares right through her nonsense with a deadly serious glare. He promises her, with absolutely zero hesitation, that if his friends are ever put in danger again, he will personally make sure she is the very first one he turns into a past tense. As she visibly gulps, our boy internally notes that this walking red flag is finally starting to show her true colors. The toxic sidekick plays completely dumb on the outside, but internally, she is absolutely thrilled. She secretly forwarded the twisted hidden rule to multiple corrupted teams. Knowing every single player infected with the evil god's aura is about to turn the forest into a massive bloodbath, she smugly decides our boy can completely forget about walking out of here alive. A system notification suddenly pops up, announcing that Team 007 is currently sitting at 163 points. Our hero checks the score and instantly connects the dots. They just inherited all the points from the corrupted trio he deleted. But instead of celebrating, he stays on high alert. He knows they might be temporarily in the lead, but the players contaminated by the evil gods are definitely not limited to those 3 idiots. Things are about to get incredibly troublesome. The best friend walks over, looking deeply uneasy. He whispers that he gets a terrible vibe from the toxic pick-me and logically suggests they ditch her. Our boy agrees with the bad feeling but refuses the idea. He explains that if they let her run reckless right now, she will just cause a massive disaster and get innocent players killed. The best friend sighs and agrees. It looks like they are forced to drag this walking red flag along for a little while longer. The squad presses deeper into the woods and runs straight into a massive horde of zombies. The best friend is totally shocked that the monsters are already back. The main character just draws his sword, telling his buddy that if he wants to level up, right now is the absolute best time to grind. The friend completely agrees. He jumps into the fight, fiercely promising himself that he has to get as strong as possible to save his precious girlfriend. Once the undead horde is successfully cleared out, the best friend is panting like he just ran a marathon in heavy boots. Meanwhile, our hero calmly checks their stats. He sees his own level is at 17, while his buddy is currently at level 7. The protagonist tosses over some shiny attribute cards. He explains that having a decent level is useless if his raw stats are completely empty. The friend eagerly uses them and instantly feels a massive surge of power. Gaining 3 points in strength, 2 in stamina, and 1 in agility, he happily announces his fatigue just magically vanished. Our boy watches him and thinks about the game's hidden mechanics. He knows every player has specific stat affinities, and the higher the affinity, the bigger the card boost. He notes that his buddy's strongest affinity is entirely focused on stamina. He realizes that if King John grows properly, he is destined to become a top-tier shield player, which will be absolutely indispensable in the terrifying late-game stages. Our hero tells the team to keep moving. Walking right behind them, the toxic sidekick flashes a truly evil grin. She thinks about the other corrupted teams and figures they must be kicking into high gear right now. She checks the leaderboard and sees multiple groups racking up massive scores. She knows that quietly farming monsters is no longer an option, and teams are going to start violently slaughtering each other to steal points. To her, this bloody spectacle is exactly what her Dark Lord wants to see. The scene dramatically shifts to a completely different team of corrupted players. They just finished brutally murdering a solo player. One Lucky excitedly points out that Team 007 is right on their heels, boldly suggesting they just go hunt down our boy's team to steal their points. But the sharply dressed team leader waves the idea off. He smoothly asks what the rush is. He wants to let the big fish get even fatter first, fully confident that it will feel way more satisfying when they finally take them down. Back with our boy, the squad pushes into a much darker area. The protagonist notes the arrival of advanced zombies, meaning they are getting dangerously close to the deepest part of the miasma forest. The best friend agrees that it definitely feels like a boss is about to crash the party. A quick stat check reveals King Jai has officially hit level 10, boasting 9 strength, 11 stamina, and 4 agility. The miasma fog suddenly gets incredibly thick and suffocating. A system warning flashes, informing them that the toxic zombie miasma is actively corroding their bodies and draining their stamina. The best friend heavily curses the environmental debuff. But our boy stays perfectly calm, warning that something much worse is coming. Right on cue, the stage boss violently crashes onto the scene. It is the level 18 Zombie King. The system proudly displays its terrifying skills, which include a miasma domain, corpse skin, and deadly toxin. The best friend is completely horrified. The boss does not waste a single second. It flashes a maniacal grin and leaps straight at them. Refusing to back down, the best friend steps right up to the plate. The massive boss lands a heavy strike directly on him. That should have been a fatal blow. Instead, King Jai basically tanks the hit without taking any serious damage. He is completely shocked by his own strength. Our hero watches this and completely agrees. He thinks his buddy's finite stamina is truly exceptional, and he actually has a real shot at becoming the strongest shield player. Furious that his attack failed, the Zombie King winds up for another strike. The best friend instantly panics, screaming in total disbelief that the monster is still coming. But our boy steps right in and effortlessly blocks the massive zombie. He strictly orders his best friend to move aside, smoothly explaining that King Jai is simply not a match for this boss yet. The main character begins his intense duel. He immediately notices the creature's body is incredibly tough, realizing his normal sword slashes cannot easily break through the thick corpse skin defense. Suddenly, the zombie takes a massive breath and violently spews a wave of green liquid everywhere. Our boy effortlessly dodges the disgusting attack. Watching from a safe distance, the best friend notes the green toxin is basically acting like pure sulfuric acid. The protagonist agrees the monster is incredibly strong and realizes he absolutely must find its hidden weak point. But unfortunately, his problems are only beginning. While our boy is completely focused on fighting the massive boss, the corrupted team from earlier silently arrives on the scene. Hiding in the thick fog, the evil team leader orders his 2 lackeys to wait patiently. The very second our hero manages to kill the terrifying monster, they're going to rush out, murder the exhausted squad, and steal absolutely every single reward and point for themselves. The main character remains locked in a deadly dance with the massive Zombie King. Operating on classic gamer logic, he aims directly for its neck, assuming it is the universal weak point. He lands a perfectly clean strike, but the giant monster completely shrugs it off. Realizing the next strategy is a total bust, our hero instantly backpedals, barely dodging a bone-crushing counterattack. Watching from a safe distance, the toxic sidekick flashes a maniacal grin. She internally gloats, hoping that treating these horrific monsters like common trash will finally bite him back hard. In reality, the protagonist is not panicking at all. Thanks to his surging wind boots, he easily outspeeds the lumbering corpse. He mentally recalibrates to figure out the actual weak point, wondering how his best friend managed to stagger the beast earlier. Suddenly, the boss violently winds up, preparing to spew another wave of highly concentrated acid. King Jai screams from the sidelines, desperately begging him to get out of the splash zone. But instead of retreating, our boy launches himself directly at the monster. He decides this next strike will end the debate and lands a devastating blow. The heavy hit completely interrupts the toxic spray and instantly shaves 28% off the boss's health bar. He smiles, finally understanding exactly why his buddy's blunt force managed to hurt the creature. In the background, the toxic sidekick's jaw practically hits the floor. She is utterly shocked that he found the critical weak point so incredibly fast. Suddenly, her dark deity slides into her thoughts. The evil god purrs about what a highly interesting soul our boy possesses. The Dark Lord declares he absolutely must devour it, promising to personally descend into her body when the right moment arrives. She physically trembles and obediently whispers her total submission. Internally, however, she throws a massive tantrum. She bitterly complains that every time her Dark Lord borrows her body, she is left exhausted and sore for ages. She entirely blames the main character for being way too talented and causing this massive inconvenience. She even wonders exactly what rank this monster of a player holds on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, hiding safely in the bushes, the smug rival leader watches the fight with a greedy look. He mentally licks his lips, highly looking forward to fighting our hero himself. Our boy casually informs the staggering Zombie King that its weakness is completely exposed and its defeat is set in stone. He turns into an absolute human blender. He relentlessly hacks the boss's health pool from 38 to 29, all the way down to a pathetic 9%. The massive beast collapses heavily onto the ground. The protagonist winds up to deliver the final execution. But right at the last microsecond, the rival trio bursts from the shadows like a bad pop-up ad. The smug leader triumphantly declares this is the perfect time to steal the fruits of victory. He violently shoves our hero backward, while his two lackeys instantly jump the down boss and land the killing blow. The system brutally chimes in to confirm the ultimate disrespect. The state boss has been officially slayed by Team 001, awarding them a crisp 100 points. The rival leader flashes a highly punchable grin. The best friend completely loses his mind, furiously screaming at the bastards for stealing their hard-earned kill. The toxic sidekick watches the drama unfold, her inner monologue practically popping popcorn. She grins, totally thrilled that the glorious bloodbath she has been desperately waiting for is finally starting. Our boy stares deadpan at the rival leader, casually noting he was the rot hiding in the shadows all along. The rival leader aggressively puffs out his chest. He brags that his reputation must truly be huge if the top player actually recognizes him. Our hero completely agrees, casually calling his reputation entirely infamous and thoroughly disgusting. Internally, the main character reviews this guy's miserable resume. He does not just help the evil god slaughter innocent players in the game. Out in the real world, this scumbag steals people's stock cards, kidnaps children, extorts ransoms, and happily commits every single brand of evil imaginable. The rival leader drops his smug smile immediately. Deeply offended by the highly accurate insults, he announces he is officially pissed off. He decides the only way to calm down is to murder all three of them on the spot. The rival team's loadout is fully on display. The leader is a level 15 brute rocking a giant gray sword that heavily boosts his strength and stamina. His first lucky is a level 13 rogue holding a stat-boosting dagger, and the final lucky is a level 12 thug equipped with heavy steel knuckles. The best friend sweats nervously, quietly pointing out they actually look pretty strong. The toxic sidekick immediately activates her fraudulent innocent act, meekly suggesting they should just let it go and walk away. The rival leader laughs right in her face. He states that even if they wanted to peacefully walk away, killing them and stealing their points is very important to his current agenda. Suddenly, a lackey screeches in pure joy. The Zombie King actually dropped a C-rank Corpse Toxin Shield card. The item boasts a massive 5-point boost to stamina and includes a special toxic spray skill on a 5-minute cooldown. The lucky gloats that any stamina-heavy player would pay absolute top dollar for this prize. The best friend practically cries, deeply mourning the loss of his perfect loot. Our boy casually reassures him the shield will be theirs in just a moment. He internally agrees the item is absolutely tailor-made for his tanky best friend. The rival leader sneers, mocking the protagonist for actually wanting to fight. He aggressively invites our boy and his two trash teammates to step right up and die like absolute morons. But our hero decides he is entirely too lazy to waste words on this walking pile of garbage. His system flares to life as his blue vein sword skill activates. Entering the skyrending slash's second stage, he quickly accumulates a massive surge of blood energy. He unleashes a terrifying, wide-arcing slash directly at the trio. The rival leader confidently braces himself and manages to block the heavy wave. That should have solved the problem. Instead, it creates a bigger one. Before the smug leader can even process his own survival, the main character has already closed the distance. Standing completely inside the rival's personal space, our boy is fully ready for the real attack. Staring straight into the man's terrified soul, The protagonist welcomes him to his inevitable death, coldly declaring this final strike as his absolute judgment. The rival leader violently blocks the glowing red blade, internally panicking over this kid's ridiculous strength. Shaking in his boots, he orders his 2 lackeys to flank from the sides. He is fully convinced the protagonist is just a pure strength player, meaning their high agility will perfectly counter him. Feeling a sudden surge of unearned confidence, the leader flashes a smug grin. He brags that the 23rd ranked player in the entire world absolutely cannot be beaten with a simple frontal assault. Our boy casually compliments the man's acting skills before dropping the harsh reality that his luck has officially run out. The glowing sword explodes with even more aggressive energy. In one highly disrespectful motion, our hero slices completely through the leader's weapon and violently bisects the man right down the middle. As the leader becomes a literal fraction, the main character casually notes his own bad habit of always assuming he is the strongest person in the room. Seeing their boss get split in half, the 2 lackeys foolishly dive in for revenge. Our boy calmly informs them of their 2 fatal errors. First, they actually thought they could survive, and second, they assumed he was just a slow musclehead. He casually mentions his agility completely outclasses theirs right before slashing them across their chests, instantly canceling their life subscriptions. Team 007 sees its score shoot up to 610, easily securing the absolute #1 rank. The best friend practically vibrates with excitement as he asks for the dropped corpse toxin counter shield card. Our hero hands it over without a single moment of hesitation, letting his buddy happily equip the awesome-looking gear. Hovering safely in the background, the toxic sidekick is having a massive internal meltdown. She is absolutely frantic over how they will ever manage to kill this overpowered monster. She can feel her Dark Lord's urge to personally step in growing stronger, and she definitely does not want to get possessed today. Right on cue, the evil god echoes in her mind. He playfully decides to add another twisted hidden role just to make the game fun. The girl starts sweating buckets, absolutely terrified of what is coming next. Completely oblivious to the cosmic drama, the best friend happily assumes it is time for the settlement rewards. The Zombie King is dead, and the top 30 teams are supposed to clear the stage. But that is when everything changes. Instead of handing out loot, the system rudely announces that a bonus trial has officially begun. The new rules are completely unhinged. The stage will only end when exactly 30 teams remain. Killing other players violently steals their points. Even worse, the first-place team's exact coordinates are now continuously broadcasted to the entire map. The only upside is that the ultimate winner gets a massive clue to an S-rank card. The best friend instantly panics over becoming the main target in a brutal battle royale. But our boy just smiles, finding this high-risk, high-reward scenario extremely interesting. Meanwhile, the toxic sidekick realizes her location is also completely exposed and assumes she is a total goner. The evil god's creepy face manifests in her mind. He warmly explains that if she dies, he will simply hijack her body, claiming a toy only has real value when used to its absolute limit. But before the cosmic entity can finish his villainous monologue, our boy steps right up and smoothly decapitates the girl with a single slash. The best friend eagerly praises the brutal execution as the headless body just stands there. Our hero immediately orders his friend to move out. He casually explains the woman was possessed by an evil king, and they urgently need to relocate before the entire server hunts them down. As they sprint away, the evil god proves he is very much not dead. He casually pops the girl's severed head right back onto her neck like a plastic Lego piece. He heavily praises the protagonist's perception but calls him entirely naive. The Dark Lord smugly declares that as the true final boss, he is completely invincible until a specific hidden rule is discovered. With his human vessel successfully repaired, he decides to find a comfortable spot to watch the upcoming slaughter. While running through the forest, the best friend keeps praising that flawless sword swing. He freely admits he has wanted to chop that toxic woman down for ages. Our boy immediately shatters his dreams by revealing she definitely is not dead. He only decapitated her to permanently remove her from the team roster. The best friend is completely baffled. The main character admits he has no idea how she actually survived, but his gut guarantees they will meet her again. When asked for their next move, our boy says they just need to wait. He explains nobody is stupid enough to attack the strongest team first. The bottom feeders will definitely hunt weaker teams for easy points instead. The real nightmare starts at exactly 31 teams, which is when the whole server will finally gang up on our boys to forcefully end the stage and steal the S-rank clue. Right on cue, the system announces only 47 teams remain. The best friend realizes the brutal purge has officially started and insists they absolutely cannot just wait around to get jumped. Flashing a deeply intimidating glare, our hero completely agrees. Since the rest of the server is actively avoiding their exposed coordinates, our boys are going to flip the script and hunt down the scumbags preying on the weak themselves. Somewhere in the forest, a random squad of bottom feeders is busy slaughtering weak players. The villainous leader is practically monologuing useless trash to a trembling survivor. He raises his weapon with a dramatic speech about how it is kill or be killed. But before his blade can even drop, a massive splash of blood paints the ground, and it definitely is not the girls. A system prompt announces a team has been wiped out, dropping the server count to exactly 45. The villain snaps his attention over to see our boy and the best friend casually strolling onto the scene. Spotting their exposed coordinates, the level 15 leader excitedly orders his 2 lackeys to kill them and steal first place. The best friend starts stressing out as the enemies charge. The protagonist calmly tells him to stall for exactly 10 seconds. Following orders, King Jai deploys his newly acquired shield, which immediately starts radiating a thick purple aura. Meanwhile, our hero is having a quiet tactical moment. He pulls out a massive greatsword he looted earlier specifically to test a theory. He activates a job skill called Resonance of Tools, which heavily boosts the sword's strength and stamina stats at the cost of a little agility. Curious to see if he can share the wealth, the main character casually tosses the giant weapon to his buddy. That should have solved the problem. Instead, it creates a bigger one. The second the sword leaves his hands, the system announces the resonance bonus has expired. The weapon's stats instantly downgrade right as the best friend catches it, causing him to nearly buckle under the sheer weight. One of the agile lackeys instantly mocks him, pointing out that carrying a giant piece of iron is a terrible idea against high-speed players. He boldly goes right for the best friend's head. The poor guy braces for the end, but the lackey really spoke too soon. Our boy swoops in and cleanly slashes the mocking enemy's neck, instantly sending him to the grave. With his little experiment concluded, our hero decides there is absolutely no need to hold back anymore. The remaining leader and lackey scream about avenging their fallen comrade, which goes about exactly as well as expected. The duo simply teams up and violently wipes them both off the map. The system announces the server count has dropped to 42. Realizing the player purge is moving incredibly fast, our boy urges his buddy to hurry. A rapid-fire montage of system alerts floods their vision as teams drop like flies. Team 007's massive score shoots up to 18 points. With only 33 teams left on the board, the protagonist notes he can only sense one Evil King aura remaining in the entire forest. Almost immediately, the system announces another elimination. They sprint toward the remaining dark energy, but our hero abruptly skids to a halt. The best friend is thoroughly confused until the main character explains the final Evil King aura just vanished. The system chimes in again. Only 31 teams remain. The best friend practically swallows his tongue, realizing the absolute worst-case scenario is officially happening. With their coordinates flashing like a neon sign, the entire server is about to converge on them to end the stage. Our boy calmly explains they can easily break the siege by simply hunting down one random team to hit the 30-team threshold. The best friend hesitates, arguing the remaining survivors are just ordinary, innocent people. The protagonist flashes a completely ruthless glare, questioning if such a thing as a good person even exists anymore. But before they can commit any moral atrocities, the system suddenly erupts. The clear condition has been met, and the stage is officially over. Our boy just grins. He realizes that even with his exact coordinates exposed, the other players were far too terrified to risk attacking the server's apex predator. They prefer to just hide and survive. A massive red notification congratulates Team 007, handing over the precious S-rank clue. It reveals that special card number 002 is hidden directly inside the right eye of the stage's final boss. With the forest zombies completely eradicated, the surviving players are instantly teleported. The best friend lets out a massive sigh of relief, but the comfort is incredibly short-lived. A new red system warning violently flashes. It announces Doomsday Paradise Part 2, titled Death King's Horror House, has officially begun. Somewhere in the shadows, the evil god, who is still wearing the toxic sidekick's body, laughs maniacally. The dark deity promises that the real despair is only just getting started. Instantly teleported into a pitch-black house, the best friend nervously asks what kind of creepy real estate they just stumbled into. He is completely on edge. The protagonist calmly looks around and deduces they have landed in the entry area for Phase 2. Right on cue, the system chimes in, officially welcoming them to Doomsday Paradise Phase 2, Death God's Horror House. The best friend starts sweating bullets. He is absolutely terrified of what kind of unkillable nightmares might be living in the dark. But our hero completely dismisses his panic. He coolly states that while the evil god might be highly creative, he will never make a monster that cannot be defeated. As long as the enemy has a health bar, there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. The system suddenly drops the new mechanics. 2 heavy doors, one black and one white, will appear in the room. Opening either will result in a surprise or a fright, entirely based on luck. The doors instantly materialize with incredibly cursed vibes. The white one reads Peace Under Heaven, while the black one boldly promises get rich at first sight. Our boy immediately cross-examines the system. He asks what happens if they just stand there and what the actual clear condition is. The system ruthlessly clarifies that dawdling for a single minute will result in the doors being completely destroyed. To officially clear the stage, they have to hit 3 surprises or 3 frights in a row. The best friend frantically does the math. He stresses out that alternating between the two will reset their streak and make clearing the stage a total nightmare. Sounds simple, right? Not exactly. But the main character brushes off the difficulty. He points out it is literally a 50-50 coin toss. As long as they keep violently opening doors, winning is mathematically inevitable. Without a single moment of hesitation, our boy yanks open the black door. It reveals a massive room absolutely stuffed with gold. The system cheerfully announces they scored a surprise. The best friend's fear instantly evaporates into pure greed. Staring at the massive jackpot, he eagerly asks if they can actually bring this shiny loot back to the real world. Our hero advises him to stuff his pockets as much as possible, casually noting that players occasionally do get rich this way. Taking that advice as absolute gospel, the best friend decks himself out. He aggressively throws on 4 thick gold rings and 2 heavy gold chains before enthusiastically demanding they hit the next door. But while his buddy is having a massive materialistic awakening, our boy has a dark internal realization. Sure, the treasure is entirely real, but it is also a shiny illusion. If this cosmic death game never ends, all this heavy gold will just end up buried with them anyway. Riding a massive wave of unearned confidence, they open the next door. But instead of more bling, they are greeted by a terrifying massive beast made of pure black shadow. The system ruthlessly declares it a fright, introducing the level 15 pet of the gods, a black panther. The best friend immediately loses all his swagger. He starts screaming in pure terror about how massive the thing is for just their second door. He really spoke too soon. Instead of jumping in to help, our boy casually steps back. He firmly tells his buddy to take the boss down completely solo. The best friend is absolutely bewildered. But our hero insists that facing bosses entirely alone is the only real way to level up. Accepting his brutal fate, the best friend gets dead serious. He summons his newly acquired corpse toxin counter shield, which massively boosts his stamina and strength. Shouting a heroic battle cry for his family and the world, he unleashes a blast of corpse toxin spray straight at the beast. The shadowy panther roars in pain but instantly recovers, launching a devastating counterattack. The best friend braces himself behind his shield and successfully blocks the heavy strike. However, the sheer force of the impact completely shatters the ground beneath his feet. While his best friend is literally fighting for his life, the protagonist is busy staring at a wall. Convinced his buddy needs this life-or-death struggle to grow, he decides to do a little experimenting on the side. He wants to test his resonance of tool skill, wondering if an iron wall technically counts as a tool. He places his hand on the metal, and the system instantly rewards him with a proficiency point. He realizes that simply probing objects triggers the skill's leveling system. He always assumed it was just a basic support buff, but now he sees its truly broken potential. Cheering his buddy on from the sidelines, our boy completely ignores the life-threatening monster fight. He starts aggressively patting the wall. Every single time he touches it, he gets another proficiency point, successfully turning the terrifying dungeon into his own personal farming simulator. Watching from some cosmic VIP lounge, the red evil god starts throwing an absolute tantrum.
He furiously accuses a blue god of blatantly helping the kid cheat. He angrily argues it is literally impossible to farm multiple proficiency points from one single object. But the blue god calmly shuts him down. He points out that the room's iron wall is not one single object. It is actually constructed from countless individual iron blocks, making the farming method completely legal. The red evil god's anger instantly shifts into deep amusement. He finds it utterly fascinating that the blue god is going to such extreme lengths to protect this kid.
Flashing a sinister grin, he decides to keep a very close eye on our hero from now on, highly eager to see if this mortal is truly worthy of receiving his ultimate dark power. The massive shadow panther lunges forward. King Jai locks in, summoning his heavy sword. He confidently slashes at the monster, internally bragging that he has already memorized its attack rhythm. He plans to wait for a clean opening and blast the beast with his corrosive toxin. Right on cue, his system flashes, showing his toxin spray is stuck on a 36-second cooldown. Watching from the sidelines, our boy is genuinely impressed. He notes his buddy has gotten massive experience from this fight. By adapting to the battle flow, the best friend realizes a defensive guard encounter style perfectly suits his high stamina. While his buddy tanks the boss, the protagonist focuses on a side quest. He has already analyzed 70% of the room's iron walls, figuring his resonance of tool skill will hit 10% progress once he finishes. Suddenly, the panther lets out a deafening roar. Our boy realizes the monster is preparing for a final showdown. A system window announces the beast just activated Wild Release, granting it 3 extra levels in strength and agility. The best friend refuses to panic. His toxin cooldown finally finishes, just as the panther violently jumps in for the kill. King Jai raises his heavy shield, boldly taunting the beast, and unloads a brutal blast of frozen toxin directly into its open mouth. That should have solved the problem. Instead, the beast aggressively bites right through the toxic cloud. The best friend is completely shocked it is still alive, but he recovers instantly. Flashing a massive grin, he declares Grandpa King will happily send the beast to the afterlife. With one heavy swing, he violently slashes straight through the panther's head. Watching the monster collapse, he wipes his sweat, admitting that fighting a boss entirely alone means your life truly hangs by a thread. A system notification cheerfully pops up. Player Su King has officially slain the pet of the gods. He gains massive experience, consecutively leveling up to 12. With his gear equipped, his stats look incredibly solid, boasting 15 strength and 17 stamina, though his mana sits at a pathetic level 4. Celebrating his power-up, he spots a mysterious, unnotified sealed card in the loot. He has absolutely no idea how to unlock it. Our hero casually strolls over and explains the game logic. The key is almost always hidden in the exact same stage and drops from other monsters. Hearing this, the best friend's fear completely evaporates, and he eagerly prays the next room is packed with beasts. Curious about what his buddy was doing during the fight, the best friend asks. The protagonist smoothly lies, claiming he was just slightly improving his abilities. In reality, he had a massive milestone. Touching the final iron wall pushed his resonance of tools to 10%, unlocking a beginner resonance critical effect. This insane buff grants a 10% chance to receive a massive 200% stat bonus. Our boy smiles, internally marveling that such a huge boost comes from just one finger. He wonders how broken the skill will become when completely leveled up. Alongside helping his buddy, his main goal remains securing the S-rank card clue. Riding his victory high, the best friend confidently yanks open the white door, loudly praying for another monster. Instead, he is instantly mesmerized by a stunningly beautiful girl waiting inside. She smiles warmly, letting out a relieved sigh that someone finally showed up. The best friend is entirely bewildered, suggesting the surprise reward is a bit much. Our boy completely shatters his illusion, flatly stating it is a fright, as System Warning confirms she is the alluring Songbird, a terrifying level 20 boss. The prompt strictly warns that falling under her charm spell means completely losing yourself. The monster licks her lips, purring about how cute they look and eagerly inviting them to step closer. She immediately unleashes her mental charm magic. The spell completely bounces off our boy thanks to his permanent immunity buff. But thanks to his incredibly low mana stat, the best friend folds instantly like a cheap lawn chair. He falls deeply in love on the spot, happily agreeing to her offer. Our hero sighs, noting that mana also acts as a magical defense. Since his buddy is currently too weak to resist, our boy casually draws his sword, announcing it is officially his turn to fight. The terrifying boss monster steps right up to the charmed best friend. She turns her attention to our boy, genuinely impressed that he is completely immune to her mental powers. She notes he is pretty decent for a human, but casually declares he is still just one lonely player. Flashing a wicked smile, she strictly commands the best friend to kill him. King Jai, completely under her spell, immediately jumps forward to attack his own body. Instead of panicking, our hero sees this as the absolute perfect chance to test out his body's newly gained strength. He swings his blade, and the best friend blocks the heavy strike. The protagonist quickly realizes his own power is still way too high above the norm. He knows he has to hold back so he does not accidentally turn his buddy into a past tense. Watching this completely one-sided struggle, the monster is utterly confused. She cannot figure out why there is such a massive power gap between two teammates. Deciding to spice things up, she unleashes a magical buff directly onto the best friend. The system chimes in, announcing King Jai just received an unknown blessing that boosts his strength by 5 massive levels. Our boy just smiles, thinking the power-up is not bad at all. He appreciates that the monster actually knows how to boost her puppets, giving him a much better opportunity to properly test his friend's growth. The best friend lunges back into the fight, swinging like an absolute berserker. The main character deactivates his Resonance of Tool skill to level the playing field. As their swords violently clash, our boy does the math. He notes that his buddy's strength is currently sitting at level 20, while his own is at level 18, making them almost evenly matched in raw power. He is genuinely thrilled, realizing that once King Jai fully levels up, he is going to be an absolute powerhouse. Having gathered all the data he needs, our boy decides playtime is officially over. Using a bit of advanced technique, he effortlessly knocks the weapon right out of his buddy's hands. The boss is completely shocked and desperately orders the best friend to use his shield skill, but our hero is already moving. He coldly declares she is way too late and shoves his friend directly into a solid iron wall. King Jai completely blacks out. Our boy checks on him, highly satisfied that his force control was perfect. He left his buddy safely unconscious instead of seriously injured. With his friends safely out of the way, the protagonist turns his deadly glare back to the boss. He flatly announces it is finally her turn. Refusing to believe he is actually that strong, the monster violently transforms. A sharp knife literally bursts right out of her head as she shifts into a terrifying red shadow. The system pops up, revealing her new skill is called Power of Bewitchment, which causes severe mind-robbing hallucinations. Our boy just flashes a sarcastic smile. He points out a glaring flaw in her logic. If her ultimate full-power charm could not even scratch his mind, this visual hallucination is basically a complete joke. Declaring it is time to end the farce, he unleashes a brutal slash and completely deletes the monster from existence. The system happily announces the alluring songbird boss has been officially slain. The massive experience reward immediately pushes our hero up to level 18. He checks the loot pile and is totally thrilled to see a massive haul of stack cards and a shiny key card. Inspecting the key, he realizes it is specifically used to remove the seal on D-rank items, exactly as he predicted. He quickly uses the stat cards on himself, boosting his strength, stamina, and agility even higher, so he is fully prepared for whatever nightmare comes next. The best friend groans and wakes up, rubbing his head. He complains that he feels completely terrible, asking what just happened and comparing the feeling to a massive hangover. Our boy completely ignores the question and simply hands over the shiny key card. The best friend's confusion instantly turns into pure excitement. He celebrates that he can finally unlock his sealed card and heavily praises our hero. He quickly confirms the action with the system. The sealed card glows bright green and transforms into a D-rank job card called Sword and Shield Guardian. Reading the description, he realizes he can instantly change his class and gain a powerful innate skill. He is absolutely hyped and prepares to use it right away. But our boy immediately shuts that idea down. He explains that D-rank jobs have incredibly low starting points, which heavily limits a player's future potential. He strictly orders his buddy not to use the weak card. He promises to personally help him find a B rank or higher job class, so his future achievements will be legendary. The best friend is visibly disappointed, letting out a sad sigh. Seeing his buddy look like a kicked puppy, the main character tells him not to feel down. He reveals he already has the absolute perfect class in mind for him. Eagerly asking for the name, the best friend's eyes light up when our hero calls it the Sky-Raking Rock Lord. King Jai repeats the name, instantly deciding it sounds incredibly cool. Completely satisfied, he happily agrees to wait for the massive upgrade. Not wanting to waste any more time, the best friend marches up to the next door. Riding a wave of unearned confidence, he loudly prays for another terrifying monster so they can score more loot. He forcefully yanks the door open, but instead of a horrific beast, he finds 3 ordinary humans staring right back at him. A blonde guy stands beside 2 girls, looking just as confused. The best friend awkwardly asks if they are a new type of monster. The blonde guy completely deadpans, clarifying that they are, in fact, just normal humans. The blonde guy smirks, noting his luck is absolutely fantastic and the rumors were actually true. A system window instantly exposes the whole squad. The blonde guy is Manhwa, a level 18 thread controller, currently sitting at rank 39 globally. The girl on the left is Leia, a level 15 martial artist. The girl nervously hiding in the back is a level 14 healer. The best friend is absolutely stunned. He cannot figure out why they are facing human players with high-level classes instead of regular monsters. The healer girl nervously eyes our boy, instantly recognizing him as the world #1. Vala smoothly explains that a divine messenger, which our hero immediately recognizes as the evil god currently possessing the toxic sidekick, tipped him off. The dark deity promised that opening this specific door would lead them straight to the top player and his precious S-rank card fragment. Vala originally thought it was a complete trap, but he is absolutely thrilled to hit the jackpot. Our boy realizes the corrupted sidekick definitely did not die easily after all. He figures the evil god is intentionally pitting humans against each other for cheap entertainment. The twisted deity hopes our hero will hesitate to kill ordinary people, feeding it sick cosmic taste. The protagonist just smiles. He notes it is a massive pity the evil god is heavily underestimating his absolute determination to save the world. To him, a small amount of sacrifice is entirely necessary. He places a hand on his sword and firmly orders King Jai to prepare for battle. The best friend immediately summons his massive shield. Balwa claps, praising the protagonist for seeing through the setup so quickly, but confidently states that destiny cannot be changed. The blonde guy decides to delegate the manual labor. He orders Leia to handle the flat-headed weak chicken, while strictly telling his healer to stay safely in the back. The best friend is highly offended, loudly demanding to know who they are calling a weak chicken. Leia lunges forward, aggressively confirming she definitely means him. Her hands suddenly ignite. The system reveals she equipped D-rank flame gloves, which allow her to release persistent fire attacks. She throws a heavy, fiery punch directly at the best friend. He blocks it with his new corpse toxin counter shield, losing a tiny sliver of durability. Our boy watches the brawl and quickly realizes that while Leia is a trained fighter, she does not actually have a proper class. Since his body is heavily built for stamina, as long as he plays defensively and does not attack blindly, his victory is basically guaranteed. With the sidekick busy, Vala turns his full attention to the main character. Deeply offended that our hero is looking around during a fight, the blonde guy unleashes a barrage of sharp threads. Our boy effortlessly deflects them, but he notes the threads hit exactly as hard as solid steel. He quickly does the tactical math. To break this deadlock, he absolutely has to close the distance. But since Valois has a dedicated healer keeping him topped up, getting stuck in a long stalemate is a guaranteed loss. A one-hit kill is the absolute only option. Deciding to go all out, our boy activates his Resonance of Tools skill on his blue vein sword. Because he heavily farmed his proficiency earlier on the iron walls, the weapon's resonance degree sits at a massive 70%. A huge buff floods his system, boosting his strength, agility, and mana by 5 levels each. He looks at his glowing blade, thrilled that the sword still has plenty of room to grow. He enters his combat stance, boasting a terrifying 25 strength and 26 agility. To guarantee the kill, he starts silently charging up his sky-splitting slash. Valois flashes a smug grin, totally aware our hero is charging a heavy skill. But he has his own ultimate move. He unleashes a terrifying skill that generates over 1,000 razor-sharp threads in a single instant. Our boy takes a few shallow cuts, deeply impressed by the sheer speed. Valois laughs, proudly declaring the next strike will permanently cancel the hero's life subscription. The best friend screams in total panic from across the room. Valois gets entirely lost in his own villain monologue. He desperately wants to claim the S-rank card, so his wealthy family will finally recognize his strength. Born to a maid and violently cast out as an illegitimate child, he swore he would rise above everyone and force them to kneel at his feet. Screaming for our boy to go to hell, he unleashes a massive, explosive threat attack. The dust settles, and Valois smugly declares that the world number one is completely overrated. He takes a step forward, completely ready to loot the corpse. He really spoke too soon. Our boy casually asks if that is really the case as he steps right out of the smoke, his sky-splitting slash fully charged. Valois is utterly shocked he is still breathing. The blonde guy desperately summons his absolute strongest defense, weaving a thick net of threads. He confidently boasts that absolutely nothing can cut through it. Just like that, our boy slices through the absolute strongest defense like it is wet paper. Valois drops to his knees in total defeat. He realizes the protagonist intentionally used his own flesh and blood to forcibly tank the initial attack, just to break free and close the gap. Our hero looks down at the broken man and casually notes that he talks way too much. Internally, the main character knows the brutal truth of survival. The strong must be cruel to their enemies, but they must be even crueler to themselves. With the blonde leader officially turned into a past tense, our boy turns his deadly gaze toward the terrified healer. He casually asks if she still wants to fight. The healer decides absolute silence is her best survival strategy. Our boy stands in front of the healer, completely covered in injuries. He notes that while he looks like he is bravely confronting her, he is actually at the absolute end of his rope. The brutal battle with the blonde leader took a serious toll on his body. He realizes that Thread Controller was likely the intended clearer for this entire dungeon. He watches the healer closely, noting her attitude is incredibly ambiguous. She didn't lift a single finger to help her boss when he was getting sliced up. He wonders if she is just waiting to reap the benefits. Our hero fiercely promises himself that he will not let her succeed easily, vowing to take her down with him if she tries anything. He turns his attention to his best friend's ongoing battle. He spots the healer doing the exact same thing. Since she doesn't seem eager to attack, he decides to take this golden opportunity to rest and recover some much-needed stamina. Meanwhile, the best friend is getting violently pushed back. Leah sneers at him, arrogantly declaring that he is about to die. She activates her equipment skill, unleashing a blazing flame attachment. She lands a heavy hit, sending him crashing hard into a wall. Coughing and injured, King Jai watches in pure horror as his trusty corpse toxin counter shield completely shatters. The durability hits absolute zero, meaning it cannot be summoned again for an entire hour. Leah approaches with a wicked grin, mocking his broken turtle shell. She promises that once she slaughters him, she will kill our boy next, ensuring her team still wins the stage. The best friend refuses to just wait for death. Still on his knees and tightly gripping his sword, he glares at her. Leah scoffs, calling him a lowly, ordinary weakling who cannot protect anything. King Jai remembers his past failures. He thinks about how he couldn't save his girlfriend and how he just shivered in a corner when facing monsters. Leah winds up for a devastating fire punch. King Jai decides he is fully risking his life to become a master who actually saves people. He swings his sword with everything he has left and cleanly slashes her right in half. Leah falls to the ground, completely shocked that she was defeated by someone she considered complete trash. She really spoke too soon. Panting heavily and completely out of stamina, the best friend knows it is still not over. Desperate to go back alive, he grabs his sword and violently plunges it straight through her chest, making absolutely sure she stays down. He collapses onto his back, completely exhausted. He jokes to himself that Master King didn't lose, so she should at least be impressed. The system happily announces player Leah has been slain. Engagement remarks. Our boy watches this and realizes the intense combat training has finally taken full effect. He turns his deadly gaze to the healer and flatly announces she is the only one left. He prepares his weapon, fully expecting her to make a move. Instead, the healer slowly takes off her hood and calmly promises she is not an enemy. To prove it, she casts a slow healing spell directly on our boy. Shocked, the protagonist asks why she is helping the people who just murdered her entire squad. She smoothly explains she only teamed up with those scumbags to survive. Since they are the only two left and desperately need a healer, she offers to join their squad. Our boy receives a system prompt to accept her into the party. Realizing his best friend is currently bleeding on the floor, he decides taking her in is the absolute best choice. The new team is officially formed. He strictly orders her to heal King Jai first. As she walks away, our boy thinks that smart players who actually understand the situation are incredibly valuable. With a dedicated healer on the roster, the upcoming stages should be much easier. Suddenly, the system announces they have consecutively experienced 3 frights, successfully clearing the Reaper's House of Horrors. The final stage, God's Cruel Paradise, is officially unlocked. 2 new doors materialize in the room. The system reveals Team 007 is currently in the lead. Any surviving players who haven't cleared the stage will be forcibly converted into hostages and teleported into the final area. Our boy realizes this last stage is going to be incredibly messy. A 59-second countdown begins, warning that the room will be completely destroyed if they do not open the door in time. The room starts violently collapsing around them, and a system timer flashes exactly 51 seconds remaining. The best friend complains that this game is completely ridiculous. He points out there is clearly only one path forward, so putting 2 doors here is just totally pointless. Right on cue, the system chimes in to ruin his mood. It reveals the doors hide either a surprise or a fright. A surprise means the next stage is a cozy rest area, but a fright means the final battle starts immediately. The best friend is absolutely shocked that the game would pull a cheap trick like this. Our hero does not waste a single second. He marches straight to the white door, firmly stating they have absolutely no time to hesitate. As he opens it, his buddy desperately prays for a surprise so they can actually heal. The system happily announces they drew a surprise, granting them 10 full minutes of rest. The best friend and the healer are completely thrilled. King Jai declares his luck is absolutely busted today. He immediately flops onto a nearby bed, groaning that his entire body hurts. The healer steps up and starts casting her recovery magic on him. Our boy looks at them and notes that 10 minutes of natural recovery is plenty of time to patch themselves up. The best friend turns to the healer and asks the big question. He wonders why she suddenly decided to switch sides and join them. She smoothly explains her only goal is to stay alive, and sticking with the world's #1 player gives her the absolute best chance. She admits that ever since she got dragged into this cosmic nightmare, she has been living in non-stop terror. Every time she crawls back to reality, a new countdown just fills her with pure despair. She almost starts crying, explaining her parents are both trapped in comas, and she just wants to go home to take care of them. Hearing this, the best friend gets incredibly sad. He realizes this brutal game has dragged countless people into absolute misery, thinking about his own girlfriend currently stuck in a deep sleep. Our boy completely interrupts the gloomy mood. He fiercely declares that he will personally put an end to this game and take down the bastards who created it. The healer looks at him in awe. She is not entirely sure if he is telling the truth or just bragging, but in a completely hopeless situation, his words feel exactly like a piece of driftwood for a drowning person. With exactly 10 seconds left on the clock, the squad gets back on their feet. Our hero firmly announces it is time for the final stage. The trio steps through the gate and enters part 3. The system officially welcomes them to hell. The best friend immediately starts sweating, noting that even the air feels scorching hot. The healer points toward the lava and spots several cages hanging over the fire. She realizes the surviving players from the previous rounds were actually converted into hostages. Our boy points out that is not the only bad news. He looks ahead and reveals the stage boss is actually someone they already know. It is the toxic sidekick who got possessed by the evil god earlier, but she flashes a wicked smile and completely denies knowing them. She probably announces her true name as Eric Bloodfang. Both the best friend and the healer are completely stunned. The healer asks how that is even possible. She explains Eric Bloodfang is a notorious butcher in world history who slaughtered nearly 10,000 civilians all on his own. He is one of the most infamous monsters to ever live, but he was executed decades ago. Our boy casually explains it is just the evil gods doing their dirty work. The dark deities can easily resurrect dead monsters as long as they agree to act as divine attack dogs. The boss laughs, proudly stating he will gladly be a dog as long as he gets to keep killing. He violently kicks off the massacre. The reread system windows suddenly pop up with the brutal stage rules. They have exactly 25 minutes to kill the boss. But every single minute, one stone pillar will collapse, and one hostage cage will plunge directly into the boiling lava. The best friend is completely horrified. He points out that if the boss just runs away to waste time, they are totally screwed. The hostages in the cages start screaming, desperately begging the world's #1 player to save them. King Jai turns to our hero, insisting they have to take this guy down incredibly fast. But our boy drops a massive reality check. He flatly states they cannot kill her. He reveals their only option is to stall for the full 25 minutes until they completely run out of ground, and then violently drag her into the lava with them. Internally, the protagonist remembers reading forum posts about this specific stage in his past life. The boss is completely unkillable without a specific card effect. You literally cannot deal a single point of damage without it. The best friend starts violently panicking. He realizes they finally made it to the end only to hit a total dead end. But that is when everything changes. The healer casually interrupts the panic. She holds up a glowing card and asks if this is the clear condition they are talking about. The boys stare at her in absolute shock. Our hero flashes a massive smile. He completely gambled that the essential card was hiding in her hands, and his high-stakes bet just paid off perfectly. Internally, the protagonist processes the healer's clutch reveal. He had a strong suspicion all along. In his previous life, he read detailed forum posts from the exact player who cleared the stage, meaning someone definitely secured this specific keycard. He knew the blonde leader squad had the raw strength to do it, but when they got wiped out in the previous room, the card never dropped from their bodies. The process of elimination left only the quiet healer. He admits to himself that letting her join the team was a highly calculated, slightly selfish gamble. Growing up with a severe mental disorder left him completely isolated, making trust a massive hurdle for him. In his first go-around, he survived the apocalypse and won the game entirely solo. But when he finally reached the end, winning felt completely hollow because everyone he cared about was already dead. Looking at his current squad, he fiercely realizes he is definitely not alone anymore. He takes the card, genuinely thanking the healer for delivering the exact miracle they needed to beat the boss. The best friend is absolutely hyped, showering the healer with praise for saving their lives. She smiles back, humbly stating she is just happy to contribute to the team. The possessed toxic sidekick scoffs at this wholesome little moment. She arrogantly warns that just peeking at her stats will not change the massive power gap between them. Our hero casually fires back, wondering if she is really sure about that. He activates the keycard, and suddenly, the boss's hidden health bar and full profile become completely visible. The system spills all the terrifying tea. Eric Bloodfong is a level 25 servant of the evil gods. The stats are absolutely cracked, boasting 28 strength, 30 stamina, 20 agility, and 3 mana. He comes equipped with a nasty innate skill called Bloodlust that boosts his strength and completely ignores all pain, plus another skill called Cruelty that pushes his damage even higher and causes severe bleeding. His main weapon adds even more agility and stamina while carrying a lethal red-hot burning strike attack. The squad reads the stat sheet in pure horror. The best friend and the healer are completely shocked, loudly swearing that those numbers are just totally illegal. The boss gloats, laughing that even with her health bar exposed, dying by her hand is still their absolute best option. Suddenly, the 24-minute and 59-second countdown begins, and the floor literally starts exploding. The protagonist shouts at his team to jump to the nearest safe pillar immediately. He strictly orders them to watch their footing and leave the boss entirely to him. Our boy lunges forward, but the boss effortlessly blocks his strike and violently shoves him backward. The monster mocks him, completely shutting down his dreams of winning a contest of raw power. She boasts that one good swing will easily take his head off. The hero admits his raw strength simply cannot compete right now. Without his buffs active, he is sitting at level 20 strength and 21 agility, which is basically a participation trophy compared to the boss. As the monster closes in for the kill, the best friend refuses to just watch. He jumps right into the fray, fiercely screaming at the possessed girl not to act so arrogant. He unleashes a heavy strike, but the monster casually catches his sword with her bare hand. She mocks the weak swing, though she silently admits the kid hits surprisingly hard. King Jai is sweating bullets, quickly realizing that just blocking a level 28 strength attack takes absolutely every ounce of his energy. The boss decides it is time to send the best friend to eternal bliss and unleashes a brutal strike. At the very last possible microsecond, King Jai raises his shield. He barely survives the blow but gets violently launched backward into a stone pillar. The monster casually notes that his fancy gear is the exact reason he is not currently a past tense. The healer immediately rushes over to patch him up, urging him to hang in there. Watching his buddy take a massive hit, The protagonist realizes they are completely out of time. Every extra minute they waste means innocent hostages take a permanent lava bath. He knows his absolute only shot at winning is triggering his resonance of Tool's critical effect. He crosses his fingers and activates the skill, desperately hoping to hit that 10% jackpot. The system lights up like a slot machine. He successfully triggers the beginner critical resonance. A massive buff floods his body, granting him 10 extra levels in strength, agility, and mana. The boss lunges forward, mockingly declaring that absolutely no one is left to save him. She activates her bloodlust skill, bumping her strength up to a terrifying level 31, and swings her weapon to cut our hero right in half. But this time, our boy casually blocks the massive strike. The boss's eyes nearly pop out of her head in pure shock, demanding to know how he suddenly matched her strength. The protagonist flashes a wicked grin, correcting her. His strength did not just catch up, his agility just went completely through the roof, hitting level 31. Moving faster than a bad rumor, he delivers a lightning-fast strike that violently shaves off 21% of her health. He instantly starts charging his sky-splitting slash. Thanks to his ridiculously high agility, his slashes are not only blindingly fast, but they also rapidly charge his ultimate attack. He turns into a human blender, landing consecutive hits that melt her health bar down by 9, 8, 13, and 12%. His ultimate skill charges all the way up to 83%. He knows that once it fully charges, it will deliver a thunderous blow at absolute maximum power. Furious at being used as a punching bag, the monster aggressively reminds him that her bloodlust skill makes her completely immune to pain. She gets violently pushed back but decides to stop playing nice. She activates her cruelty skill, instantly gaining 5 more levels in strength and adding a nasty bleed effect to her attacks. Sitting at 37% health, her strength balloons to a ridiculous level 36. The boss completely loses her mind, radiating a berserker aura. She charges forward, confidently screaming that with her strength at level 36, there is absolutely no way our boy can win. With exactly 10 seconds left before the first cage full of hostages drops directly into the boiling lava, the monster flashes a wicked smile. She taunts the world's #1 player, daring to ask if he still has what it takes to save them. The hostages in the hanging cages scream for their lives. The possessed boss laughs like a complete maniac, wondering out loud which cage she should drop into the boiling lava first. With exactly 10 seconds left before the tragedy triggers, the protagonist reflects on his past life. He remembers watching helplessly as the entire world was destroyed. But in this new timeline, he absolutely refuses to let that happen again. He reversed time specifically to save the world, and while he is willing to make sacrifices if necessary, he will fight with everything he has to keep his people alive. With 5 seconds left on the countdown, our boy relentlessly attacks. He hits the boss with a blinding flurry of slashes, but the damage numbers are incredibly tiny, barely chipping away 1 or 2% of her health at a time. The monster grits her teeth. She realizes that while his raw strength is inferior, his speed is totally overwhelming. Deciding she cannot stay on the defensive forever, she risks taking a hit to unleash a massive, desperate slash. But our hero easily dodges right out of the way. The clock ticks down to 3 seconds. The monster flashes a wicked smile. She realizes she has the power to choose exactly which stone pillar collapses first. She locks her eyes on the best friend and the healer, deciding to drop their pillar into the lava just to make our boy watch his teammates burn. But she never gets the chance. Before she can even make her move, the main character suddenly materializes right in front of her. His sky-splitting slash is finally 100% charged. The heavy skill accumulates raw blood energy, boosting his attack power to an insane level. He coldly announces this is the final slash. The monster just laughs. She arrogantly reminds him that she is completely immune to pain and cannot be killed. Her confidence is entirely misplaced. In one swift, devastating motion, our boy cleanly decapitates the boss. The severed head hits the ground, completely shocked by the massive spike in power. The protagonist casually explains his simple math. During their rapid exchange of blows, he perfectly calculated her body's maximum limit. He points out that losing the sense of pain does not actually make her stronger. As long as his attack power completely exceeds her physical defense, whether she feels pain or not simply does not matter. A blue system window pops up, happily announcing the world's #1 player has slain the final boss. All the brutal stage rules instantly become completely invalid. In exactly 5 minutes, everyone will be teleported back to the real world. The hostage cage is open, and the rescued players cheer wildly. The best friend and the healers celebrate their massive victory, heavily praising our hero's absolute strength. Meanwhile, our boy is entirely focused on the ultimate prize. The system confirms the S-rank card clue is hidden right inside the dead boss's right eye. He approaches the severed head to dig it out, but unfortunately, his problems are only beginning. The monster's head is still grinning. Clinging to its last ounce of evil magic, the head coldly asks if he really wants the legendary card. It violently declares that the prize will become his grave, aggressively dragging him to hell with it. In a flash of dark light, the protagonist completely vanishes. The best friend and the healer panic, frantically screaming his name. The healer realizes the boss hit a terrifying final trap. To make things even worse, the stage collapse countdown begins. If the main character does not return before the timer hits 0, he will be permanently trapped inside the collapsing dungeon forever. Our boy suddenly teleports into a bizarre mental space filled with shallow red water. A system prompt drops the terrible news. He just triggered a solo bonus dungeon against an evil god private. He looks around, realizing this is a complete nightmare. An evil god private is a massive step up from a basic scout. In fact, it is at least twice as strong. He knows that in his current exhausted state, winning is basically impossible. Even worse, his massive Resonance of Tools buff is about to expire. Right on cue, the private steps out of the shadows. Looking like a terrifying level 30 Death Knight, it locks its glowing eyes on him. Our hero knows there is absolutely no running away, so he braces for combat. The knight moves with blinding speed. Our boy barely manages to block the heavy strike, realizing this monster's strength completely outclasses his own. He understands that trying to secure an S-rank card in just the third dungeon was incredibly greedy. The evil god set the rules, meaning the trial for such a game-breaking item far exceeds what his current level can actually handle. The Dark Knight attacks again with crushing force. Our boy is violently knocked to the ground, splashing into the creepy red water. The system ruthlessly chimes in, announcing his Resonance of Tools buff has officially deactivated and is now on a frustrating 5-minute cooldown. Our boy feels completely exhausted. He realizes he has used up every single method, hidden rule, and trick in his playbook. In his past life, he survived by making perfectly rational, ice-cold decisions. But in this life, he made emotional choices to protect his friends. The knight slashes his chest, drawing blood. Our boy closes his eyes, fully ready to accept his fate. He decides that if he has to die because he finally acted like a human being with real emotions, he is totally at peace with it. But that is when everything changes. A deep, familiar voice echoes through the mental space. It firmly tells the kid that while he might be willing to die, this god is definitely not. Our boy's eyes snap open. He instantly recognizes the voice as a mysterious god. The majestic entity officially addresses him, declaring it will bestow its divine power upon him. The new god boldly commands him to stand up and fight like a living person, completely ready to fight to the death or fight to absolute victory. Our boy stares down the fiery new deity. He remembers his previous encounter with the other cosmic entity and wonders if this new god operates on the exact same twisted logic. He flatly asks if borrowing this massive power comes with a heavy price tag. The fiery god smirks, confidently confirming that the cost is incredibly steep. But before the deity can even finish his terrifying warning, the protagonist cuts him off completely. He fiercely declares that no matter what the cost is, he will gladly pay it. He thinks about all the people desperately waiting for him back home and vows to accept absolutely any punishment if it means saving his world. The god flashes a massive grin. He is genuinely impressed by the kid's reckless bravery and tells him to have it his way. He casually mentions that by willingly accepting the gift, our boy successfully skips the horrific penalty of being flayed alive. The deity blasts our hero with a massive surge of fiery power. The intense heat brings agonizing pain, but our boy barely even flinches. He notes that compared to the absolute despair of losing everyone he loves, a little physical pain is practically a vacation. The fiery god watches the kid endure the pain and thinks to himself that this boy is exactly the same as he was back in the day. Feigning extreme annoyance, the deity yells at our hero to get lost and use his shiny new power to beat the trash monster to death. He mutters under his breath, wondering how a brat with such incredible resolve was born into such a terrible place. Just then, the blue god casually strolls in, highly amused by the drama. He teases his fiery companion, noting his personality as surprisingly thunderous. The fiery god completely snaps, demanding to know what kind of ridiculous nonsense the blue god is spouting. The blue god smoothly points out that after reincarnating through countless human souls, they both perfectly understand modern slang. He drops a massive truth bomb, completely exposing his friend's tough guy act. While the fiery god constantly preaches about setting strict rules for granting power, he was actually the very first deity to secretly lend the kid strength all the way back when he was just 5 years old. Meanwhile, back in the mental space, our boy's eyes snap open. A system window pops up, announcing he just obtained an unknown pollution and an unidentifiable ability. He stares at his glowing hands, completely stunned. He realizes he has definitely felt this exact burning power before. A deeply buried core memory suddenly unlocks. He remembers being 5 years old, playing out on the street, when a massive human trafficker suddenly grabbed him. Being a tiny kid, he was absolutely no match for a grown man. But in his absolute darkest moment of despair, a mysterious, Terrifying power violently surged from his body. When he finally woke up, the adult kidnapper was lying completely dead on the ground right next to him. Since he had zero memory of the brutal massacre, the doctors diagnosed him with schizophrenia, claiming a violent alternate personality was protecting him. Now, everything makes perfect sense. The imaginary friend who saved his life was actually this fiery god all along. Back in the cosmic VIP lounge, the fiery god drops his angry act. He openly admits he actually likes the kid a lot, but it has absolutely nothing to do with him being calm or clever. The blue god assumes it is because of the boy's stubborn refusal to give up. The fiery god shakes his head. He reveals the real secret. Back when the kid was 5, he was not actually the original target of the kidnapper. He intentionally threw himself into massive danger specifically to save someone else. The deity explains that the kid has the absolute resolve to protect what is precious to him, even if it costs him his own life. To this god, that selfless courage is the true meaning of power. Empowered by the divine flames, the main character turns his deadly attention back to the terrifying evil god Private. He launches a massive counterattack, violently pushing the towering monster backward. The Death Knight is utterly shocked by the sudden spike in strength. Our boy flashes a fierce smile. He tells the monster he gladly paid the ultimate price for this power upgrade, and he is fully ready to use it to delete the knight from existence. But that is when things take a dark turn in reality. Back in the apocalyptic dungeon, the stage collapse timer officially hits 0. The Doomsday Paradise stage completely dissolves, and all surviving players are instantly teleported back to the real world. The best friend and the healer wake up safely in the hospital room. They immediately look around and start frantically shouting for our hero. They spot his body lying completely still on the hospital bed. The best friend rushes over, desperately trying to wake him up. Just then, the mom walks into the room, totally confused. She asks why her son is still asleep and wonders if he was with them in the game. The best friend completely breaks down. Tears stream down his face as he chokes out a horrific realization. He looks at the mom and cries that he does not think his buddy is ever waking up again. The best friend has to deliver the absolute worst news possible to the mom. He chokes back tears, completely broken as he explains that our boy supposedly died in the game. The mom completely shatters. She is in total denial, sobbing hysterically and demanding to know how the world's #1 player could possibly lose. She desperately screams for her son to wake up. The terrible news spreads faster than a bad rumor. A massive emergency meeting is called. The room is packed with the heavy hitters: the blonde politician, the tech overlord, the heiress, the best friend, and the grieving mom. Everyone is struggling to process the massive loss because they all personally witnessed the hero's overwhelming strength. The blonde politician awkwardly asks if the top player just made a careless mistake. The best friend fiercely defends his buddy. He explains that our hero intentionally took the bait and fell into a trap just to secure the legendary S-rank card. The tech overlord chimes in, completely convinced the evil gods orchestrated the whole assassination. The blonde politician points out the grim reality of their situation. Our boy was humanity's absolute best hope. Without him, he wonders who on the global leaderboard is actually strong enough to carry the human race. The best friend completely loses his temper, furious that these billionaires are only thinking about their own survival. The heiress aggressively backs him up. She fiercely reminds the room that the main character gave his life trying to save the world, and sitting around waiting for death is an absolute insult to his memory. The blonde politician awkwardly tries to calm everyone down, suggesting they all just talk a little less. Unable to handle the suffocating room, her heart is completely shattered. She silently questions how someone so incredibly powerful could actually die, but as she throws the door open, she completely freezes. Standing right in the hallway is our boy, perfectly alive and well. She starts tearing up, fully convinced her grief is just manifesting a cruel illusion. Our hero is totally confused and casually asks who she is talking to. Hearing her mumble, the people inside the room sadly tell her to pull herself together, assuming she is just hallucinating because the hero is already dead. Our boy steps into the doorway, flatly asking if they really planned his funeral that fast. After the massive emotional whiplash finally settles down, the squad gathers around to eat a hot bowl of the mom's famous noodles. The best friend eagerly demands the full story, pointing out that the hero definitely did not exit the stage before the countdown ended. Our boy decides to keep his divine connection a secret for now, and just gives them the abridged version. He casually explains he was yanked into a brutal solo dungeon to fight an evil god Private. The billionaire trio is completely stunned. The tech overlord points out that they have only ever heard of evil god scouts, wondering if a Private is actually that dangerous. Our hero confirms the monster was an absolute nightmare that nearly cancelled his life subscription. He reveals that defeating the Private scored him the ultra-rare S-rank card number 002. In his past life, absolutely no one ever managed to find this specific card, so its true ability remains a total mystery. But the victory came with a massive catch. A system window popped up, warning him he had to survive for 3 more minutes to successfully leave the stage. If he died before the timer ended, it would count as a complete failure. Bleeding out and completely exhausted, he knew he was not going to make it. That is exactly when the Eastern God of War arrived to collect his promised price. Our boy bravely accepted his fate. He closed his eyes, said a silent goodbye to his mom and the world, and waited for death. But instead of taking his life, a warm purple aura suddenly enveloped him. His horrific wounds started rapidly healing. Shocked, our hero asked what the god was doing. The god flashed a massive grin. He promptly clarified that the price was never the kid's life. The price was his injuries. The deity noted it was a literal miracle the kid was still breathing anyway, and firmly ordered him to use this divine power to make the god of war proud. Back in the present, our boy slurps his noodles. He internally admits that without the god's help, he would be a permanent ghost right now. He feels his new, overwhelming power surging through his veins. He makes a silent, deadly promise to the evil gods that the day he truthfully slaughters them all is rapidly approaching. The cozy moment is violently interrupted by a knock at the door. The mom happily goes to open it, assuming it is just a normal guest. Standing in the doorway is Lou, the ponytail strategist with the glasses. The heiress instantly recognizes his voice. But before they can properly welcome him, a blonde guy aggressively shoves his way into the conversation. He loudly demands they stop catching up because there is absolutely no time to waste. He glares directly at our hero and announces he is here for a challenge. The system reveals this arrogant newcomer as Han Sung-hai, the second highest ranked player in the entire world. The best friend is completely baffled by the arrogant newcomer. He loudly asks who this guy is and wonders if he somehow missed the memo about who the world's #1 player actually is. Our boy casually introduces the guy as Han Sung-hai, the second highest ranked player in the entire world. Hearing this, the best friend and the waifu are absolutely shocked. Our hero silently reflects that if he had not versed time, the guy standing right in front of him would currently be the world #1. In his past life, Han was the very last opponent he ever defeated, and back then, our boy was the underdog challenger. The tech overlord steps up, confirming he knows exactly who Han is. He explains that he keeps strict tabs on the top 10 players, and the rumors say Han is an absolute battle maniac. He is the kind of crazy who single-handedly slaughters entire stages just to rack up points and satisfy his thirst for combat. Han flashes a dangerous smirk, complimenting the billionaire for doing his homework. But he quickly ruins the mood, casually threatening to kill the tech overlord right after the fight because he absolutely hates people knowing his business. The billionaire physically sweats, realizing the guy is exactly the madman the rumors claim. Han points his spear directly at the protagonist. He aggressively demands our boy stand up and fight so he can see if the hero actually deserves the #1 title. Our boy does not even blink. He just keeps slurping his noodles, calmly telling the battle maniac to wait until he finishes his bowl because his mom made it herself and good food cannot be wasted. Deeply offended by the total lack of respect, Han decides he has had enough. Furious that our hero is looking down on him, he launches a cowardly sneak attack right at the protagonist's back. That should have been a devastating blow. Instead, it creates a massive roadblock. The best friend steps in instantly, throwing up his heavy shield to perfectly block the strike. He fiercely warns the newcomer not to mess around in their house. Han is entirely confused, genuinely impressed by the flat-headed guy's rock-solid defense. Before Han can even process the blocked attack, the waifu summons a terrifying aura of dark magic. She coldly declares that if he wants to start a fight, the rest of the squad is more than happy to jump in first. The billionaire trio watches in pure awe, marveling at the intense dark mana and realizing just how incredibly powerful the hero's friends have become. Before things can escalate into a full living room brawl, Lou, the ponytail strategist, casually approaches. He places a hand on Han's shoulder, smoothly telling him not to rush because the top player's strength definitely will not disappoint. Han scoffs but agrees to back down, telling our boy to meet him in the open space outside if he actually has the guts. As Han leaves, the best friend lets out a massive breath. He admits the guy's sheer pressure was so intense he could barely breathe. Lou apologizes for the drama, explaining that Han is an ally of his family and the inheritor of the legendary Overlord Spear, which naturally makes his personality a bit extreme. The green-haired heiress and the blonde politician recognize the name immediately. They explain the Overlord Spear is an ancient technique passed down from a god-level figure famous for having enough raw strength to uproot mountains. The best friend nods, realizing that completely explains the guy's ridiculous power. Hearing about a god of war, our boy internally smirks, noting he currently has one of those living inside his own body. He finishes his meal, politely thanking his mom and declining a second bowl before announcing he is heading outside for a bit. The waifu asks if he is seriously accepting the challenge. Our hero nods, casually explaining he just wants to see the actual gap between himself and the world's second-ranked player. As he walks out the door, the best friend shakes his head, joking that the hero sounded incredibly pretentious. The waifu immediately swoons, arguing it was just incredibly handsome. The tech overlord and Lu just marvel at his confidence, noting that facing a monster like Han, our boy is probably the only person on Earth who could casually talk about checking the power gap. Stepping outside, our hero prepares for the duel. He remembers how Han's sheer pressure used to suffocate him in his past life, curious to see just how strong the maniac is in this timeline. Han spins his weapon, complaining about the weight. Our boy decides to set the ground rules first. He calmly states they will stop before going too far, promising not to kill the challenger, though he might hand out a few minor injuries. Han sneers, deeply insulted that the hero is already acting like the guaranteed winner. Our boy summons his blue vein sword, completely unfazed. He realizes that after clearing the third dungeon, items and powers can now be summoned in reality, exactly matching his past timeline. Han furiously lunges forward, screaming that the hero is way too arrogant. Our boy blocks the heavy thrust effortlessly, internally noting that since he was the final victor in his past life, his confidence is entirely justified. He powerfully pushes the spear back, analyzing the fight. He knows the absolute best way to deal with a long-handled weapon is to aggressively close the distance. He steps in, thinking he has the upper hand. But Han flashes a wicked grin. Anticipating the exact move, the battle maniac suddenly summons a second spear. Our boy thinks he has caught him off guard, but Han knows better. The second spear is a deliberate trap designed to lure enemies into close quarters for a one-hit kill. Activating a sneaky skill called Overlord Spear Concealed Might, Han launches a vicious surprise attack directly at our hero. The blonde challenger launches his sneaky attack, fully expecting to catch our hero off guard. But the protagonist easily recognizes this exact move from his past life. If this were their very first time clashing, that sneaky strike would definitely cause some serious trouble, forcing him to take a minor injury just to dodge it. But luckily, he already has the perfect counter. He casually slashes back, reflecting on a massive recent weapon upgrade. Before teleporting back to reality, he claimed a mountain of loot from the Doomsday Paradise stage. Alongside that mysterious 002S rank card, he scored a huge pile of regular items and 3 highly special cards. One of those was a D-rank upgrade card. He used it to completely overhaul his trusty blue vein sword, massively boosting both of its core skills. The weapon is now a rare growth type blade with some absolutely cracked stats. Its sky-splitting slash hits stage 3, allowing him to charge up raw blood energy for a devastating attack that matches his total strength while giving him a massive 4-level boost to strength and agility. Its second skill, Surging Wind, hits stage 2, granting a flat 8-level agility buff. But the absolute best part was a special attribute. Because the main character reached level 24, the sword unlocked a brand new, permanent ability. He scored an A-rank skill called Absolute Toughness. This means his blade is entirely indestructible and will absolutely never break in combat. That perfectly explains why Han's weapon suddenly snaps right in half. The blonde challenger is completely shocked. He jumps back to avoid getting sliced, staring at his broken spear in absolute disbelief. He wonders how his powerful Syrian King of Strength spear could be destroyed so effortlessly. Our hero calmly points out that the challenger is completely weaponless and asks if he really wants to keep fighting. Han just flashes a cocky grin. He asks if the hero really thinks that is his only trick. He boasts that while tangible weapons can be broken, intangible ones are a totally different story. He summons a crackling spear made entirely of pure lightning. A system window pops up, exposing his stats. Han is sitting at level 23, rocking an S-rank Brilliant Thunder Warlock class. The protagonist smiles, noting that the battle maniac obtained the exact same god-tier class as his past life. He knows that once Han undergoes his second class change, he will become a true god of thunder and an absolute force of nature. Han attacks with blinding speed, unleashing the Overlord Spear's fastest move, the 9 changes of the dragon. Our boy effortlessly dodges and blocks every single strike. Han is completely baffled. Every one of his attacks carries a brutal thunder effect that would normally electrocute an ordinary person on the spot, but the main character does not even bat an eye. Frustrated that his speed is not working, Han decides to completely crush the hero with raw strength. He winds up for a heavy attack. He really spoke too soon. The move is completely flawed, and our boy effortlessly blocks it, instantly closing the gap. Before the challenger can even blink, our hero has his indestructible sword pointed directly at Han's throat. It is a flawless victory. Hans freezes, dropping his cocky attitude. He admits defeat, openly stating that our boy truly deserves the title of world number 1. Watching from the sidelines, the best friend loudly cheers, bragging that he knew his buddy would win all along. The waifu swoons over how incredibly strong he is, and the tech overlord nods in deep respect at the hero's absolute dominance. Our boy steps closer to his defeated opponent. He compliments Han's strength but firmly states they should not be fighting each other. He points out that the evil gods treating their planet like a toy are the real enemies. Offering a friendly handshake, he invites the battle maniac to join his squad and help save the world. He genuinely wants to make his former rival a trusted comrade. Han stares at the outstretched hand, entirely quiet. Then he simply turns around and walks away. Without looking back, he promises to kill the evil gods, but fiercely adds that he will eventually catch up and defeat our hero too. Our boy just smiles, casually telling him he will be waiting anytime. The protagonist realizes the guy is just a little socially awkward, but his true nature absolutely understands the greater good. With the duel officially over, our boy decides it is time to get some much-needed rest. He checks the system and sees the next dungeon does not open for another 166 hours. Having exactly 7 full days of peace means their new healer will have plenty of time to visit her parents in her hometown. But the quiet moment is quickly interrupted. A serious-looking man approaches and asks for the hero by name. He introduces himself as Zhang Ming, the team leader of the city's Special Situation Handling Group. Our boy narrows his eyes, wondering what the authorities want. He mentally notes that he never actually dealt with this specific guy in his past life. Zhang Ming skips the pleasantries entirely. He bluntly demands that our hero hand over a complete copy of all his dungeon clearing strategy guides. Trying to sound intimidating, the official strictly claims that cooperating with the government is the absolute duty of a civilian. Our boy simply looks at the man and flashes a deeply unbothered smile. Zhang Ming blows a thick cloud of cigarette smoke directly into our boy's face. He bluntly demands that the kid hand over every single dungeon clearing strategy guide, claiming it is his absolute duty as a common civilian. Our hero remains completely unfazed. He smoothly explains the flawless logic of the situation. The basic strategy guides that ordinary people can actually use have already been blasted all over the internet. As for the highly advanced guides, the weak players who need them cannot possibly execute them, and the top-tier players who can execute them do not need a guide in the first place. Zhao Ming's brain completely short-circuits trying to process this logic. Deeply frustrated, he demands to know if the kid is just making up excuses to brush them off. Our boy patiently repeats that players who cannot even clear the novice dungeon have absolutely no use for high-level tactics. Having explained it perfectly, the main character turns his back and casually says goodbye, but Zhang Ming is not willing to let his prize walk away. He aggressively signals his lackeys to block the exit. The goons get right in our hero's face, threateningly demanding he cooperate so this can all be over quickly. The protagonist looks at the official and flatly asks what the meaning of this is. Stepping up, Zhang Ming pokes a hard finger directly into the kid's chest. He calls him an unruly citizen and lays out 2 terrible options: hand over the guides immediately or get dragged straight back to the station. Our boy calmly asks what happens if he chooses neither. Zhang Ming flashes a wicked smile and summons a heavy set of magical chains, proudly displaying his level 14 status. He threatens to brutally beat the kid up and drag him back anyway. Apparently, regular assault was perfectly acceptable for a government official. The protagonist softly reminds the official that he is currently threatening the world's #1 player. Zhang Ming scots. He admits he knows the ranking, but strictly insists the kid is still just a powerless commoner who shouldn't dare defy the authorities. Watching from the sidelines, the wife who is absolutely furious at the blatant bullying. The best friend steps up, completely ready to jump in and protect his buddy. But the blonde billionaire stops them both. He calmly tells them to stand down, wondering out loud how a piece of trash could ever be a match for the top player. He coldly labels the official a vicious dog who is just barking behind its master's power, predicting the dog's arrogance is about to violently expire. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming tries to swing his heavy chains, but our boy effortlessly snatches them right out of the air. The official instantly starts sweating, realizing his level 14 strength is absolutely nothing compared to the hero. Panicking, he orders his lackeys to grab the kid and winds up for a heavy slap. He really spoke too soon. Moving with blinding speed, the main character delivers a thunderous slap right across Zhang Ming's face first. Holding his burning cheek, the official is completely horrified. He cannot believe a civilian just dared to strike a government worker. Our boy casually invites him to come over and try again if he is feeling lucky. Realizing he is totally outmatched in a physical fight, Zhang Ming pulls out his phone. He decides to rely on his government backing and calls his boss, the bureau chief, fully expecting a massive rescue squad to arrive. As the phone connects, Zhang Ming demands a quick answer. But that is when everything changes. The bureau chief suddenly appears right on the spot, answering the greeting from directly behind him. Zhang Ming is completely baffled about how his boss teleported so fast. The chief answers by delivering a massive, punishing slap right to Zhang Ming's face, furiously calling him an embarrassing disgrace. The chief immediately turns to our boy and boasts deeply, profusely apologizing for his subordinate's terrible behavior and introducing himself as the head of the Special Handling Bureau. The protagonist is slightly confused, wondering if he actually knows this guy. But the mystery is instantly solved when the blonde billionaire casually strolls over. He smoothly announces that he was the one who called the chief. The bureau chief immediately drops his head and respectfully greets the blonde guy as minister. The waifu and the best friend are absolutely floored. They always assumed the guy was just a purely rich kid, not a top-tier high-ranking government minister. The tech billionaire and the green-haired heiress chime in, confirming the minister has massive political backing and was solely responsible for spreading the strategy guides globally. Realizing he just tried to bully a kid backed by a literal minister, Zhang Ming's legs completely give out. He drops to the ground in pure despair, knowing his career is officially over. The minister glares at the chief, coldly warning that if anyone ever harasses the main character again, the chief will be the very first one to pay. The chief frantically agrees, swearing it will never happen again. Internally, the chief sweats buckets. He originally planned to use his official power to extort the strategy guides and sell them to merchants for massive profit. He realizes he completely misjudged the hero's terrifying level of backing. Completely unbothered by the political meltdown, our boy asks if he is finally free to leave. He turns to the minister and asks if he drove here. The minister confirms it. The protagonist suddenly remembers something urgent and politely asks for a ride. The minister bows, proudly declaring it an absolute honor to be his driver. Zhang Ming watches from the floor, utterly shocked that a high-ranking official is acting as a personal chauffeur. Sitting safely in the car, our hero shifts his focus to the future. He originally planned to just go home and rest, but he suddenly remembered the upcoming stage called Town Defender. In his past life, this specific dungeon left him with a massive, painful regret. Determined to fix his mistakes, he decides he absolutely must track down a specific comrade in the real world right now. He needs to find the exact person who once sacrificed their life for him before the next apocalypse begins. Sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, our boy looks out the car window and watches the world go by. Down on the street, normal life is completely uninterrupted. Local vendors are loudly shouting to sell pineapples and fried cakes. The protagonist realizes that even though the cosmic death game drags in 500,000 people at a time for a planet with billions of humans, it is basically just a drop in the rocket. He feels a deep sense of relief seeing the player administration bureau already up and running. Thanks to the blonde official driving the car, the rogue players who gain superpowers are being kept strictly in check. In his past life, out-of-control players caused just as much slaughter and misery as the actual monsters. Knowing the government is already handling the chaos proves the official has been putting in some serious effort. Meanwhile, the minister is glancing at the GPS in total confusion. They are currently driving to a random internet cafe several hundred kilometers away. He highly doubts the world's #1 player is traveling this far just to surf the web. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asks what business they have at such a distant location. Our boy is completely honest. He explains he is going to meet someone who was once his absolute best comrade. Internally, the main character remembers his past life perfectly. This specific guy fought right alongside him against the apocalypse until his very last breath. Right before he died, the comrade confessed his biggest regret. He had been scammed, fell into massive debt, and ran away. Dying on the battlefield, he cried that he never got to apologize to his wife in person, begging our hero to tell his daughter that her daddy loved her. Back in the present, our boy makes a fierce promise. Since he reversed time, he's going to make sure his friend gets to apologize in person. Hearing about a former best comrade, the minister immediately assumes they are about to recruit an unbelievably powerful expert and mentally prepares to show some serious respect. They finally arrive at the dingy internet cafe. They spot a sloppy, disheveled guy sitting in a chair. The guy looks at the protagonist, completely confused, asking if they even know each other. The minister stares at the messy man, seriously doubting this is the legendary powerhouse he was expecting. Our boy cuts straight to the chase, casually mentioning that he knows the guy owes a massive amount of money. That should have solved the problem. Instead, it creates a bigger one. The sloppy guy instantly jumps out of his chair and sprints away at top speed. The minister is completely baffled. Our boy sighs, realizing the guy obviously mistook him for a violent debt collector and immediately gives chase. Sprinting down the street, the runaway thinks he is completely safe. He hid his identity perfectly and even used a fake ID card he found on the street to use the internet. He curses his luck that the loan shark still managed to track him down. Boasting a massive level 19 agility, he assumes escaping will be an absolute breeze. He really spoke too soon. He looks over his shoulder and is completely horrified to see our boy effortlessly keeping pace with him. Realizing he needs to stop the runner so they can actually talk, the protagonist decides to test out his newly upgraded class. Following the last dungeon settlement, his class evolved into the principle of all phenomena. This massive upgrade sharpened his perception of the world and unlocked a brand new ability called Perception of Principles. He picks up a common rock from the street. He activates Resonance of Tools, instantly maxing out the rock's potential to a flawless 100% and boosting its strength. Then, he infuses the rock with a strict rule, commanding it to pursue the target ahead and hit his leg. The system confirms the rule has a 99% probability of realization. The protagonist passes the rock. Just like water erodes stone, the infused rule bends reality. The rock flies through the air like a heat-seeking missile, perfectly tracking the runaway and violently striking his leg. The guy crashes to the ground, grabbing his leg and screaming in pure confusion about why a random rock just actively chased him down. Our boy casually approaches. He internally notes that his new reality-bending skill is incredibly powerful, but it has strict limits. The infused object can only do something if the protagonist is physically capable of doing it himself. Since he cannot kill an evil god right now, infusing a rock to do it would simply fail. But for catching a runaway, it works flawlessly. The guy glares up from the pavement, angrily accusing our boy of being a blood-sucking loan shark. Our hero calmly states he is not here to collect debts, but to actually help him. The guy scoffs, bitterly complaining that everyone who ever offered to help just made his life completely miserable. Our boy changes tactics, asking if the man wants to see his wife and child. That completely backfires. The guy panics, assuming the loan sharks kidnapped his family, and desperately threatens to call the police. Our boy stays perfectly quiet, analyzing the situation. He knows the guy's guard is currently at its absolute peak, meaning logic simply will not work. Fortunately, having fought side by side in a past life means our hero holds a massive secret. He calmly reveals that back in the day, the guy originally intended to confess his love to a woman named Afong. But in a clumsy panic, he accidentally handed the flowers to Achin instead, ultimately dating and marrying her by pure mistake. The guy is absolutely stunned. He has never told a single soul about that embarrassing mix-up and cannot fathom how the stranger knows about it. Our boy drops the heavy truth. He explains he is here to help him fix his massive regrets. He firmly tells the guy to stop hiding from his debts because Achin does not have much time left. She has spent the last 3 years carrying his massive financial burdens and raising their child entirely alone. The endless physical and mental exhaustion caused her to develop terminal cancer. Our hero warns him that if he refuses to go back right now, he will deeply regret it for the rest of his life, and gently reaches out a hand to help his old friend off the ground. The sloppy runaway grabs his head, completely breaking down in tears. He wails that it is all his fault for harming his family and lacking the courage to face his massive debts. Watching this emotional breakdown, our boy secretly admits he totally lied. The guy's wife is definitely not dying of cancer. In fact, she is a fiercely dominant, incredibly healthy woman. Our hero pictures her wielding a massive kitchen knife, aggressively telling the loan sharks she is paying them back slowly and threatening to chop them to pieces if they harass her again. In his past life, the main character was genuinely shocked to find out a single mother dealing with a runaway husband could be so terrifyingly resilient. But looking at the crying man right now, our boy decides it is best to keep that little secret to himself. Back in the car, the blonde minister announces they are pulling up to the address. Our boy looks out the window, realizing the guy only ran a few hours away from home. He notes the man is not entirely irresponsible, he just could not handle his own massive failure. For some guys, a shattered ego is way harder to face than actual financial debt. They arrive at the house. The guy points it out and rushes toward his family, tearfully apologizing to his wife for causing so much trouble. His wife and little girl just stare at him in pure confusion. The wife crosses her arms and sharply asks if he finally figured out how to come home. The guy is completely baffled, asking if she is supposed to be seriously ill. She instantly explodes, cursing him for running away for 3 years and loudly threatening to chop him up. Realizing he got completely played, the guy looks back and bitterly calls our boy a bastard. Watching the family reunion from a safe distance, the minister awkwardly points out the wife definitely does not look sick. Our hero just smiles, casually admitting the guy never would have come home without some extreme motivation. He notes the runaway is actually a formidable player, but right now, he is genuinely enjoying the simple happiness of his normal life. Looking at the reunited family, our boy feels deeply inspired. This vibrant, living world is exactly what he wants to save. Satisfied with his good deed, he tells the minister it is time to head back. Driving back, the minister mentions he has some official business to handle and offers his help anytime the hero needs it. Our boy thanks him and casually returns the offer, asking if this means they are officially friends now. The minister beams with pride and absolutely confirms it. Walking up to his apartment, the protagonist reflects on adult friendships. He realizes they usually start purely for mutual benefit, but eventually grow into something genuine through shared goals. He figures the minister is also fighting to save the world, but decides to put those heavy thoughts on pause for now. Our hero walks into his living room and finds his best friend, the dark magic waifu, the glasses-wearing strategist, and his mom all waiting for him. They happily welcome him back. The waifu immediately suggests throwing a party since they have some free time, while the strategist eagerly asks for some special combat training. Our boy just smiles, deciding to simply enjoy his peaceful daily life for a little bit. The peaceful break flies by. The system pops up, announcing just 1 minute and 45 seconds left until the next game opens. Our boy turns to his mom and tells her it is time to go back to work. He explains that his friends are assigned to much simpler dungeons this time, so he is flying completely solo. Internally, his goal is crystal clear. He absolutely must clear this specific stage to snag another S-rank card fragment from the final settlement. Gathering those pieces is his only ticket to forging a new, game-breaking S-rank card. His mom worries, begging him to stay safe so they do not have a repeat of his last near-death experience. He pulls her into a tight hug, warmly promising to come back in one piece. The countdown hits absolute zero, and the teleportation light swallows him. His mom watches him vanish, silently praying he comes home early. As the new world generates around him, the protagonist prepares for absolute hell. He knows this dungeon is just as brutal as the last one, but armed with his past memories, he is determined to pull off a flawless victory. He thinks about the divine gods backing him up, fiercely promising not to disappoint the terrifying power they granted him. He lands in his 4th dungeon and takes a look around. A blue system window pops up, welcoming him to the B-rank stage called Defend Glass. The lore drops immediately. Glass is an isolated wasteland town, and it is the absolute only place they can survive. For the next 7 days, endless waves of the random monsters will launch massive attacks on the town. The mission is brutally simple: defend the town and stay alive. Our hero smiles. It is exactly like his past life. This stage is a massive, high-stakes tower defense game. A group of players is already gathering nearby. A random girl arrogantly boasts that tower defense games are no big deal. She loudly promises to carry everyone to an easy victory as long as they follow her exact commands. But our boy completely ignores her bragging. He spots a familiar face in the crowd and is completely shocked. Standing right there is the blonde minister. The protagonist realizes the government official is officially his teammate for this brutal stage, but his surprise quickly turns to dread. According to his past memories, the minister is destined to die in this exact dungeon. And that's where the story is currently at. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed the recap, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, because I'll be posting new chapters as soon as they come out. See you in the next one.